Welcome. Now it's time to download and install an IDE, and for this course I'm going to use an IDE called PyCharm, which is an IDE made by JetBrains. Now, you may be wondering, what is an IDE? An IDE stands for an Integrated Development Environment, and it's basically a tool that we're going to use to write our code. And PyCharm is like a text editor, but a very sophisticated text editor because it has a lot of features like highlighting our code, showing real-time errors and suggestions. In other words, it's making the process of writing code easier and better. Therefore, let's download and install PyCharm. So open your browser. I'm going to type PyCharm. I'm going to press enter. I'm going to click on this link. I'm going to click here on download. I'm going to click on download. I'm going to go down here and I'm going to click on download to download the PyCharm Community Edition. So I'm going to click on download. Now PyCharm is going to be downloaded on the top right hand side, and if you have a different browser you will see this in a different place. Okay, the downloading is finished. Just open this file, close the browser. It's asking us if you allow this app to make changes to our device. Click on yes. I'm going to click on next. This is the default location where PyCharm is going to be installed. You can change this location if you want, but I'm going to keep the default location. I'm going to click on next. And I'm going to add this bin folder to the path so I can execute Python code from the command line. And I'm going to check this PyCharm Community Edition, alright? And I'm going to click on next. And I'm going to click on install. And now PyCharm, as you can see on the left hand side, it's already showing, and it's going to be installed on my computer. Alright, PyCharm was installed. I'm going to check this. I want to manually reboot it later. Click on finish. Let's open PyCharm. Now PyCharm is opening, and I'm gonna skip import, and here we have the welcome window of PyCharm. Here we're gonna create all of our projects. I'm gonna focus on the left hand side on customize, and here you can change the theme. Currently the theme is this one, dark theme, but if you want a different theme you can choose from those here. I'm gonna keep the dark theme. I'm gonna click on new project. And here I already have Python installed, so if you don't have Python installed, just click on this drop menu and choose the latest version and click on that, download and install, and that is going to be downloaded and installed, and it's going to be selected here. Alright, I'm going to click on cancel because I'm not going to create a new project, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to create our first project. Therefore, let's open the IDE. You click on this plus button to create a new project. This is the project name. You can change this name if you want. This is the project location where the project is going to be created. This is the interpreter type. We're going to choose this one selected and click on create to create our first project. Right, our project is created, is being created. Now, this, as you can see, is collapsed here, but if you have something like this, just right click on Python project. So on this file, go to new and you select Python file, and I'm going to call this file, so with Python file selected, I'm going to call it main, and I'm going to press enter. And that created this file main.py and also open the file for us. Now let's make the program do something, and to do that I'm going to type here print. And while I am typing, I have a suggestion, and I can choose from those ones which is going to be filled for me. So what I want to type, print property or profile. I want print with parentheses, and inside the parentheses I'm going to put single quotation marks or double quotation marks, and now I'm going to type I love Python. Now I'm gonna go here where we have display button. I'm gonna click on it, and that is going to open this console. This console is when we're going to see our output, the output of our code, and we have I love Python being outputted in the console. If I want another text to be printed, I'm going to add another print, and I'm going to say hello. Now if you run the code again, I'm going to see in the output I love Python and hello. And let's also increase the font a little bit. So let's go to settings, editor, font, and let me see, font size. Let's change it to 25. Let's click on apply and OK. Now we have, let's make it smaller because it's too big. Let's go to settings again, font 25, let's choose 18. Okay, this is better. Or let's make it 15 because I still think that it's too big. Let's make it 14. Click on apply and OK. So now we have I love Python and we have print. Now you see this much better. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. So in the last video we created our first program, and it was a simple program. We just outputted the text hello world in the console. But nevertheless, you should congratulate yourself because you made the computer do something. Now, what I'll do in this video, I'm gonna change this text from hello world to hello Alex, and I'm gonna output this value I'm gonna output this text in the console. So I'm gonna run this code. I'm gonna run it from the top, from the right hand side here, and to get hello Alex outputted in the console. And you can add another print line here, which is gonna output something else, and we can put here double pair of quotation marks, and we type here hello, let's say Ioana. And now if you run this, also from the top right hand side, we get hello Alex and hello Ioana. And let's change this to an exclamation mark. So we get hello world and hello Ioana. But the way we have our code now, it will always output hello Alex or hello Ioana. And in programming, you want to have things more flexible because the name could be anything, and in that way you don't want to type like we type directly the name and out on the console. Instead we should find a way to get the name and output that name in the console, whatever the name is, and the name could come from the user input. And to do that you need to use variables, and you can imagine variables like some small containers in which you can put data. And this data that you can put in containers, in those containers, can be of different types. So you can have a container for text, you can have a container for numbers, you can have a container for floating point numbers, and those are numbers which have a decimal part, and they are separated in this by what value they can store. So one can store text, one can store a number, one can store a floating point number, and they are separated in those groups, which is called the data types. They are data types, because in this way we don't do things which doesn't make sense for the computer. So let's say that you want to add the number 28 to the text hello. For the computer that will not have any sense. So in this is why you need to separate your code, and you have those small containers in which you can put data. But enough with the speaking. Let's see how you can create a variable. And to create a variable, go up here. You don't need to go up here, but go up here because you first need to create the variable, and then we're able to use it. And the first variable is going to be called name, and we're going to and to create a variable, just type the name of the variable. So the name is name, and we put equals, we put double pair of quotation marks, Alex. So we have now the name Alex stored in the variable name. Next, we're going to have another variable called name2, and this is going to hold the value Ioana. So we put Ioana here. Now, how we can use the value of that variable here? How we can use it here? What we can do is delete this hello Alex, and instead of hello Alex, I'm going to put plus, and it's going to concatenate that string. So I'm going to type here hello, and I'm gonna type name, and IntelliJ is giving us some hints. So it's saying, do you mean this name variable that you declared above, that you declare above? And we say yes, that variable, and we press enter to fill in that for us. So we have hello, and now we have name. And we do the same thing here. We delete the value that we type directly here, and we put instead hello name 2. Now if you run this code, now you get hello Alex and hello Ioana. And you can put also an exclamation mark if you want, but I'm gonna keep it as it is. And now we did this by storing the values Alex and Ioana in variables. And again, this value can come from the user input, and it can be anything. And now in this way, by putting the variable here, if this variable is in multiple places, let's say that I have multiple print lines in this case, and use that variable name, when you change the name of the, let's say to Alexandro, you just change it in one place, the value of the name, and it will be reflected in all the places where you use the variable. So now if I run this, we get hello Alexandro, because it was changed immediately, and here it's just using whatever value the variable has. So this is our discussion about string variables. In the next video, we'll look at the next data types that we can use, and those are the integer, the floating point numbers, and so on. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about variables. So what are variables? Variables are containers for specific values, and to create such a container, such a variable, we're gonna first need to define a name to this variable, because we're gonna use it in our code. I'm gonna type name. So this is the name of the variable, name. We put equals, and then we assign the value. So what value this variable is gonna store, so what data this container is gonna have. And we put in single quotes or double quotes, I'm gonna type Alex. Now, to print the value of this variable, you simply use the print function. We're gonna see what functions are later in the course. And inside the parenthesis of print, we type name, and we run this code, and we get Alex. So this print is printing the value which is stored in this variable name, and it's printing Alex because this is the value which is stored in this variable. If I put this in single quotes or double quotes, let's put in single quotes, and if I run this, it will print simply name, because we'll treat this as, and this is the type of this variable. The type of this variable is a string. String means a sequence of characters. So this is what we have here, a sequence of characters. So a string variable stored in this variable name. So if you put single quotation marks or double quotation marks, it's of type string. And to prove you, I'm gonna type here type parenthesis around the variable, so around the variable name. And now if you run this, you're gonna see the type of the variable. And we have, you can ignore this for now, class, and have str, short for string. So this is a variable of type string which stores text. You can create another variable. So I can go down here and I can create another variable. I'm gonna call it, let's change the first variable from name to, let's change the name to first name. And it's a convention to give, if the name of your variable has multiple words, to use underscores to separate the words. So I'm gonna type first name equals Alex, and I'm gonna create another variable, so another container, last name. It's gonna be equal again in equals, so you assign the value in double quotation marks or single quotation marks, Dobinka. Now I can print here. And what I'm going to do now is called concatenating a string. I'm gonna put here single quotation marks, double quotation marks, or single quotation marks. You can choose whatever you want. I'm gonna type your name is, and outside the quotation marks, I'm gonna put a plus. So we are adding now to our text some other text. I'm gonna type first name, and I'm gonna put another plus, last name. So what is gonna happen now is that this print is gonna execute the code inside the parenthesis, which is to print the text your name is, plus the value which is stored in the variable first name, Alex, plus the value which is stored in the variable last name, which is Dobinka. So now if you run this, you have your name is Alex Dobinka, and you don't have a space here, but you can put a space. You can put a plus, and you can put single quotation marks, and you have a type space here, put space, and another plus here. So now if you run this, you have your name is, and we have Alex Dobinka. Or another way is, let's put here your full name is. So let's run this. So you get your full name is Alex Dobinka. So this is the variable, the string variable used for storing text or sequence of characters denoted by single quotation marks or double quotation marks. Okay, let's comment this code, and by comment I mean let's make this code to be not executed by the compilers. So I'm gonna put a hashtag here, and now that code is gonna be ignored by the compiler. It's not gonna be executed. So let's put here in front of all the lines of code. Now if you run this, you're gonna see nothing in the auto, because now this is simply text. It's not code which is gonna be executed. And let's look at the next variable, and let's look at the integer, or the int data type, short for integer. And I'm gonna type here, let's say age, the name of the variable, and I'm gonna put in the variable 25, my age. Now to print the value of this variable, we type print, and we type age. Now if you run this, we get 25. Now let's say that I want to see the type of this variable. I can type here type, I put parentheses around the variable age, and I run this code, and I see class, and we have int, short for integer, for storing whole numbers. Now I'm gonna go down here, I'll add another print, and now let's say that I want to add some text, to add the text to the I want to add the text with the variable age. How I am gonna do that? I'm gonna type here your age, so the text is, so in double quotation marks, that is string, and plus age. And now if I run this, look what happens. We get type error, can only concatenate string, not int to string. So you can only concatenate, you can only add text to text. You cannot add text, you cannot add text, and then you cannot add an integer to that text. To solve this, we need to cast, and cast means to change the type of a variable. So we can change the type of the variable from integer to string. So I'm going to type str in front of age. This is a function, and we put the variable age inside the str parentheses. And now if you run this, now you get your age is 25. We can change, of course, this variable. You can go down here and you can put another value. I can call the variable age, and as you can see, it's a variable denoted by the V letter. I can press enter to fill in that word for me, and I can assign another value here. Like I can type here, let's say 30, and I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna paste it here, and now if you run this, it will say your age is first 25, because this is the first value that we assign to a variable age. So it's outputting 25 in the output, and then we get 30 because the value was changed on line 8, and consequently it printed 30 in the output. Alright, I'm gonna comment this code again, and I'm gonna move to the next variable, to the next type. Collectively they are called data types, and data types means storing different data in variables. So you have different containers for different stuff to store. And let's look at float. And float means floating point number, and a floating point number is a number which has a decimal part. So I can type here, let's say I'm gonna type price, the name of the variable, equals, and I'm gonna put here 25.5, and I'm gonna add print here, price. I'm gonna call the variable. Now if I run this, we get 25.5 being output in console. So we have the decimal part. So this variable is of type float, and if I want to check that it's of type float, I'm gonna type type in front of the variable. I'm going to put parentheses around the price variable, and if I run this code, we get class, and we have float for floating point number for storing numbers which have a decimal part. And if you want to concatenate some string, you need to do the same thing here. I'm going to put double quotation marks. I'm going to say the price is plus str for string around the price. We should put a plus here. Now if I run this, we get class and we get str type. But I should put here, let's delete this. Let's delete this. Let's run it again. And now we get the price is 25.5. So we have the decimal part. So these are discussion about the floating point number for storing numbers which have a decimal part. I'm going to comment this code. But before we move to the next type, which is the Boolean type, let me show you something with that we can do with the integer. And let me uncomment those lines of code, so they're going to be executed. And one thing that you can do is that you can type here age. So I can assign a new value to our age equals to the previous value of age plus 1. And now if you run this, let's copy this and let's move it on the next line. Now if I run this, it's gonna say your age is, and I have 26 because now it's adding 1 to the age variable and storing that in the age variable. And there is a shorter way to write what we have here. It's an abbreviation. You can put simply here age plus equals 1 and it will have the same output. So if you run this, you get class integer from this line, then you get age, you get your age is 26. So this line was executed and it says here your age is 26. Now let's comment this code. Let's comment this code. To not be executed, and let's look at the Boolean type. So I'm going to type here. Online equals, and I'm going to type true. And this the Boolean data type is used to store only true and false. So you can put here true or false. Those are the two values which can be stored in a Boolean data type. We cannot put anything else than true or false. And this, you may be wondering where we're going to use this. So let's type here print. And we're going to use this in conjunction with if statements to make decisions. So let's run this code and we get false. And if I change this to true, I'm going to run this, we get true. So now you may be wondering, but why not using strings? So put here true, and you can see the color change. Because as I said, this will be used in conjunction with the if statements. We're going to make the computer to do decisions based on conditions, and those conditions are Boolean conditions, which can be true or false. And to check that is of type Boolean, I'm going to type here type to get the type of this variable, which is Boolean, and I'm going to put parentheses around the variable online. Now if I run this code, we get class bool. So we have the short name bool, which comes from Boolean data type for storing true or false. Alright, this is our discussion about variables, and I'll see you in the next video. So now let's look at the next data types that you can use in Python, and by data types I mean different type of data that can be stored in variables. So first I'm going to hide the project pane because you don't need the project pane, and let's say that I want to print hello, the name of the person and the age of the person. So I'm going to put after the name put another plus because I'm going to add some text here. I'm going to say your age is, and let's say that I want to have a variable here referred which is going to display the age. So I'm going to declare another variable called age. It's going to be called age. I'm going to put equals, and we're going to assign the value 23 to this variable. So in double quotation marks, we put 23. And now if I refer this variable here, so I've put a plus here, and I type age while I'm typing, IntelliJ is giving us some hints. And this saying, do you mean this variable age? And press enter. So we have filled in that for us. Now if you run this code, you get hello Alex, your age is 23. And this is fine, but the problem is if you hover over the name variable, you're gonna see that this variable is called the name, and then you see that you have this colon str, and what this means, this is the type of the variable. So the variable is called name and is of type string, and that means that it's storing data now. So if you hover over the variable name too, it's also of type str, so it's also of type string and is storing that, is storing text. And if you hover over the variable age, the variable age is also of type string, and you want a number. You don't want to be of type string. You want to store numbers. So whatever you put inside the double quotation marks, it will be always treated as plain text, not as a number. But if I put here 23 without the quotation marks, now I get this immediately grayed out, and it's saying expected type str, so it's expecting text, so it's expecting some text there, but it got int instead, so it got a number instead. And now we're trying here to add a number to our text, and this is gonna throw an error. So now if you run this, you get type error, can only concatenate str, not int to string. So it can only concatenate string, so you can only concatenate text to our text. You cannot add a whole number to our text. And you can also have another type of variable. So if I put 23 let's say 3, if you hover over now the variable now is of type float. It immediately changes the type. It will because it infers what type this variable is, this inferred by the what value you assign to it. So because here now we assign the decimal number, now the type changed to float. So now it's storing a floating point number because it's a number which has a decimal part. And if you run this, it will get also an error because you can only concatenate strings. You cannot concatenate a number. And what you can do is you can add another print line here, another print, and we're gonna refer the variable age down here, because the print function can receive different types of arguments, so different types of data. So it can output text, it can output numbers. So this is why you can pass here the number, and if you run now, this will not throw an error. We get 23.3. the number that we assign here. And this is because, as I said, the print function can take different types of it can work with different types of input. It can work with strings, it can work with whole numbers, with decimal numbers. So this is our discussion about variables. I'm gonna continue our discussion by looking at another type of variable, and that is the Boolean value, Boolean data type. Actually, let's look at the Boolean data type. So the Boolean data type can only store only true or false, and this is very used in program, because as you'll see when we're going to look at the if statements and all of that, you'll need to use the Boolean value. So if I type here is active, what I can do is active underscore, so is underscores active, and I can assign here either true with a capital letter. So I can assign here true or false to this variable. Those are the only values that this variable can take. Those are the only the only values that the variable, the Boolean data type can store. So if you hover over the it's active, you see that it's active is of type bool, so Boolean. And that means that it can only store false or true. And if you add, let's delete this, and if you add another print line here, so if you add another print line and we refer it's active, now if you run this, you're gonna see we get false because the Boolean value, the Boolean variable has the value false. If I change now this to true, and now if I run the code, we get true because now our variable it's active has the value true. And this is the Boolean data types, and you're gonna use the Boolean data types a lot in your code, and most of the time you're gonna use you're gonna work with the Boolean data type. And this is our discussion about data types, and see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about multiple assignments. So what are multiple assignments? Multiple assignments means to assign multiple values to multiple variables in one line of code. So let's say that I have the variable name, it's going to be equal to Alex, so it's going to be of type string. Age is going to be of type int, 25, and online then it's going to have true, so it's going to be of type boolean. Down here I'm going to type print name, print age, and print online. Now if you run this, you get Alex, 25, and true. Now I can delete this and I can do this thing in one line of code. So I can type here, I can type here name, so we separate our variables by comma, name, age, and online, and I'm gonna put equals, and here we're gonna type Alex, so the first value for the first variable, 25 for the, so the value is 25 for the second variable, and online, which is gonna have the value true. Now if you run this, you'll get the exact same output, so have Alex, 25, and true. And one more thing to show is that you can assign the same value to multiple variables. So I can type here Alex score equals Ioana score equals Maria score, and that is going to be equal to 30. And down here, let's delete this. Let's type again print Alex score, print Ioana, should be Ioana here, score, and print Maria score. So now if you run this, we get 30, 30, 30 in all the cases, because this value was assigned to all of our variables here. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to look at some useful methods that you can use in Python, and for that I will create a variable called name, and it's gonna be equal to Alex, and I'm gonna type print name. And now if I run this, you see Alex in the console. Now the first method that we're gonna look at is the length method, which is gonna give us the length of this string. So we type len and we put parentheses around the variable. Now if I run this, it's going to give us the length 4, because we have 4 characters here. Now let's comment this. Let's look at the next one. So I'm going to type print, and I'll type name dot find, and this is going to find the specific character in the string. So I'm going to search for, let's say, E. Now if I run this, you get 2, and this is the index at which this character is present. So we have and the index always starts at 0. So we have 0, A, L we have 1, and 2 we have E. So we have 2 in the 2 displayed in the console. Now let's comment this. Let's look at the next one. So let's type print, and I'm gonna type name dot capitalize, and this is gonna capitalize the first letter. So let's change this on a lowercase letter. So now if I run this, we have A capitalized. So this is this one. So let's comment. Let's type again print, and I'll type name dot upper, and this is gonna uppercase all the letters of our string. So now if I run this, we have Alex. Let's comment this. Let's look at the next one. We have a lower one, so I'm gonna type name dot lower, and it's gonna lowercase all the letters. So if I put here, as you can see, if I run this now, we have Alex, and even though we have here a capital letter, that is lowercase by this method lower. So let's comment this. Let's look at the next one. So I'm gonna type print, I'm gonna type name dot isDigit, and this is gonna check to see if our variable has digit numbers. So if I run this, get false, but if I change this to those numbers, and if I run this, you get true. So let's change it to Alex. Let's comment this, and let's look at the next one. So I'm gonna type here print name dot is alpha numeric. So let's choose this one. I think it's name that is alpha, this one. And let's put Alex Dobinka to show you something interesting which this method does. Get false. This is because this method checks to see if we have alphabetical letters, and we don't have only alphabetical letters here, we also have a space, and because of that we get false in the console. But if I put that together without the space, and now if I run this, you get true, because this is an alphabetical numerical alphabetical string, because we don't have spaces. But if I put the space back, you get false. So let's comment this. This is what this does. Now let's type print, and let's type name dot count, and this is gonna count the occurrences of a specific character. Let's say that I'm gonna put here A, and now if I run this, we get 1. This is because it only found it's case sensitive, so it only searches for the lowercase a, even though we have an uppercase a also here. So this is what it is doing, is searching for the occurrences of a specific character. In this case, it's searching for a, and it found one a here, and it's returning 1. But if this will be a lowercase letter, let me uncomment it. If I run this, we have 2, because we have 1 here and 1 here. Alright, so this is what this does, this method. Let's comment this. Let's type again print, and we have name dot replace, and we have, let's say that we replace the let's say O. Let's replace it. So first we define the value which is going to be replaced, and then we're going to define the value which is going to replace the value from the value that we specify here. So I'm going to type here, let's say an L or a K, let's say. Now if I run this, have Alex, and the O is replaced with K, as you can see, and instead of O here we have K. So this is what this is doing. Let's comment this. And one very nice feature in Python is that you can type here name, and if I want to display this multiple times, I can type here times, let's say 10, and it will have, you will have the name being displayed 10 times. So now if I run this, we have Alex Dobinka 10 times, as you can see here. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to start a discussion about casting, and casting means to convert a data type to another data type. So let's say that I have the variables x equals to 5 and y equals to 3.0. Now if I print those values here, print x, print y, if I run this, we get 5 and 3.0. And to convert, let's say that I want to convert this variable y, I want to convert it to an integer. So I want only the whole part, and I don't want to have the fractional part. In that case, you need to use casting. And to use casting, we surround our variable with parentheses, and we precede the variable. So before the variable, we put the type we would like to convert our variable to. So I'm going to type here int I. So I want this y to be an integer. So now if I run this, you get 5 and 3. You don't get the fractional part. And I can go the other way around. I can surround this with parentheses. I can make this a float to make the 5 to be a float, not an integer, a whole number. So you get 5.0 and 3. So our casting works. We convert the types to another type. Now, you may be wondering, but why is this useful? When I'm going to use, let's say that we have a scenario like this, print, and we have x divided by y. And let's say that, let's see what we get in the output. We get 1.66, and I don't want to have this decimal part here. What can I do? To don't have the decimal part, we need to convert this, because this expression, so this expression here, it's a floating type. It's of type float. So this is why it has the decimal part here. And we need to surround it with parentheses and convert it into an integer. And that is going to give us back only the whole part. So now I'm going to run this code, and we get 1. So now we get only the... And another scenario where you're going to use casting is, let's say that I type here x has the value plus x. Now I can't concatenate strings and numbers. I need to convert this, so I'm going to put parentheses to a string. So I'm going to convert it to a string. I'm going to put str in front of the variable. Now if I run this, now I get x has the value 5. So this is casting. I'm going to end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time to look a little bit closer at strings, because it's good to have a good understanding before you moving further to the next chapters. It's good to have a good foundation about strings and what we can do with strings. Therefore, I'm going to delete this code because I don't need this code. So just delete it. And whenever you want to work with strings, I'm going to add the print. So I'm going to add the print to output something in the console. I'm going to put the left parenthesis, the open parenthesis, and the closing parenthesis. And within the parenthesis, I'm going to put double quotation marks, and I'm going to type learning Python. This is a string, plain text. So whatever you put between the double quotation marks, it will be treated as text. So if I run now, I'm going to see in the output learning Python. And I can put this even in single quotation marks. I can put a single quotation mark here and a single quotation mark here, and that will work fine. We'll have no errors. So if I run this, you'll also see learning Python. What I can't do is I cannot put start with a single quotation mark and end with a double quotation mark. So if I put here a double quotation mark, this will show a warning, because this is not, we can't do this. It doesn't allow us. And if I put now a single quotation mark here, this will work fine. So I'm gonna put again double quotation marks because I like it. I like more to use the double quotation marks, just my preference. Now, what I can do is I can add a space between those two words. I can add a new, between those two words, I can add a new line. So I get the learning on one line and Python on the next line. And to do that, we use a \n. So we put a backslash here, at the position where you want to have the new line, and we put \n. And as you can see, this is colored in blue, so it knows that there is a new line there. So if you run this, now you'll see learning, and on a new line we see Python. And that's this is interesting. What I can also do is I can print this in quotation marks, but if I try to put here quotation marks to have Python in quotation marks, I get an warning because it thinks that I want to close here the line. So this is why I get here an warning. But to get the quotation mark output, we put again backslash, and we put a quotation mark, and this is called the escape character. So now you will see in the output, you see in the output the quotation marks. So with the escape character, by putting the slash and the backslash and the quotation mark, you're gonna get on the output in the quotation mark Python. So you have learning Python. And there are other things that you can do with strings. Now, in addition to typing the string directly here between the parentheses, as you saw in the last video, we can create a string here by creating a variable. So I can type here text, the name of the variable, and I can put here equals, and whatever value I'm gonna type here learning Python. So learning Python. So this is gonna be the value of this variable. And what I can do now is I can output this in the console. So I can delete this text, and I'm just gonna print the text. So it's gonna output in the text. It's gonna output in the console the value which is stored in text. So now if you run this, it basically prints. It sees here that it has to get the value which is stored in text, and then it gets that value and it outputs that value learning Python in the console. Another thing that I can do with string is that I can call functions on the string, and a function is just a block of instructions grouped together which can perform a specific task. So I can do here, what I can do here is I can say text dot, and I can do, let's say, upper, and that is gonna uppercase the letters. So now if I run this, and the way I call the function is text, we put dot, and the name of the function, upper and parenthesis, closing parenthesis, the open parenthesis and closing parenthesis. So now if you run this, you're gonna see the text uppercase, because this function it's uppercasing all the letters of the text that on the variable on which is called. And we can have two functions here. You can have text.upper, and you can have another function which is gonna check if the letter are upper. So is let's say upper. So that is gonna return either true or false. So if you run this, you get true because the first function is called. So this function first is called on the text, and this function is uppercasing the letters. And then the second function is called, and this function is checking checking to see if the letters are uppercased or not. So if I call this function is upper without uppercasing the letters, without the first function. So I just call text that is upper. So now if I run this, we'll get false because we have lowercase letters in our text. Another thing that we can do is that we can get single characters from our string, and to get individual elements, to get single characters from our text variable, we need to use what is called the index, and the index of the elements of the characters from our text is starting at 0. So the letter L, if you want to get the letter L is stored at the index 0. The letter E is stored at the index 1. The letter A is stored at the index 2, and so on. So the last element is stored at the index, the size of the element minus 1. So the size of the variable, so whatever is the size minus 1. And to get the letter L, we use square brackets. So to get the letter L, we type the name of the variable, square brackets, and 0. And that is going to return L because it's stored at the index 0. So it returns L. If I put here 1, it returns A. If I put here 2, it returns A, and so on. Now, let's say that I don't know how to get the last element. I don't know, because to get the last element we have to count how many characters we have, but let's say that I don't have time for that. How can I do that? First is let's see how many elements we have in our text variable, and to get the length of the variable we type len, and we open parentheses and close in parentheses, and we type the variable text inside our len. And what this len is gonna do is gonna return the length of our text variable. So if I run this, of our text string variable, so the length is 15. And this is very useful because now I can use this length to get the last element. And how I will do that? To do that, we type here text, square brackets, and we type here len, so the length of and now for the length, I'm gonna pass as the parameter the text. And outside the parentheses of the len, I'm gonna put -1, so I'm gonna subtract 1 from that length to get the element text, so we're gonna get the size -1, so we're gonna get the last element, and that is gonna be the index 14. So we're gonna return n. So if I run this, as you can see, you get in the output the letter n. So this is a handy way of getting the last element, using the length function, passing the variable on which we want to get the length, and we subtract 1 because you know that the index is always 1 times smaller than the size of the variable. So see you in the next video. I'm gonna end this video now, so see you in the next video. Alright, so now it's time to get input from the user, and to get input from the user is very easy, but first I'm gonna delete this code because you don't need this code. And to get input from the user, we use the input function. So we type here input, and while I'm typing, IntelliJ is giving us some hints and it's saying, do you mean this input function? Yes. So press enter to fill in that for us. And we have opening parentheses and closing parentheses. And now if you run this code, now you'll see something interesting. Now it's waiting for us, so the program is not finished, but it's waiting for us to type something. So if I type here Alex, and if I press enter, now I get process finish or exit code 0, and that means that the program was terminated. Now I'm gonna close the console, and let's first give the user a hint about what needs to be done. So I'm gonna type here enter, inside the parentheses we put double pair of quotation marks, and we're gonna type the hint. So enter your name, and we put a colon here. Now if you run this, now you'll see enter your name. So now we have a hint about what we need to type. So I'm gonna type Alex, and I'm gonna press enter, and then the program is terminated. But what I can do is I can get whatever the value is the user types, I can get that value into a variable, and then I can display that to the user. So I can type here, let's say name equals, and whatever is passed here as the input is going to be stored in the variable name. So I can say here, I can add another print here, and I can say hello, let's put in double quotation marks, hello, and plus the name of the person, the name that was typed by the person. Let's put also plus double plus. We're going to contain some string here. I'm going to put an exclamation mark here, and I'm going to say, and let's now run the code. So if you run this, you see enter your name, and I'm going to type here Alex. Now if I press enter, now that text is going to be stored in the variable name, so in the variable that we define above, and then it's going to be displayed down. So it's going to say hello and the name of the person. So if I press enter now, get hello Alex. So we get hello Alex displayed. So it uses our input, that the input that we typed from the keyboard. And this is very, very powerful. And I can add another print. I can add another input here to get some, so to get other data from the user. So I can type here age equals input, and I'm gonna say, also gonna add a hint to say to the user what to do. So I'm gonna say here enter your age, and here we're gonna say hello Alex, your age is, and the age. I'm gonna put plus, but now we need to convert this to a string, otherwise it will throw an error. So we need to put here plus str, the function that we talked about, and we type here age. So we did this in order to be able to concatenate this this integer, to convert it to a string, and then to add it to our text. Otherwise it will throw an error. So now if you run this, you get enter your name. So I'm going to type here Alex. Then we get enter your age. Let's put a colon here to make it more beautiful. So let's run it again. Stop and rerun. So I'm going to type here Alex. Press enter. Now enter your age, 23. Now saying hello Alex, your age is 23. And this is very, very interesting. It's very beautiful. And this is how you can get input from the user, and you can get more input. You can get all kind of data from the user, and you can do then you can display that data, or you can store it in some variables to do something later, and so on. So this is our discussion about how to get input from the user, and see you in the next video. I'm gonna close the console. Back. Now it's time to start a discussion about slicing. And slicing means to create a substring by extracting elements from another string. And we slice our string using the indexing operator, 2 square brackets, or by using the slice function. And we're going to cover both in this video. And whenever you slice a string, you need to pass 3 optional arguments: the start, the stop, and step. And let's create a variable name. It's going to be equal to my name, to Alex Dobinka. Then I'll add a print here, and I'll type name. Let's get the letter E, and to get the letter E you need to use the index, and the index starts at 0, therefore the E is at the index 2. So if I run this, you get E being output in the console. Now let's say that I want to get a portion of this string. I want to get this part. To get that, we need to type here, I'm going to create a variable first name. It's going to be equal to name square brackets 0, so we get everything starting at 0 and ending at the index of where this portion of string ends. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So let's put here 3. And if I run this, you get nothing because I forgot to add a print here, first name. So if I run this, you get Ale. This is because the starting index is inclusive, so it will include the first letter, but the stop argument is exclusive, so it will not include the last letter. So I need to put here a 4. So if I run this now, get Alex being out in console. So everything is fine. And if I leave this empty, Python will assume that this is a 0. So if I run this, we get the same output in the console. Now let's create last name, a variable, and it's going to be equal to name square brackets, And if x was at the index 3, then the space is at the index 4. Let's start with 5. Let's put 5. And a is at the index 12, I think. So let's put 12. So now if I run this, nothing, because we need to output that. So I'm going to add print last name. So if I run this, we get Dobinka being output in the console. And similar to what we have above, we can leave this empty, and this Python will assume that this is you want to get everything starting at the index 5 and ending at the index where our string ends. So if I run this, we get the same output on the console. Everything works fine. Alright, let's create another variable down here. Let's call it funny name, and it's gonna be equal to name. And now we're gonna use the start, so let's put here 0, the stop 12 to get the entire string, and now yes, let's put the step. And step is how much you want to increment the index between our starting and our stopping arguments, and by default is 1. So if I run this, let me go down here, I'll add a print line, funny name. Now if I run this, we get Alex, we get Dobinka, and then get Alex Dobinka being output, which comes from this line of code. Now I can change this to 2, so it will count every 2. So every at each count, it will count the second element. So if I put that and if I run this code, we get AE and get OEC. So it will count 2. So it will include the first element, then the second element, which is E, so on. So if I put 3 here, and we get Axon. And if I leave this empty and this also empty, this will still work to get the everything starting at the index 0 until the end of our string for the second argument, for the stop argument. And it will count 3. So if I put here 1, get Alex Dobinka, that is default. So if I run this, get Alex Dobinka now, so without putting 1 there, because 1 is by default. Now let's create a reversed name to see how we can reverse a name. And to reverse a name, I'm going to type here name, square brackets, I'm going to put colon, so we can put here 0 and 12, but this is implicit. You don't need to put this. Python will assume that is what we want to have there. And I'm gonna put -1, and now we have a reverse string. So I'll add down here. I'll go down here. I'll add a print, and I'll type reversed name. So now if I run this, we get the name being reversed. Alright, I'm gonna delete this code because we're gonna look at the slice function. So I'm gonna type here first website 1, and it's gonna be equal to http://google.com, and website 2 is gonna be equal to http:// let's say amazon.com. Now to use the slice function, I'm gonna type here slice, and I'm gonna put equal to slice parentheses, and here we will need to pass also the start, the stop, and the step, but they are separated by comma. So let's say that I want to extract the name from those URLs. To get the name, we first need to slice our string, and I'm gonna start the slicing at 1. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're gonna put 7, and now let's say that I want to get the now I need to pass the end or the stop, and to account for various websites, because various sites will have different size, we cannot put here the same positive number because this will vary. But we can go we can use negative numbers to count backwards, and to to use the negative number, our string, our characters also have a positive index and a negative index, and the negative index starts at -1. So this is at -1, this is a -2, this is at the -3, and this is at -4. So I'm gonna put here -4 to get the name, so you don't get this part and this part.com. Now I'll go down here, I will add a print, and I will type here website, square brackets, slice. And now if I run this, we get Amazon, so everything works fine. Alright, I will end this video here, and I'll see you in the next. Now it's time to start a discussion about if statements, but first I'm going to create a new file, so I'm going to click on the left hand side on project, make sure that hello world folder is selected, right click on the hello world folder, go to new, and you select a Python file. I'm going to call this file up. Now I'm going to hide the project pane because I don't need the project pane, and also going to close the challenge file because I don't need that file. Now, what is an if statement? An if statement is used when you want to control the flow of the program. And what is the flow of the program? The flow of the program is how your code is usually executed, and usually your code by default is executed from top to bottom, so every line of the code is executed one by one. But with an if statement, what you can do is you can impose a condition, and only if that condition is true, you can execute a particular section of code. Otherwise, you can omit that particular section of code, or you can execute another particular section of code. So with if statements, you can make the computer to decide when to execute a particular section of code and when to ignore that particular section of code. So let's see how we can use an if statement. And first I'm going to create a variable here called age, and I'm going to get the input from the user, but I'm going to convert this age into an int, because by default you know that the input method, the input function is going to return only a string. It will treat whatever we type as string, so you need to convert first that into an int. So I'm going to put int parentheses, and then I'm going to type input, and I'm going to type here enter your age. Next, now to use an if statement, we go down here and we type if, so the if keyword, and now I'm going to check if age, and now the condition, if age is greater than or equal to, let's say 18, only then and only then output something in the console. So we put colon, and now we need to, if I press enter, it move to the next line, and it also indented the next line by 4 spaces. And Python is using indentation to indicate when a new block of code is created. So if I type here print, and I'm gonna output in the console you are eligible to vote. If I add another print here, please enter X in the ballot. As you can see, the second line of code, please enter the X in the ballot, is indented with the same space like the first line, because all the lines of code which are coming below of this column that we have here are gonna be executed in this, they're gonna be grouped together in the same block of code. And as you can see on the left hand side here, we have this gray outline, and if you click on this minus, it will collapse the line of code which is part of the if statement. So as you can see, it collapses all of that, because that is part of the if statement, is the block of code of the if statement. So if the if statement is true, so if the condition is true, then it will execute the block of code which is and the Python, as I said, is using indentation to create a new, and to indicate that a new block of code is executed. Now if I want to go outside the block of code of the if, now let's say that I'm gonna put an else part. So if the condition is false, so I'm gonna put backspace, so go at the start of the you go at the start and we type here else and we put colon, and now when I press enter again it moved to the next line and it indented the line by the 4 spaces. So now I can type here print let's say you can't vote, please come in, and here I'm gonna type plus, I'm gonna type str to convert into a string. So I'm gonna type here now an int. So actually I'm gonna type here age. Actually I'm gonna type here 18 minus age. Now if I run this, look what happens. First it's asking me for age, and I'm gonna type here, let's say 18. I'm gonna press enter, and now it says you are eligible to vote, please enter X in the ballot. So now when the program executed this line of code, it evaluated the condition, which is age, and that is an expression. It returns either true or false. So it evaluated that condition if age is greater than or equal to 18 to true, and the block of code after the colon, so the block of code indicated by the indentation here is that we have those line of code, the print you are eligible to vote and please enter X in the ballot. So if I add another print line here, as you can see, it's added at the same level like the previous line. So all the code, all this code is going to be executed together, because I'm going to type here let's say something, not something specific. So now if I run this and I'm gonna type 18 again, I'm gonna type 18, it says you are eligible to vote, please enter X in the ballot and something. So the code which comes after the colon, which is indented by 4 spaces, this code is all part of the if part. So if the if statement, this code belongs to the if. So if this condition is true, all that code is going to be executed. Else, so now if I run this code again, let's say, and I'm going to put here 9, so you're not eligible to vote. Now if I press enter, it executed the else part. So it's saying, hey, if because you're not eligible to vote, you can't vote, please come in 9 years. So now the else part was executed, because the if part was evaluated to false. We enter a value which is less than 18, so that condition fails, and the block of code, which is just a few print statements, is not executed, and it's executing the block of code of the else. And as you can see, the else also indented the line of code, indented the code by 4 spaces. This is indicative that that code is part of the else. So if I add another print here, as you can see, when I press enter, it immediately put this code on the next line. So if I put here a print, as you can see, this is also indented by 4 spaces, and we have this minus, which we can use to collapse the code. So if I press this, you can collapse the code here, and you can collapse the code also here. Now if I delete this, and this is the if statement. Now as you can see, when I press backspace, it goes at the beginning of the line of code. So in the next video, I'm gonna look at the else if. So how we can evaluate more conditions, not just the if and the else. So we can add another condition here, like else if. Now it's time to see how we can use the elif or the else if statement in our code. And for that, I'm gonna delete our variable that we define here, and I'm gonna create another variable called score. So I'm gonna type here score, and I'm gonna put a value of 100 to it. Now we need to change this code because we don't have the variable age created. So I'm gonna type here score. If the score is greater or equal to 100, let's say. Now I'm gonna change the block, the body of the if. So I'm gonna change this to say something like you are at the next level, let's say. So it's gonna say you are at the second level. Now to use an elif, we go between our if and our else. I'm gonna press enter now. I'm gonna press backspace to go at the beginning, and to type here if, and we have a suggestion. We choose the first one, and now we check for another condition here. And here I'm going to type if score, let's say, is greater than 50. Let's say we're gonna say that you are at the. I'm gonna add a print here, and notice when I press enter after the colon, so we put elif score greater than 50, then we put colon and the code that we want to have to be executed if this condition is true. So when I press enter, IntelliJ is helping us and it indenting the line for us, and now I'm gonna type the code that is gonna be executed if this condition is true. So I'm gonna add a print here, which is gonna say you are still at the same level. Let's add another print here, print line, keep trying. Let's say never give up. Now, so now we're checking for our second condition. If now I change this, let's say to, let's say that I'm gonna check here, let's say if score is greater than 90, the first condition is gonna fail. But let's first let 100 here, and let's run our code to see what we have in the output. And now let's change this also, because now we don't have the variable a. So I'm gonna print here. We're gonna say you are playing the game. So let's say that the else execute if we didn't go to the next level. And now let's run our code. So now we get you are at the second level. So this if part evaluates to true, and the code in the of the block of the if is executed. Now let's say that I change this condition now to, let's say, 60. Now what is going to happen is that it's going to execute the elif part. So now if I run this, it's going to say you're still at the same level, keep trying, never give up. So now this condition evaluates to true, and it's executing the code inside of the elif statement, the block of the elif, which is this one that we have here. So this is how we can use the elif to check for more than one condition. In the next video, we're gonna look at how we can combine multiple conditions together, which are gonna be evaluated to a single value, either true or false. This is what we're gonna do in the next video, and see you in the next video, because I'm gonna end the video now. But before I end the video, let's first show you when the else part is gonna be executed. So the else part is gonna be executed if both our if and our else if fail. So if I put here -1, and now if I run this code, because now both condition fail, both condition evaluate to false. So this condition, if score is greater than or equal to 100, failed. The else if score is greater than 50, failed, and you executed the else part. So you get you are playing the game. And if I put it here, let's say 20, it will still fail, because both condition, now the first condition, the second condition, are gonna fail, and implicitly the code, the block of code of that is part of them is gonna be also ignored. So if you run this, now it will still say you are playing the game. But if I change this to 70, let's say, and if I run the code now, get the second condition evaluates to true, the score is greater than 50, and it's greater than 50, we have 70. We get you are still at the same level, keep trying, never give up. So now this part, the else if part, the elif evaluates to true, and it's executed. So I thought that's a good idea to make this clear. So see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can combine multiple expressions, and we're gonna see how together those expressions can return either true or false. And first we're gonna look at the logical AND operator, but first I'm gonna create another variable called it's active, and it's gonna be a Boolean variable. So I'm gonna type here it's active equals true. Now first we're gonna look at the logical AND operator. And to use the logical AND operator, we go at the end of our first condition, and we type here AND. So this is the logical AND operator. Now I'm going to check for the second condition, if the user is active. So if it's active equals to true. So this is what we are checking now. So you first check to see if the score is greater or equal to 100, and if our variable is active, it's equal to true, and it's equal to true because it has a value of true. So this entire expression is going to return true because here we're using the logical AND operator. That entire expression is going to return true if both conditions evaluate to true. So if score is greater than or equal to 100, evaluates to true, and if it's active, it's equal to true. Only then it will evaluate the entire expression to true. So now if I run this code, you'll see you see you're still at the same level. Keep trying, never give up, because for this condition to be true, for the entire condition that we have here to be true, in order to be true, both conditions, the score greater than equal to 100 needs to be true, and if it's active, it has to be equal to true. And in our case, the score is not greater than 100, and this is why you get executed the else part, because this condition failed and in the entire expression returned false. But if I change this to 100, now if I run this, you are at the second level. So now it works because the first condition, if the score is greater than equal to 100, evaluates to true, because our score is not greater than 100, but is greater than equal, or is greater or equal to 100. So it's equal to 100, then it evaluates to true, because here we're checking to see if the score is greater than equal, or greater or equal to 100. And it's active, it's equal to true, and that is correct because it's active, has a value of true. But if you hover over here, it says that you can reformat the line, and what I think is saying, let me hover over here, let's see what suggestion we have. Reformat the file, it says. Let's click on that. Nothing happened. But what we can do here is, instead of checking for is active equal to true, so this is the equal to operator, which checks to see if what we have on the left it's equal to what we have on the right. This is what this equal to operator is doing. It's checking to see if the operand on the left and it's equal to the operand on the right. And in this case they are equal because this active has a value of true, and we are checking to see if it's equal to true. But we can write this in a shorter way. So we can type here only if is active, and this it will check to see if active has a value of true or if it has a value of false. This is what it's gonna do, and this is a shorter way of writing what we had previously. And this is the logical AND operator, and in the logical AND operator, both conditions on the left and the condition on the right have to be true in order for the entire expression to evaluate to true. Now let's look at the logical OR operator, and the logical operator will return true. The entire expression will return true if at least one of the conditions evaluates to true. So in this case, if I change this to, let's say, 60, and this condition, the first condition, fails, because now you're using the logical OR operator, because our second condition, it's active, it's true, so this is will evaluate to true. It will the entire expression is gonna return true. So now if I run this code, you're gonna see the same output. You are at the second level. So this is how you can use the logical OR operator. And there is another operator called the logical NOT operator, but we're gonna look at that in the next video. So this is how you can use the logical AND and the logical OR operator. With the logical AND operator, both conditions have to be true in order for the entire expression to be true. With the logical OR operator, if one of the condition is true, the entire expression is going to return true. So now if I change this to false, now if I run this, because now none of the conditions were true, this condition, we get you are still at the same level. So we get executed this condition because this condition evaluates now to true. So this is how we can use the logical AND and the logical OR operator to combine multiple expressions. An expression is something which returns a value. In our case, this expression that we have here returns true or false. This expression that we have here returns true or false. So with the logical AND operator, you're gonna get true for the entire expression if both conditions on the left and on the right are true. And with the logical OR operator, if one of the condition is true, the entire expression is going to be true. But if both conditions are false, then the entire expression is going to evaluate to false. So this is how we can use the logical AND and the logical OR operator. Actually, I'm going to show you how to use also the logical NOT operator. So to use the logical NOT operator, we type here AND NOT, it's active. So now what the logical AND NOT will do is will switch whatever is the value of the expression on the right from true to false, and if it's false, it will change it from false to true, and vice versa. So if I now here I have false and I have 60. So though both conditions here should evaluate to false, but because now here we are using the logical NOT operator, which basically what is doing is switching the value of the expression from false, it will switch to true. So this will have true, and because we are using the logical AND operator, the entire expression will evaluate to false. So now if I run this, you are still at the same level. Keep trying, never give up. Now let's see how we can use the logical OR NOT operator. So instead of AND here, let's change it to OR. So now you have the logical OR NOT operator, and because we are using the logical OR NOT operator, now if at least one of the condition evaluates to true, all the expression will return true, and it will execute the block of the code. And now again, the logical OR and the NOT operator is switching the value of the variable. So if previously when we had the logical AND operator and we have 60, so this was false, this was also true, because you're using the logical AND operator, because both have to be true. The entire expression returns false, and if you run this code, you are still at the same level. Keep trying, never give up, because it executed this line, this block of code of the elif statement. With the logical OR NOT operator, what you can do is, because the value of its active is false, but with the logical OR NOT operator, because the NOT operator is switching the value of the Boolean type from false to true and from true to false. In this case, it's going to switch the value from false to true. And because you're using the logical OR NOT operator, it will if this condition will be converted to true, the entire expression is going to return true. So if I run now this, you'll see that you are at the second level, it's going to say. So you are at the second level, and because now we are using the logical OR NOT operator, even though this is false, this was switched to true because we're using the NOT operator, and because we're using it in combination with the OR operator. If one of the expressions evaluates to true, which this one was converted to true, the entire expression returned true, and we got in the output, you are at the second level. So this is how we can use the logical AND NOT operator and the logical OR NOT operator. And in the next video, we're gonna look at more closely at the greater than or equal to operator, the less or equal operator, because we didn't cover that to have a good understanding of how and when to use them and how they work together and so on. So see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about loops. And loops are usually used when you want to execute a line of code or multiple lines of code repeatedly. and gonna look at the first loop, and that is the for loop in this video. Therefore, I'm gonna delete this code because I don't need this code. Now, to use a for loop, you just type, I'm gonna type it here, for. So this is the syntax, for, and here you're gonna type, let's say, letter, because with loops you can loop through a list of elements, you can loop through characters of a string, and you can loop through a range. You're gonna see how we can do all of this. So we can say here for letter in, and here we can type let's say learning, let's put in quotation marks, learning Python. So we're saying for letter in learning Python, put colon, what we want to do for, and this variable letter can have any name you want, and this variable letter will have at each iteration, at each loop that is gonna go, it will have a different value. So here I can add a print line, and as you can see we have the indentation here added automatically, and here we're gonna type print the letter. So we're gonna print the letter at each iteration. So we're gonna have L, A, R, in, and so on. So now if I run this code, as you can see we have our letters displayed one after another, and this is very interesting. Now we can also loop through a list. So if I type here, let's say names, and I'm gonna create a list, so I'm gonna put square brackets, and I'm gonna type here Alex, comma, Ioana, Anna, John, Steve, Maria. Now with the for loop we can loop through our names list, and we can get each element at each iteration. So I can change this now, this for loop, and I can type here for name, and again this can have the variable can have any name you wish. For name in our names list, I'm gonna add here, I'm gonna change to, we're gonna print the name. So I'm gonna type here name, closing parenthesis. So now if you run this, we'll get Alex, Ioana, Anna, John, Steve, and Maria. So we get all the names displayed one after another because we're using the for loop. And we can use the for loop to loop through a range. So I can type here for, I'm gonna type number again, number, this again could have any name you wish. For name in, and to create a range we type range parenthesis and we put n. So what we're saying now here is let's actually change the print to print the number. So what we are saying now here is loop through all the numbers from 0 to 10 not inclusive, then it's not going to be included, and display each element at each iteration. So now if I run this, as you can see we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 10 is not included. So this is how you can create a range through which you can loop. And here you can pass two elements. So you can pass here, let's say 0 and 30. And it will loop through all the elements from 0 to 30. And it's going to display the element that is stored in this variable at each iteration, which is going to be a different value. So now if I run this, look, we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on until 29, and 30 is not 30 is not included. Now what I can do, I can loop through our elements using the index of the elements. So what I can do here is I can change, let's change this from names to friends, and what I can do now here is I can change this to friend. Again, this can have any name you want. And we're gonna say in range, and here we're gonna type len. So the len is gonna give us the length of our array, length of friends. And now I'm gonna output in the console here friend. So now if you run this code, we get 0. Actually, yes, you get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5, because this is the index. What you need actually here instead of friend is to get the friends, so the array, and get here, we put square brackets, the index. So let's change this friend to index to make it more clear about what you're doing here. So we change that to index because now here we're using the len to get the size of the array, and that is going to return the index, as you saw here. This returns the index, and now we're going to use that index to get the element at that specific index. So I'm going to pass friends, square brackets, and the index. So now if you run this, you'll see that to get Alex, Ioana, Anna, John, Steve, and Maria. So we get all of our friends' names displayed in the console. And this is how we can use the for loop with the len function. Now let's see how we can use if statements in our for loop. So let's say that I want to check here. So I'm going to press enter. I'm going to check here if, let's say, friends get the index of the element. Let's say the element equals to, so the equals to operator that we looked at is equal to, let's say, John. If that is true, I'm going to put colon here, and now when I press enter, as you can see, we have another indentation, and now you are creating the block of code for the if. So we have the indentation there, and I'm going to say, if that is true, I'm going to print in the console, we found Steve. Else, so I'm going to go back here, else, I'm going to put colon, press enter, we have the line indented, then I'm going to add print line, I'm going to say Steve was not found. So now if you run this, we get Alex, and then we get Steve was not found at the first iteration, then we get Ioana, again it says Steve was not found, because it's executing the else part every time it loops, and then we get Anna, Steve not found, and then we get Steve, and it says Steve was found, and it says we found Steve, because this evaluates to true, and we get actually I should say that here we found Steve, so it says we found Steve, and this part was executed here. So this is how we can use the if with how you can use if statement with loops. One interesting thing that you can do is, if you found the Steve, it doesn't make sense to go like we do it here. As you can see here, after we found Steve, we still iterated for the next element, that way for the Maria element, but once we found Steve, what we should do is to stop the loop, to not go. Imagine that you have millions of friends names stored in your list. In that case, it will not make sense to go through all of that elements once you found your elements. So what we can do to stop the loop? To stop the loop, we use what is called a break statement. So you're gonna say here if friends.index, so if the element found at that index, at that iteration, is equal to John, we say we found this was the error, so here you should say it's equal to Steve. So that was the problem. This is why I saw the output and I was thinking that this was confusing, but I didn't saw that there is the problem. So now if you run this again, now it will be okay, and we get Steve, and we found Steve. But now I'm gonna say what I tried to say previously. So you get Steve. Steve was found, but it still ran and iterated for the next element. So it says Maria, Steve was not found, but we found Steve. So it doesn't make sense to go to the next element or by extension to the next element if you have more. So what we need to do here inside the if, let's put a tab here, what we need to do inside the if here, if we found the element, we're gonna stop the loop. We're not gonna go to the next elements to search because we already found the element. And to stop the loop, we use a break statement. So if I put here break, now when it will find the element Steve, and I'm gonna say we found Steve, we'll break the loop, we'll stop the loop using the break keyword. This is what the break keyword is doing. It's basically stopping the loop. Now, if I run this, now we get Steve, and we found Steve, and we don't get Maria, and we didn't found Steve, because once we found Steve, we stop the loop, and we exit our program. So this is how you can use the break statement with the for loops and with an if statement to basically stop the loop when it's not necessary to go for other iterations. And there is another keyword that you can use, and you heard me saying this thing keyword. And what is a keyword? What a keyword is basically a word which has a very specific name in programming and cannot be used in any other context than in the context of programming. So here we have for, we have in, we have if. All of those are keywords, and those keywords cannot be used as the name. Cannot be used as the name for variables, or the names, especially as the names for variables, because they have a specific meaning in programming. For the for keyword is used for creating a loop. So if you try to name your variable friends for, as you can see, it immediately added the for loop here. So we cannot use the for loop as the name of the variable. So this is what keywords are. They are special words which have a very specific meaning in programming, and they cannot be used in any other context than the context for which they are created. And keywords are usually they usually have a different color, and in this case they are blue. So this is how you can recognize the keyword. Now there is another keyword that you can use besides the break keyword that we have here, and that is the continue keyword. And the continue keyword can be used to skip some lines of code. And the continue keyword is used when you want to skip some lines of code. So if I say here continue, look what happens. So if I run this, we get Steve, we found Steve, and we get Maria, and get Steve was not found, because the continue it will if I add some lines of code here, let's say that I add here print again, we found Steve. Now this line of code which comes below of the continue is not going to be executed, because when you use the continue keyword, the code which comes below of the continue keyword is not reachable. It's not going to be executed. So if I run this, you're not going to see we found Steve 2 times, because this code, if you hover over, it says this code is unreachable because what is below of the continue keyword. So it will be ignored by the Python interpreter. So let's delete this. So this is how you can use the continue keyword when you want to skip some code, if you want. And this is our discussion about the for loop, the range, how you can use it with the if statements, the break keyword, and the continue keyword. And now I'm gonna end the video and see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about the while loop, but first let's look a little bit at our previous code to see how our indentation works to create new blocks of code. And we're gonna start with the for, and the for creates the first block of code, and it's the block of code is from the line 3 to line 9. So as you can see, the line 3 from line 9 is the block of code of the for, and everything which is within that block is part of the for loop. So all of this code is part of the for loop. Next, within the for loop, we have another, an if statement, and we have a line here gray out, and that is there to tell us that there we're starting a new block of code. And that block of code is part of the if statement. So whatever we put inside whatever we put at the same level of indentation as those lines of code, it will be part of the if statement, but it also gonna be part of the for statement, because the if statement is inside the block of the for loop. And the same is true about the else. Else is also creating here a block of code, as you can see, delimited by this line that we have here. So whatever if I press enter here, it goes to the next line, and it indented by 4 spaces from the line on the left that we have here. And whatever code I put here, it will be part of the else, but the else statement, it's also is inside the block of the for. So all of this code that we have here is inside the block of code of the for. So it's the block of code of the for, a better way of saying is the block of code of the for, all of this code. And it's interesting how Python uses indentation to indicate when a new block of code is created. And if you don't see these lines, just go to File, go to Settings, go to Editor, click on Appearance, and make sure that you have this Show Indented Guides checked. If that is not checked, just check that and click on Apply and OK. And you will see those lines that I have here. And I think that is true also for other editors like PyCharm. So make sure to have those lines, because in this way you can see which block of code belongs to each structure, to which block of code belongs to the for, which block of code belongs to the if, and so on. Alright, now it's time to start a discussion about the while loop. And the while loop is usually used in scenarios where you don't know for how many times you want to loop. So the while loop is used in scenarios where you don't know for how many times you want to loop, but you want to loop until a certain condition becomes false. And in those scenarios, you use the while loop. So I'm going to delete this code because I don't need this code. I'm going to create a variable I, and I'm going to assign 0 to it. Now, to create a while loop, just type while. So we type while, the keyword while, we press enter, and next we need to specify a condition. So here we're going to put our condition, and then we put colon, and as long as this condition that we're going to specify here is true, the code which is going to be indented, by 4 spaces. So whatever you put here indented by 4 spaces, all of that code is going to be executed repeatedly until the condition becomes false. So if I put here while, let's say I is less than or equal to 10, as long as this condition is true, our loop is gonna loop. So if I add a print here to print the I, but now we're missing something very important, but I'm gonna run the code as it is to illustrate the problem. So if I run this code, we get 0, and now we have what is called an infinite loop, because our loop because the I is always less than 10, because the I has a value of 0 and is always less than 10 and it's not incremented, so the value of I is not changing, so that it will have at some point 11. So for the expression to be evaluated to false, the while loop loops forever because it never evaluates to false. What we need to do is to go down here after we printed the I, and we need to type I. As you can see, this is also indented by 4 spaces, so this is going to be part of the block of the while. So we're going to put I equals to I plus 1. So now at each iteration of the while, we're going to increment the I by 1. So now if you run this, you'll see this only 10 times, and 10 is inclusive, because we put it here I less than or equal to 10. So when it's going to be 10, it will still evaluate to true, and it will output 10 in the console. Now, there is a shorter way to write what we have here, is respectively I equals to I plus 1. We can write this in a shorter way by putting here plus equals I. And this is the same code. This will have the same effect as the previous code. So now if you run this, we have a problem. Yes, it should say I plus equals 1, not I plus equals I. So that was the problem. So now we have, again, 0 to 10. We have printed in the console and everything works fine. So this code that we have now here, it's doing the same thing as the previous code was doing. So like this code. But now we're using a shorter way to write this. So we put here I plus equals 1, not I like I typed there previously. So again, how this while loop works. We first declare this variable, we assign 0 to it, then we type the while keyword, so the while loop, and it specify our condition. We're gonna say while I is less than equal to 10, so as long as our I is less than equal to 10, execute this code which comes after the colon. So everything that is indented by 4 spaces here is gonna be part of the while loop and is gonna be executed. In this case, we print I and we increment I by 1. And the first, at the first iteration, I, as you can see, is 0. Then it's incremented by 1 and I is going to be 1. Then when it will loop again, it will check the condition. I is going to be less than 10 because I is going to be 1. And it's going to output 1 in the console. Then it will increment I by 1. So now it's going to be 2. It will loop again and it will check to see if I is less than 10 and I is less than 10 because now we have 2 less than equal to 10, so this will evaluate to true and so on until we reach 10. When we reach when we reach 9, it will output 9 in the console. It will increment 9 by 1 and it will check to see if I respectively 10 is less than or equal to 10, and it's true. 10 is less than equal to 10, then it will loop, it will print I, so you have 10, and then it will increment I again, and now I is gonna be 11, and now it will check to see if I is less than equal to 10, but now I is 11, and that is gonna evaluate to false, and the loop is gonna stop. So this is very important to make sure that the condition at some point evaluates to false, because if you don't do that, like you saw, you will have an infinite loop, so your loop will run forever. It will never stop. And there is another way to write this with using the logical NOT operator. But now we're using the logical NOT operator using the exclamation mark. So what we can say here is while I is not equal to 10. So and to do that, to put an exclamation mark and equal. And what you're saying here, while I is not equal to 10, print I and increment I. So now if you run this, you'll have the same, you'll not have the same output. You'll have 9 and 10 is not inclusive, because here now you're checking to see if I is not equal to 10. So when it will be equal to 10, this will evaluate to false and it will not execute the code inside the while. So it will not output in the console 10. This is why I don't have 10 here. So this is another way of writing a condition using the exclamation mark and the equal. And you can the logical NOT operator using this exclamation mark can be put before any expression to change the value from true to false and from false to true. And I'm going to show you how to do that in a separate video if there is confusion about this. So I'm going to end this video now and see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about functions. So what is the function? A function is a bunch of lines of code which are grouped together and which can do a specific task. And we create those bunch of lines which are grouped together because we want to have our code divided into chunks of code which can be called in specific scenarios. And to create a function, we go up here and we type def. This is the keyword for creating a function, so we type def. So now we're saying to the Python interpreter that I'm going to create a function. Next, we need to give a name to our function, and usually the name of the function is in lowercase letters, and if it has multiple words, every word is separated by underscore. So I'm going to call this function say hello or say hi. So I'm going to say underscore hi or say hello, let's say. So this is now we have the def keyword, we have the name of the function. Next, we're going to put opening parentheses and closing parentheses, because this is part of the syntax. So like the rules that you need to respect in a specific language, the same is here. You need to specify the parentheses, because there is another reason for using parentheses here, and that is that function can take input. So here you can define a parameter which can take a value when we call the function later, but we're going to see how to do that later. Now we put opening parentheses and closing parentheses, and next we put a colon. So now we are defining, now we are creating the body of the function, so the lines of code which are gonna be part of this function. So when I press enter, it go to the next line and also indented the line 2 for us, and that happens because now whatever I type here is going to be part of the function say hello. So this is going to be the part of the body of the function say hello, and as you can see on the left hand side, we have indented by 4 spaces, and we have this thing to collapse the code. Now I'm going to say here hello. This is what our function is going to say. Now I'm going to press enter and backspace to go at the start. Now if we run our code, nothing happens. Nothing happens because in order for our function to work, we need to call our function in our code, because at the moment we only declared the function. The function is not used in our code. And to use the function, we type here down outside the body of the function, so outside of the block of code of the function. Press enter, backspace, and we type here say hello. And while I'm typing, IntelliJ has given us some suggestion. I say, do you mean this say hello function? And I'm going to press enter to say yes, that function. And now if you run this code, now we get hello. So now it's saying hello. And if you hover over, it says that you can reformat the line. So reformat the line, see, because it's good to have a few spaces, 2 spaces actually, between the declaration of the function and when you actually call the function, when you actually use the function in your code. Now, as I said, inside the parentheses we can define parameters which can take a value when we call the function later. And in this case, it will be nice to have here a parameter which is gonna receive a value which can be something from the input. So we're gonna type ourselves a name, and it's gonna say hello and the name of the person. So I'm gonna put hello here plus, and and now I'm gonna define here a variable, and I'm gonna type name. So I'm gonna type name, and this is gonna be now the parameter of the function say hello. So whenever you call the function say hello, you need to provide a value for this variable that you defined here. So now if I hover over here, it says parameter name unfilled. So it's saying, hey, you declare the variable on line 1, and you declare a parameter on line 1, and now you need to provide the value for that variable. You need to specify a value, an actual value. And here it's going to say hello plus and the name of the person. So now here inside the parentheses, now we provide the actual value for that variable, for that parameter name. And this is called an argument, when we provide the actual value for the variable that is defined here. So now if I run this, you get hello Alex, and you can call the function again here, say hello, and you can provide another name. So this is why functions are inherently very powerful. I can say here Maria, and now our function first is gonna run the first time when it's called. So what the Python interpreter is doing is seeing that here we are calling this say hello function, is going to the declaration of the function, is seeing that the function has a parameter name, and for the parameter name we provide the value say hello, and then it's going to execute the code, the block of code of the function. And in this case is only a simple line of code which says hello and the name of the person. But in a real app, or as you will see when we're going to look at the return statement, you can have multiple lines of code here, and all of those lines of code are going to be part of the say hello function. Now let's press Ctrl Z to undo what I did. Now, when as I said, this the first time when you call the function say hello, it says hello Alex, and the second time when you call the say hello function, it says hello Maria. So our function is called 2 times, and the first and the second time it's executing the code that we provided inside the function. And we can call the function again, and we can say here John, and it's gonna say hello Alex, hello Maria, and hello John, because now the function is executed 3 times. One time when you pass the value for the parameter Alex, and then you pass the value for the parameter Maria and John. And this is very powerful, because in this way you can divide your code into reusable chunks of code which can be called, and in this case if you have parameters, can be called with different values, and it can do different tasks, and you can call the functions, and if you use the function with the if statements, you can call the function if a condition is true, or if it's not true, and so on. So this is our discussion about function, and in the next video we're gonna look at how you can use the return statement with function and with functions. Now it's time to start a discussion about the return keyword or the return statement with functions, because so far in our videos and our discussion more particularly about functions, we saw how we can make functions to do stuff, in our case to display some message in the console, but sometimes you will want your function to return something like the mathematical result of a calculation, and in that case you need to use the return keyword or the return statement. And to illustrate how we can use the return keyword or the return statement to function, I'm going to create another function up here. So I'm going to type def, and I'm going to push this code down here, and I'm going to type def, the name of the function. The function is going to be called getMax. Next I'm going to put opening parentheses and closing parentheses, and now I'm going to define 2 parameters for this function, num1, comma, and num2. Then I'm going to put colon, and now the body of the function, the code that is going to be part of this function. So first I'm going to type here if num1 is greater than num2, so if the parameter num1 and the value that is passed to the parameter num1 is greater than num2, I'm going to put colon, and I'm going to return, this is the keyword, return. So while I'm typing, you see that you have a suggestion. So the return keyword, num1, because num1 is the bigger one. Then if that is not the case, I'm going to press enter. So we go at the start of, so you now are inside the function. So we type here else, so the else part. Then if that is not the case, so if that condition is false, that means that the num2 is bigger. So I'm going to type here return num2. And this logic is okay. So now if I go down here and I type getMax, now while I'm typing you see that we have a suggestion, and we have the F, which stands for function, and we have as you can see getMax, and we have 2 parameters, num1 and num2. So we need to provide some values for those arguments. So we need to provide some arguments. So I'm going to press enter. Now I'm going to type here 10, the first parameter, and 20 for the second parameter, as you can see by this thing here. Now if you run this code, you'll get in the output hello Alex, hello Maria, hello John. So this is the output from our first function, say hello, but you don't get our number. Why? This is because this function now, if I press shift control P on in this, actually it's not showing, but this function now it's doing the logic of determining which number is bigger, and it returns that number, but you need to capture that number in a variable and then display it in the console. This is why you see nothing in the console. So I'm going to type here max, a variable. We're going to declare another variable. It's going to be equal to getMax, because this function is going to give back the bigger number, and you're going to store that number in the variable max, and then you're going to add a print here to output that number in the console. So now if you run this code, now you'll see correctly the bigger number, which is 20, and you can change, you can try this with different arguments. So if I type here 100, now if you run this, we get 100. So, or we can put here 1000, and now if you run this code, you'll get 1000. So our logic that we define in our getMax function works fine. One important thing to say here is that if you put a line of code after the return keyword, that line of code is going to be unreachable, and that means that it's not going to be executed. So if I put here a print statement and I type something, this can be anything you want, or this can be any line of code you want, but I'm going to put just a print, you can see that this is now in this color, and if you hover over, it says the code is unreachable. So what it's saying in other words is that whatever line of code you put after you returned something from a function, so whatever, so if you are after you add something after the return statement or the return keyword, when you do that, the code is going to be stopped there, and none of the lines of code which come below of the return statement are going to be executed. So this is good to have in mind, because you can use the return statement in a loop. So you can have a while loop, and you saw when I talked about the continue and break keywords, that with the break keyword you can stop the loop. And in the same, in a similar way, or the exact, not actually the exact way, but in a similar way, with the return keyword, if you are in a loop and you return from that loop, and you can just type return without a variable, and here you can put just a return. The code is going to still be unreachable. And this is how you're going to see the return keyword actually used when you want to break from a loop. So if you put this return keyword in a loop, that is going to stop the loop right there, and it's not going to execute any line of code from that point. So this is good to have this in mind. And this is our discussion about the return statement, and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can provide values for our function parameters, and for that I'm going to use the getMax function. Now, whenever you want to provide the default values for a function parameter, you go at the end of the name of the parameter that you want to provide a value, we put equals, and we assign, let's say, 10. Now we need to also provide a value for our num2 variable, and I'm going to put equals here, and I'm going to put 50. Now, whenever you use the getMax function, if you don't provide values for num1 and num2, the default values are going to be used. So now if I delete 10 and 20, we don't get an warning, because now it's going to use the default values that we provided. So now if you run this code, we get 50. So it's using our default values. One important thing is that if you put spaces between num1 and the value that you assign, so a space between the equals, and if you do the same here, you'll get some underlines, as you can see now. And if you hover over, it says unexpected spaces around keyword parameter equals. So what it's saying is that you should type your default values, you should assign default values for your parameters without spaces, so you should not have spaces here. Another thing interesting thing that you can do is that you can use the named arguments to pass values in a different order than the order that we define the parameters. So now if I want to provide the value here, now this value is going to be provided for num1, but what I can do is I can go here and I can type the name of the variable, and while I'm typing, you see that we have this parameter num1 and num2, and we can choose num2, and we can assign a value only for num2 now, and now it's going num2 is going to have the value 20. Let's put another value here, 100, and num1 is going to have the default value. So now if you run this, we get 100, because now by using the named argument num2, we pass the value only for the num2 variable, and we can put a comma and can pass now a value for num1. So now we're passing values to our variables in a different order than the order in which they are defined here. So now if you run this, you'll get 200 in the output, so we get 200. And this is very interesting that you can do this, and I think I'm going to end this video now, and see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to start a discussion about keyword arguments. In Python, keyword arguments are a way to pass arguments to a function using the name of the parameter. This allows you to explicitly specify which parameters you are providing values for, rather than relying on the order in which arguments are passed. Keyword arguments makes the function more readable and can help prevent errors, especially when a function has many parameters or some parameters are optional. So I'm going to type here def, I'm going to create a function, I'm going to call it greet, and it's going to have a parameter called name, and another parameter greeting, and I'm going to assign a default value to hello. I'm gonna put colon, and I'll press enter, and here I'll type print greeting plus name. Now if I call this, I'm gonna go down here and I can type here greet. Now I can type here a value for name, let's say Alex. Now if I run this, get hello Alex, so everything works fine. But if I want to pass a value for the greeting, I can type here greeting equals to hello. So now if I run this, let me pass a value also for the name, Alex, also Alex. So if I run this, get hello Alex. So this is how you can use keyword arguments, and you can define values for the parameters irrespective of the order in which they are defined. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video I'm gonna talk about scope, and I'm gonna create a function. It's gonna be called display name. It's not gonna take any parameters. I'm gonna type here name equals, let's say, Dobinka Alexandru. Now I'm gonna print this, print name. So if I run this, let me go down here, let's call display name. Now if I run this code, I'm gonna see Alex being displayed in the console. And this is what is called a variable which has a local scope, so it only exists inside the block of this function. It cannot be accessed outside. So if I go down here and I type print, let's say that I want to get now the value stored in name, I can't, because I have no suggestion which tells me that I can access that variable, because that variable is scoped inside that function. It cannot be accessed outside of that function. To create a variable which has global scope, which can be accessed from anywhere from your code, you need to go up here. We type name, I'm gonna put equals Alex. Now if I go down here and I type name, now as you can see that is highlighted, so it's using this variable which is defined here above, and that has global scope, and now it will work. So if I run this, get Alex being out in the console. Alright, so this is the global scope and the local scope. Local scope means that it's locally available, so it will only exist as long as that block of code exists. And globally it means that it will be accessed from anywhere from your code. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next. Now it's time to see how you can use comments. And comments are used when you want to add some information about what the code is doing, either for you when you will come later maybe to read the code and you don't remember what a particular section of code is doing, or for other developers which are gonna use your code. And comments are ignored by the Python interpreter. They're not going to be executed. So now if I run this code that I have here, this print, we get this output in the console, but with a comment. And to use the comment, we put the hashtag sign, and then after the hashtag sign, we add our comments. I'm going to say this code is doing something. That is going to be ignored by the Python interpreter. It's not going to be executed as code. That is just for us there to give us some indication about what a particular section of code is doing. So now if I run this, you don't get nothing, because that is just plain text for us, the person who wrote the code, and for the person who maybe will will read your code later. So this is how you can create a comment in Python, and I'm gonna end the video now. Back. Now it's time to look at args, and args is a parameter that will pack all arguments into a tuple, and this is useful so that a function can accept a varying amount of arguments. So not just the arguments that are defined by the function, you can pass as many as you want. So let me show you an example. Let's type here the function def, gonna be called add, and it's gonna have a parameter num1 and num2, and it's gonna return num1 plus num2. Now if I go down here and I type print add, let's put 5 and 10. Now if I run this, we get 15. But if I want to pass another value here, let's say another 10, I can't. And it says unexpected argument. And to solve this, we can delete this. We put an asterisk. This is very important. And you define a name. And this name can be anything you choose. So stuff or something. I'm going to call it args. This is the standard. And I'm gonna go here, I'll type sum, we're gonna define a variable gonna be equal to 0, then I'm gonna type for I in args, and I'll type sum plus equals I, and then we're gonna go at the end of the loop, so here, and I'll type return sum. Now if I run this, now we have 25, so we have 10 plus 10 plus 5, 25. And now I can pass as many arguments as I want. So if I run this, get 55. So this is how we can do this. But if you try to change a value from this tuple, we can't, because tuples can be changed. In order to achieve that, you need to convert your tuple to a list. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you. Welcome. In this video I'm gonna explain kwargs. In Python, kwargs is used to pass a variable number of keyword arguments to a function. It allows you to handle named arguments that you may not have defined explicitly in your function signature. This is useful when you want to write functions that can accept a flexible number of keyword arguments. And kwargs lets you pass a variable number of keyword arguments that are named, to a function. Example. Imagine you're writing a function to describe a person's details. However, you might not always know which details will be provided when the function is called. Some people may provide their name, age, and location, while others might provide name and occupation or any other combination of details. Using kwargs, you can handle this flexibility without needing to define each possible argument explicitly. So I can type here def to create a function called describe person. And to use kwargs, we put two asterisks, kwargs. And this can be whatever name you want, like args, like when we talk about args. I'm going to put colon. I'll add a print here. It's going to say person details, colon. And I'll type here for key. So kwargs is going to convert our details into dictionaries. So I'm going to use key value in kwargs dot items, colon, and I'll type print value. Now I'll go down here and I'll type describe person, and it's gonna have name, it's gonna be equal to Alice, it's gonna have an age equals to 30, and a location is gonna be equal to New York. Then I'm going to use describe person again, and I'll type name equals to Bob. It's going to have an occupation, it's going to be equal to engineer. And it's going to have also a hobby, which is going to be equal to, let's say, math. Now if I run this, we get person details. We have Alice, 30, and New York. Then we have again person details, and we have Bob, engineer, and math. So this is how you can use kwargs in Python. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about the format method. The format method allows us to have more control when displaying output. I'm gonna create a variable called name. It's gonna be equal to Alex. And a variable age which is gonna be equal to 25. I will add a print here, which is gonna say my name is plus the variable name plus and I am plus str to convert the age to a string plus years old. So if I run this, you get my name is Alex and I'm 25 years old. Now let's see how we can achieve the same thing using the format method. There's a more elegant way to do this. I'll type print my name is, and now I'm gonna use curly braces, and this acts as a placeholder for a value or for a variable. My name is, so curly braces, and I am, curly braces again, years old. Now outside the quotation marks I'm gonna put dot format, and now I'm gonna pass here what I want to insert in those placeholders. So I'm gonna pass here name, let's say Alex, and age 25. Now if I run this, we get the same output. My name is Alex and I'm 25 years old. Let's put a dot here. And you can use variables. So I can put here name, age. So if I run this, get my name is Alex and I'm 25 years old. Now, another way to insert values is using what is called a positional argument. So let's go down here. I'll add a print and it's gonna say my name is, again curly braces, and I am, curly braces, years old. Now I can type here format and I can put here name, age. Now I can use the index to get the value for this variable. So I'm going to put here 0 and 1, and that is going to get the value which is stored at the index 0, which is name, and it's going to get the value which is stored at the index 1, which is age. So now if I run this, you get my name is Alex and I'm 25 years old. This is using positional, let's type a positional argument. Now let's see how we can insert values using keyword arguments. I'm gonna comment this. I'll go down here and I'll type print my name is, curly braces, and I am, curly braces, and I'll put here dot, let's put years old, dot format, and I'll use keyword arguments now to insert the value. So I'm gonna type here name equals to John and age equals to 30. Now I can get those values using the keyword. So I can type here name and here age. If I run this, you get my name is John and I'm 30 years old. And I can also get the age here first, and then I can get the name here. So now if I run this, you get my name is 30 and I'm John years old. So this is how we can do this. And you can also use this 2 times. So I can use the keyword argument to get the value here 2 times, to get the name 2 times. I get my name is John and I am John years old. So this is how you can use this. So let's comment this. Now let's see how you can use the format method to display this in a more elegant way. So I'm gonna create a variable here text, which is gonna be equal to my name is, curly braces, and I am, curly braces, years old. What I can do is I can type here print text dot format. Now I can insert the values here. I'm gonna type name and age. So this is more elegant. So now if I run this, we get my name is Alex and I'm 25 years old. So everything works fine. Next, let's see how we can add some padding to our placeholder. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to let the variable name and I'll type print hello, my name is placeholder, or the formatting field is also called, dot format name, the value that I would like to insert. So if I run this, we get hello, my name is Alex. Now to add some padding, I'm going to comment this, but I'm going to duplicate this line of code. I'm going to comment it. And now if I go at the end of the value Alex, I can go to the cursor to the left. So there are no spaces there. But if I add spaces, so if I put here, and to add space, we put a colon inside the placeholder, inside the formatting field, and the number of spaces that we want to have, let's say 10 spaces. And now if I run this, have my name is Alex, and now if I go with the cursor here, I can go to the right 10 spaces. To make it more clear, let's put here nice to meet you. If I run this, now as you can see that you have 10 spaces and you have nice to meet you. Now let's comment this, but let's duplicate it first. So let's comment it, duplicate it. Now let's see how we can add our space to the left, or how we can add our value to the left or to the right or to the center of the padding. So to do that, I'm going to put here first the left aligned. So if I put that, I'm going to run this code. Get hello, my name is Alex, and this is left aligned now. Let's press Ctrl D. Let's align it to the right. To align it to the right, you put this. So if I run this, have now it's aligned to the right. Let's add another print. Now if you want to center your value, you need to use the caret. So I'm going to put here. Let's run this, and now as you can see, we have left aligned, right aligned, and to the center. One question that may arise is, what if I want to pass a positional argument or a keyword argument to our format field? To do that, we go before the colon and we put our positional argument or our keyword argument. So that is going to work. So this is how we do that. Next, let's see how we can format a number. So I'll delete this code. I'll create a variable called number, and it's going to be equal to pi. Then I'll add a print, which is going to say the number pi is. Let's say that I want to display only the first 2 digits of this decimal number. To do that, I'm going to type here curly braces. I'm going to put colon dot to f. F stands for floating point. Now I'm going to go here, I'll type format number. So now if I run this, we only have 3.14, so the first 2 digits. Now let me show you how you can add. Let's change this number to 1000. Let's show you how you can add a comma to this to the 1000 place. So I'm gonna type here print. I'm gonna say the number is curly braces colon and a comma. I'm gonna put dot format number. So now if you run this, you get the number is 1000 and have a comma being added here. Next, let me show you how you can display our number in binary. So I'm gonna add print. Let me press Ctrl D, and I'm gonna change this to colon B. If I run this, now it's in binary. Ctrl D again. Let's display it in octo. So let's put O. So now it's in octo. Let's press Ctrl D, and let's display it in hexadecimal, and we can put lowercase x or uppercase x. Let's put lowercase x. Now if I run this, now it's in hexadecimal, and you can also display it in scientific notation. So scientific notation. So I'm going to put Ctrl D again, and I will put an E here. and now it's going to be displayed in scientific notation. So we have this. Right, this is our discussion about the format method, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to look at some useful methods that you can use with the random model. So I'm going to type here import random, and I'll type here x equals to random dot randint, and now I need to specify a range. So the numbers that are going to be generated are going to be between this range, between 1 and 10 inclusive. So if I type here print x, if I run this, we get 1. So 1 is included. We have 10. We have 7. So it's generating a number between 1 and 10 inclusive. Now I'm going to type here a variable I is going to be equal to random dot random parenthesis, and this will generate a number with a fractional part. So I'm going to type here print y, and the number is between 0 and 1. So you have 0.99, 0.73, and 0.311. So this is what this is doing. Next, I'm going to create here a list called game, and it's going to be equal to a list. I'm going to put here rock, paper, and scissors. Then I'll go down here. I'll put a variable z is going to be equal to random dot choice. I'm going to pass game. Then I'm going to go down here. I'll type print z, and now it will generate a random element from rock, paper, and scissors. So if I run this, we get paper. If I run this again, we get again paper. If I run this again, we get rock. If I run this again paper, scissors. So our code works fine. Now let's delete this. Let's go down here and let's type here cards equal to, and I'll put here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I'm gonna put J, Queen, King, and I don't know how this is called, this an A. And if I want to shuffle this list, because now the list is ordered, I can display this list randomly. So I can type here random dot shuffle, and I'm gonna type here cards. Now if I run this, but let me go down, let's type print cards. If I run this, as you can see now they are unordered, because the shuffle, it will shuffle the list, it will make the list unordered. So if I run this again, we have something else. Alright, this is how you can use the random model. This are the useful methods that can be used with the random model, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about lists. And lists are used whenever you are dealing with a large amount of data. And lists are used because you can group a large amount of data. You can group that data in through a collection of related or unrelated elements. So you can have a list of names or a list of integers, and you store them in a single variable, and then you have access to that data in your code more easily. So this is why lists are used, because you can organize a bunch of data, and you can have access then to that data easily in your code. So let's see how we can create a list. And to create a list, I'm going to use the challenge file. I'm not going to create a new file. And to create a list, you just type the name of the variable, I'm gonna call this variable names, and I'm gonna assign a few names here. And to create a list, we use square brackets. So if you put square brackets, and inside the square brackets, we define our elements in the list separated by comma. So we're gonna have a few names here, like Alex, comma, Alexa, and they are in quotation marks because we are creating a list. Now we are creating a list of strings, so a list of names we are creating here. I'm gonna put here in quotation marks John, because if you hover over this variable names, as you can see, this variable is of type list of string. So what is saying basically here that we are having a list of strings. So we are having a list of strings of text. So now, if you want to access one of those elements, but first let's actually add a print, and let's just print the names to see what we get in the output. So we're gonna print names. So I'm gonna print the entire list. So if I run this, we get in the output Alex, Alexa, Ioana, and John. So we're getting in the output all the elements in the list. But because as I said, you group a bunch of data together, and you can have access then to that data in your code easily. And we access elements from our list using the index. So the index of our array starts at 0, and the last index is always the size of the array minus 1. So that is the last index. So we have at the index 0 Alex, at the index 1 Alexa, at the index 2 Ioana, and at the index 3 we have John. So we're having an index from 0 to 3, which has 4 elements. So this is very important to have in mind. Now, if you want to get access to one of the elements from our list, we just put the name of the list, or the name of the variable where the list is stored, and square brackets the index of the element. So if I put names 0, that is gonna return the name Alex. So if I run now this code, we get Alex. If you want to get the second element, we type the index 2 inside the square brackets, and we run our code, and we get Alexa. And if you want to get more than one element, you can put here 1 colon, and it's gonna get all the elements from 1 to the last element. So now if I run this, get Alexa, Ioana, and John. So it's getting the first, it's getting the element at the index 1, and all the elements which are coming after the index 1, respectively index 2 and index 3. We can also change elements. So I can go up here, I can type names, then I put square brackets, the element that I want to change, so element 0, so the first element, and I want to change it from Alex to Smith. So if I type here Smith, and I change this back to, I delete this to get all the elements outputted in console. Now if I run this code, you get Smith, Alexa, Ioana, and John, because now the element which is at the index 0 was replaced by the value Smith. So now we have Smith, Alexa, Ioana, and John. Now I'm gonna end this video and see you in the next video. Now with lists, we can also use negative indexes. So we can get element using the negative index. So if I want to get the last element John, to get the last element John with a negative index, we need to, and the last element of the index starts at the -1. So if I type here -1, you'll get John. And if I type -2, I'll get Ioana. And if I type -3, I'll get Alexa, and so on. So this is another way of getting elements using the negative index now, and getting now elements from the end, and it's also good to have this in mind. Now it's time to create a two-dimensional list, and for that reason I'm going to delete this code because I don't need this code. And up here I'll create a variable called numbers. I'm going to put equals to, and I'm going to create our list. I'm going to put square brackets, and now I'm going to press enter to push the right square bracket on the next line, and inside the square brackets I'm going to put another pair of square brackets, and now I'm going to define our elements here. So I'm going to put here 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to put comma, then I'm going to put another pair of square brackets for 5 and 6, comma, and then another pair of square brackets, and I'm gonna put here 7, 8, and 9. Now, what we have here is what is called a two-dimensional list, where the indexes of the list are its own list. So at the index 0 we have a list, at the index 1 we have another list, and at the index 2 we have another list. Now, let's say that I want to get an element from this list. To do that, I'm going to add a print line here. I'm going to type our list, numbers. Now, in order to get the element, let's say 9 from our list, first we need to go at the index where the array is. So the index where the array is 2. And next we need to get the index of the element where is in that array at that index. So we need to put here another pair of square brackets, and I'm going to put 2 to get the element 9. So now, if I run this code, we get 9 output in the console. Now, let's see how we can loop through this list. And to loop through this list, we need to use what is called the nested loops. So I'm going to add here a for loop. I'm going to type here for elements in numbers, colon, elements should be here. And I'm going to add another for loop here for numbers in elements, and I'm gonna add now a print here, which is gonna say which is gonna output, and here it should be number, not numbers. Let's change this to number. So now if you run this, you'll see our elements output in the console. So you get all our elements output in the console. So this is how you can create a two-dimensional list, and here you can put other types of data. Here you can put strings, here you can put booleans, you can put whatever data you wish. You can even put here class objects, but we're going to see what those are in the next section. So see you in the next video. I'm going to end the video now. Now it's time to see how you can use tuples. And a tuple in Python is just a structure which can be used to store data. So I'm going to delete this code. I'm going to create another variable called coordinates. Now, to create a tuple, we put opening parentheses and closing parentheses, and inside the opening parentheses and closing parentheses, we define our elements. So I'm going to put here, let's say, 5 and 10. This represents the x coordinate, and this is the y coordinate. Now, if I want to print one of the values from the tuple, I can just type here print, I can type coordinates, and I can use the index. And tuples also start at the index 0, like the lists. So we put 0, so now if you run this, we get 5. One important thing about tuples is that once you create a tuple, you cannot change it. Tuples are what is called immutable, and that means that you cannot change the value of a tuple. So if I go here and I type coordinates, and I put here 0, and I try to assign here a different value, I can't, because as you can see, the IntelliJ, it's colored this, and it tries to say tuples do not support item assignments. So tuples are going to be used in cases where you don't want to change some data after you inserted that data. So in those scenarios, you will use tuples, but most of the time you will work with list. So now I'm going to end the video and see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about tuples. And tuples are collections which are ordered and unchangeable, and they are used to group together related data. So let's say that I have a variable here, student. I'm going to put equals to, and to create a tuple, use parentheses. You put parentheses, and I'll type here Alex. And you can put all kind of related data here, and I'm going to put here age 25 and male. Now I'm going to go down here. I will type print, and I will type here students. Now the first method that you can use on this tuple is count. So I can count the occurrences of a specific thing. So I can count the occurrences of Alex. So how many times there is Alex present in this tuple. So now if I run this, we get 1 because Alex is present 1 time. I'm going to go down here. I'll type print, students. Now we're gonna get a value. I'm gonna type index, and I will get the index of value. Let's say that to get the index of male of that value. So now if I run this, we get 2 because that's at index 2. Let's delete this. So oops, actually let's just comment it. We can loop to our tuple, so I can go down here. I can type for x in students print x. Let's comment this also. Now if I run this, we get Alex 25 and male, so it prints the content of the tuple. And you can also check to see if an element is inside the tuple. I can type here if, and I can type here if Alex, and I can use the in keyword to check to see if it's in the tuple. If Alex is in the tuple students, then I'm gonna say print Alex is present. So if I run this, I'm gonna say the value being outputted from the for loop, and then we have Alex is present, so the condition is true. Alright, this is our discussion about tuples, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about dictionaries, and because of that I'm gonna delete this code because I don't need this code. Now, dictionaries are a structure in Python which can be used to store what is called key value pairs. So in a dictionary we define the key and the value corresponding to that key. And I'm gonna type here a variable called numbers, and to create a dictionary put equals, and we put curly braces. So we put curly braces, and inside the curly braces we define our key values pair. So first we need to put a key and then the actual value for that key. So I'm gonna type here the text 1, and the key can be any type of data you want. So then I'm gonna put colon, and to the key 1 is gonna correspond the value 1. To the key 2 we're gonna have the value 2, and so on. So I'm gonna speed now this a little bit, and we need to put comma between them. So we put a comma here, a comma here. So now I'm gonna speed now this a little bit. Alright, so now we have our key value pair. So we have the key, and actually I should not have spaces here. So I'm gonna press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now the code is beautifully formatted. Now, what you can't do is that you cannot have two keys which have the same value. So if I put here also 1, get an underline, you have both underline, which says dictionary contains duplicate keys. So you cannot have duplicate keys in our dictionary. So I'm going to type here 2 again. Now, to access one of those elements, I'm going to type here print, and I'm going to type here numbers. And to get the keys, we use square brackets and the key of the value that we want to get. So if I type here 1, as you can see, while I'm typing, I have this suggestion. Do you mean this parameter key? Yes. I'm going to press enter. This parameter 1. So I'm going to press enter. Now if you run this, we'll get, because for the text 1, we have the value 1. We get 1 in the console outputted. And if I type here 7, it will be outputted 7 in the console. And there is another way to get elements. We can use the get function. So I can type here get. Also you type the key, let's say 1. And with get, we can also put a default value. So if I type here, let's say 10, and I don't provide for the key 10, we don't have a value. So if I'm gonna type here invalid key. So now if you run this, we get invalid key because it tried to get the value of 10, but 10 is not defined in our key value pairs, and it used the default value, which is invalid key. So this is how we can use dictionaries, and see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about sets. And sets are collections which are unordered and unindexed, and they don't contain duplicate values. Let's say that I have a set called myFruits. I'm gonna create a variable equals to, and we put curly braces, and we put here apple, banana, and cherry. Now, because sets are unindexed, we can't get one element, but we can loop through this set. So I'm gonna type for fruit in my fruits colon, and I'll type print fruit. Now if I run this, we have cherry, banana, and apple. And even though apple starts first, as you can see, they are not displayed in order because a set is inherently unordered, so it will have its elements unordered. Now let's say that I want to add an element to this list. To do that, I'm going to type here myFruits dot add, and now I can add a new element. I can type here, let's say kiwi. Now if I run this, get banana, apple, cherry, and kiwi. So everything works fine. And if I put another banana here, and if I run this, that will not be displayed 2 times because they are a set doesn't allow duplicates. So I have a cherry, apple, kiwi, and banana. Now we can remove an element. So let's delete this. I can type here myFruits dot remove, and let's remove banana. Say banana. Now if I run this, we get apple, kiwi, and cherry, and banana was removed. So this is how you can remove. Let me comment this code. Let me comment this code also. Now next, let's see how we can also use myFruits.clear to get rid of all the elements from the set. So now if I run this, don't have nothing because all the elements were removed. So this is how you can do that. So let's put a hashtag to make that code a comment. Now we can next, let's see how we can add a set to another set. So I'm gonna go down here, I'll type here friend fruits, and I'm gonna create a new set, curly braces, I'll type apple, kiwi, and banana. Now let's see how we can add a set to another set. So I can type here myFruits dot update, so use the update function, and I'm gonna type friend fruits, so it's gonna add to my fruits the friend fruits. So now if I run this, you get kiwi, apples, cherry, and banana. So this is how you can do this. You can also join 2 sets together to create a new set. I can type here, let's call it so I'm gonna type here all fruits is gonna be equal to myFruits dot union, so we're gonna join those together, friend fruits. So now if I run this, we get apple, cherry, kiwi, and banana. So we get all the fruits now. So let's copy this, let's put here all fruits to see that this works. So let's run this. Alright, so get cherry, apple, kiwi, and banana. Alright, so to show you that the update is not returning a new set, I'm gonna type here, let's comment this line of code, and I'll type here all fruits equals to myFruits.update. And now as you can see, this is underlined and it says expected type collection iterable got none. So this is its way of saying that this line of code that is here is not going to return a set which is going to be stored in this all fruits variable. And if you want a new, so let's type my, if you want a new list, you need to use the union method. So I'm going to comment this. Now there is also a method to see the difference between two sets, so you can see what what fruits I have that the friend fruits doesn't have. And to do that, I'm going to type here, let's comment this, actually let me delete this, and I'll type here print, I'll type my fruits dot difference friend fruits, and now I'm going to see what fruits are in my fruits list that are not in the friends list fruits. So if I run this, you get cherry. So I have cherry in my fruits list, but the friend doesn't have cherry. Let me see now what fruits I have in the friends list that are not inside my fruits. So it's kind of hard to pronounce fruits, I don't know why. So I'm gonna type friend fruits dot difference my fruits. So let's see what the friend fruits, what fruits it has that are not present in my fruits. So if I run this, you have kiwi. Alright, let me show you now how you can use the intersection to see what fruits they have in common. So I can type here another print. I'm going to type my fruits dot intersection friend fruits. So now if I run this, we get apple and banana. So those are the fruits which are present in both my fruits and in friend fruits, apple and banana. Alright, I'm going to end this video here and I'll see you in the next.
Now it's time to see how we can handle errors using try and except block, and for that reason I'm gonna delete this code because I don't need this code. Now, often when writing code, you'll encounter code which can potentially throw an error, and when that happens you can do two things. The first thing is that you can allow that error to be thrown, and that is gonna crash your entire program. Or secondly, you can put the potential code that can throw an error inside the block of a try, and you can say to the computer, hey, try to execute this piece of code, and if something happens, then catch the error. Don't let that error to crash the entire program. And we're gonna see how you can use try and except block in this video. And for that I'm gonna create purposely an error. So I'll go up here, I'll create a variable called number because we're gonna get some input from the user, because we'll generate an error. And here I'm gonna convert whatever the user types into an integer, because by default what the input function is gonna get is gonna be treated as text. So I'm gonna type input and I'm gonna say enter a number. Now if I run this code, it says enter a number. I'm gonna pass here 23, I'm gonna press enter, and we get process finish with x equals 0. And that basically means that our program finished with no errors. Now if you run this code again, and instead of a number I will type here ABC and I will press enter, now we get what is called an exception. Now we get the error, because now instead of passing a number we passed some string, some text to the input function, and when this int function try to convert that text into a number, so it tried to convert ABC into a number, it can't, and because of that it throws this error, and this kind of error, as I said, can crash your entire program. So what we can do? What we can do is that we can put this code which can generate the error inside the block of a try. So I can type here try. So you say, hey, try to execute this code. So I'm gonna add this code at that level of indentation. So I'm gonna add the code there. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go at the start. I'm gonna type except. I'm gonna put colon. I'm gonna type print. And I'm gonna say, please enter a number. So now what we're doing here is that we're saying, hey, try to execute this code, and if an error happens, then catch that error and show this message, please enter a number. So instead of crashing my program, catch the error and show the message, please enter a number. So now if you run this and I pass here ABC, now we get please enter a number, because now what happened is that this thrown the error, this line of code, and that error was catched by the except block, and the except block executed this code, which was to output in the console the text please enter a number. And this is preferable to having the entire program crash because of the error, because in this way you can give feedback to the user. You can say, hey, please enter a number, or you can do here, you can put whatever code you want. Now if I now this except that we have here, it will catch any exception. So whatever exception is thrown is gonna be catched by the except block. But we can be more specific than this. Instead of catching any exception, we can be more specific and we can say catch this specific exception. So we know that the exception that is catched is called value error. So if I put here value error, if I type after the except block value error, and if I run this code and I type here ABC, now we get please enter a number. And so if you go up here and we create another variable called num2, and I'm gonna assign 5 divided by 0, and that is gonna generate an error because you can divide by 0. Now when you run this code, now if I pass here 23 and I press enter, now we get 0 division error. And now you may be wondering why our except block didn't catch this error, and that is because now we're specifically catching only the value error. And the value error is thrown when you pass invalid input, like in our example when we passed a string and we try to convert that string into an integer. Because this except block now is catching only the specific error value error, that the error which is 0 division error is not catched by our except block. And we can catch the 0 division error, so we can add another except block here. So I'm gonna go at the start, I'm gonna type except, and we're gonna catch the 0 division error. So I'm gonna type 0 division error, colon, and we're gonna add a print line which is gonna say you can't divide by 0. So now, because now we are catching specifically the 0 division error, now when this error is going to be thrown by this line of code, now that error is going to be catched by this except block, and the code inside of this except block is going to be executed. So now if I run this code and I pass here 23, I press enter, now get you can divide by 0. So now is catching specifically the 0 division error and the value error. So if one of those error is thrown, only those error are going to be catched. And previously when we only had a single except block, so now if I delete this and I put only the except here, now if I add a print here, let's say please enter a number, I shouldn't delete that, but now if you run this, now if I type here 23, now we get please enter number. And now we didn't get none of the errors thrown here because this except block simply is catching any error. So it will catch any error that is thrown by your code that you put inside and try. But if you want to be more specific, you can add the previous code here. So I can add the previous code, and you can catch specifically either the 0 division error or the value error. And you can also use those value error and 0 division error as variables. And to use them as variables, you go at the end of them, at the declaration, when you type the as keyword. So I'm going to type here as, and I'm going to say here error. I'm going to call this variable. So now you can use this inside our code. Now I can go here, I can add another print, and we can type here error. Now we can use that inside our code. And here the same, you can use the as keyword, so you can go here and can type as, and we type error. And if I add another print here, and we type error, now if you run this, enter a number, let's say 23, and we get you can divide by 0, division by 0. So you get the first print and then we get the second print, which is output in the simple text which says division by 0. So this is how you can use try and example to catch errors, and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can read and write to files. And files are used when you want to store information and when you want to retrieve that information in your program, maybe to display it in your program. And for that I created a file. I'm going to click on the left hand side on project. And I created here a file called employees.txt, which stores the information of some employees. And if you wonder how I created this file, I just right click on the hello world folder. I go to new and I selected this file. And I gave a name to the file, and then I introduce some data in the file. Now, I'm gonna close this because I don't need the project pane, and we're gonna remember the name because we're gonna use the name to open the file. And I'm gonna delete this code because I don't need this code. Now, let's see how we can open the file and how we can retrieve the data from that file that we saw. And for that, we need to use a command, and the command is open, which is basically a function. And here we need to specify the path of the file. And this path can be a relative path or an absolute path. And in our case, because both the file and the Python file, the app file that we have here, are in the same directory, we can put directly here the name of the file, and that is going to open the file. So let's close now the project pane. And if we put here employee, and we have a suggestion, IntelliJ is helping us, and you say, do you mean employees text file? And yes, I'm going to press enter to fill in that for us. Now, next we need to specify the mode, and the mode can be either to read. So the first mode that we can use is the read, and this is basically going to allow us only to read the file. It's not going to allow us to change anything in the file. The second one is called write, so not here. And the second one is called write, so this is used when you want to write to the file. And there is also A, and A is for appending. So, and this is used when you want to put data into the file at the end of the file, and with this you can append the new data into the file with the append. The next one is R+, and R+ basically means read and write, and for our case I'm going to use only R to read the file. And it's also important to store this file in a variable. So I'm going to type here employee underscore employees underscore text. I'm going to put equals, because it's important to open the file, but it's also important to close the file after we're done doing our work. So we're going to type here employees.text dot, and we have the close function to close the file. Now let's see how we can read the file, but before we do that, I'm going to add a print line here, and I'm going to say employees.text dot readable, and this readable function is going to return either true or false, and it's going to return true if you can read from the file, and it's going to return false if you can't read from the file. So now if I run this code, you get true. And if I change this to let's say A, to see what happens, we get false, because now we can't read from the file, we can only append data to the file. So let's change this back to R. Now let's see how we can get data from the file. And to get data from the file, we're going to use a few functions, and the first one is called read, and this function is going to return all the data that is in the file. So now if I run this print statement that we have here is going to return all the data from our file. So if I run this, we have our data, so, and it's beautiful. We have Maria, software developer, John, web developer, Jim, software developer, Anna, software developer. We have a lot of good developers here. So this is how you can read the entire file. But what if you want to read only a line, only the first line of the file? In that case, you need to use something else, and you need to use another function. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna type read lines. And this read lines function is gonna read the first line and it's gonna act like a cursor, because it will read the first line of the file. It will move like a pointer to the next line of data, and it's gonna continue from that point to read the file. So now if I put here employees.txt read lines, and if I run this, you'll get only Maria software developer. But if I press Ctrl D to duplicate that line of code, now, because as I said, this acts like a pointer and it will go to the next line to read the next line of file. Now this will gonna return the next line of data that is in our file. So if I run this now, we get first Maria software developer, then we get John web developer. And if I press Ctrl D and another Ctrl D, if you look, you get Maria software developer, John web developer, Jim software developer, and Anna software developer. So this works like a pointer. It goes from line to line to line. So when you read the first line, it will go to the next line when you call read line again. And now what we can also do, if I delete this, let's delete this. Let's run this. So you get Maria software developer. There is also something else that we can do, and with the read line function we can get lines of data from our file, but there is another function called read lines with which you can achieve the same thing, but this read lines function is gonna return all the lines from our file. And what we can do is that we can put here at the end square brackets, and we can specify an index. So if I specify here now 0, because this returns all the lines, this is now gonna return the first element in our file. So if I run this, get Maria software developer. But if I put here another index, let's say 2, and if you run this, we get Jim software developer. And if I delete this, now I will get all the data, and we get all the data in the form of a list. So we have Maria software developer, and we have this is added for to have a space, to have a line space, and we have this in a list. And because this is in a list, I already showed you, you can use the index operator here, and you can get individual elements from the list. So you can put 0 to get an element. So if you run this, or you can put let's say 3 to get an element, and we get Anna software developer. And this is how we can read lines from our files. Next, we're gonna see how we can write to our files. Now it's time to see how we can write to a file, and because of that I'm gonna delete this line of code, because I don't need this line of code. And I'm gonna type here employees text.write, and I'm gonna add another employee to our employees file. So I'm gonna type here Kelly, and it's gonna be a software developer. And that is gonna add a new employee to our employees file. So if I run this code, now I get an error which says unsupported operation not writable. And that is because we need to change here the mode from only read, because now we can only read from the file, we cannot write to the file, to A, which is appendable. And what appendable is gonna do, it's gonna add a new employee at the end of the file. So now if I run this, now we get no errors. And if I open the project pane and I go inside the employees.txt file, now we have Kelly added inside our file, but it's on the same line as this line. So this happens because it's very easy to mess up your file. And what we need to do is, I'm gonna delete this, because I'm gonna add the employee again, and we need to put here a \n to add a new line when you insert this data. So I'm gonna put a \n here. Now if you run this code, and if I go inside the employees.txt, now we have on the next line Kelly software developer. And now if I add another developer here, so I'm gonna press Ctrl D, also with the \n, I'm gonna put here Smith. Now if I run this code, we get software developer, and we also get Kelly again, because when we run that line of code is gonna will add Kelly again inside our list. So let's delete this. Now we can also override the file, and to do that I'm gonna change this from appendable to write. And because now I changed this to write, now if I run this code, now it will override everything inside the file, and it's gonna add only those two employees in our employees.txt file. So now if I go here, we only have Kelly and Smith. So this is how you can override a file if you want. And you can also create a file, and to create another file, let's call this employees.txt2. Now if I run this code, as you can see on the left hand side here, now we have another file, employees2.txt, and this file was created by this line of code that we typed here, because we changed the name of the path, because the path didn't exist. It created the file, it created the file that we tried to open, and it added those two employees to the file. So we have employees2 here. So, and you have Kelly, software developer, Smith, software developer. Alright, so this is our discussion about how you can read and write to files, and see you in the next video. Welcome. In this video I'm going to do some file detection using Python, and for that I'm going to use the OS module. So I'm going to type import OS. I'll go here, I will go to desktop, I will create a file, a text document. It's going to be called text.txt. Let's get the location for this file. Let's go to properties, and let's get this location, and I will go down here. I'll type path. It's going to be equal to double quotation marks and this path, and we need to have 2 backslashes here and another 2 backslashes, and here I'm going to type test.txt. We have as a suggestion, but we named our file test.txt. So why you have 2 txt? So we have 2.txt. We have 2.txt because I think the one of them is implicitly added, so we added our .txt on top of that, and this is why we have as a suggestion .txt. But we're gonna work that, so I'm gonna let that suggestion, and I'll type here if os.path.exists. So we're gonna check to see if this path exists. I'm gonna type path, and I'm gonna type here print dot location exists, else I'm gonna say print dot location does not exist. Now let's run this, and we get that location does not exist. So why you get this in the, because I think that I made a mistake. I named this text.txt, so it should be text here, text.txt. So if I run this, get that location exists. Now we can check to see if it's a file. So I can go here, I can type here if os.path is file path. Then I'm going to type here print that is a file. Now if I run this, we get that location exists, and that is a file because it's a file. But let me go here, let's delete this, let's create a folder, let's call it folder, and if I put here folder, now if I run this, it says that location exists, but this is not executed, it's not a file. To do that, to check for this, I'm gonna type here else if os.path
is directory. So I'm gonna type path here, and it's gonna say print that is a directory. So now if I run this, you get that location exists, and then get that is a directory. Alright, so this is how you can check for files using Python. I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Come back. Now it's time to see how we can copy a file. And to copy a file, we have three methods. Copy file, which copies content of a file. Copy, which does what copy file does, plus it has the permission mode, and the destination can be a directory. And copy to, which does what copy does, but it also copies metadata. And for that, I'm going to import shuttle. I'm going to create a file here. So right click on this folder, go to new file. Let's call it test.txt. And I'm going to put here some text. Hello world. This is a course about Python. Now to copy a file, we simply type shuttle dot copy file. I'm gonna put test.txt and the destination where it's gonna be copied to copy.txt. So if I run this, get another file copy.txt, and it has the same content like the test. So this is how we can copy a file in Python. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. And also here you can put a directory destination. So here this can be something else, on a destination on your computer. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to see how we can move a file in Python. But first I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it text.txt. I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna import the OS. I'll create a variable here called source and a variable called destination, which is gonna store our destination where we want to move the file. And since we are in our project folder, for the source I'm gonna type text.txt. And for the destination, I'm gonna open this. I'm gonna put it on desktop, properties. I'm gonna copy this. Backslash, 2 backslashes, also here, and I'll type desktop. Backslash test text.txt. Now I'm gonna go down here, and I'm gonna surround with try and catch, because this can throw an error. So I'm gonna type try except, not catch. Catch is from Java. So try, and I will type here if os.path.exists. I'm gonna type destination. Then it means that there is already a file in that destination. I'm gonna print in the console, there is already a file there. And I'll go down here, but I have an underline here. Oh, we need to add the except, no problem. I'm gonna put here except, and I'm gonna catch the error file not found error. And I'll type here print, and I'll type source plus was not found. So if you throw an error, we're gonna say source was not found. And here we need to add an else. So else, I'm gonna type os.replace source with destination, and I'm going to type print source plus was moved. Now, as you can see, the file now is here, but if I run this, the file disappeared and it says text.txt was moved. And now if I look on desktop, I have the file being moved here. So this is how you can do this in Python. I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everybody, in this video I'm gonna see how you can delete files and directories in Python. So first I'm gonna create a new file called text.txt. I'll go inside main.py. I'm gonna type import os, and I'll type here os.remove, and I'm gonna type text.txt. So now, as you can see, the file is here, but if I run this, the file was deleted immediately. Now, if I run this again, we get this file not found error. So let's surround this with try and except. So try. Let's move this. Let's add an except. File not found error. And we'll say print that file was not found. So now if I run this, now it says that file was not found instead of crashing our program. Now let's say that I want to delete a directory. So I'm going to create a new directory here, an empty directory called, let's call it folder, and let's try to remove it. So I'm gonna type here folder. So if I run this, now we get permission error. Let's add another except here. Except permission error is gonna say print you do not have permission to delete this. Delete that permission. Now, to delete an empty directory, you need to use something else. So let's comment this. We need to go here and we need to type os.remove directory. So I'm gonna type rm directory, and now we need to pass the path. Let's put folder. Now if I run this, as you can see that the directory now was deleted. Now what I can't find is, what I can't do, not find, what I can do is I cannot delete a directory which has files in it. So if I create a new directory, let's call it also folder, and inside this folder I'm going to create a file, text.txt, and if I try to delete that using os.remove directory, if I run this, we get os error. So let's use except there also. Let's type os error, and it's gonna say print that folder contains files. To remove this, we need to use something else. So let's comment this, and we need to import util, and now I'm going to go down here. I'll type util remove tree. Now I'm going to put parentheses, and I'll put here folder. Of course, you can create path here, a variable, and we can put folder, and that will work. So let me change this to path. So now if I run this, now as you can see the directory with the with the file was removed. You can also put an else. You can put an else here. She's gonna say print path plus deletion was successful. So let's create again the directory. So directory, folder, let's press Ctrl Z, not this, let me delete this. So go up here on this directory, let's call it folder, let's put a file, text.txt, and I'm gonna put here path plus deletion was successful. So if you run this, folder deletion was successful. So everything works fine. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about modules. And a module is a file containing Python code. It can contain functions, classes, variables, and we use modular programming, which means to separate our program into parts. And I'm gonna type here, I'm gonna create a new module, go to new Python file, I'm gonna call it utils, and I'll create a function here, def greet, which is gonna say print nice to see you again. I'm gonna go on main, I'm gonna type import utils, and I'll go down here and I'll type utils dot greet. Now if I run this, we get nice to see you again. So we're using the function from the utils module. Now we can shorten this by giving this an alias using the as keyword. So I'm going to do add, I'm going to use as, and I'll put here, let's say util or ut, and I can use ut here, which is shorter, ut, and everything works fine. Now another way to import a module is type from utils import, and I can import here greet, and I'll go down here, I'll type greet, and now I can use that directly without using the name. So we get nice to see you again, everything works fine. Now another way is to import all, and use an asterisk to import all, but this is not recommended because because it will import all, there can be functions and variables which have the same name and you have conflicting problems with the names. Alright, this is our discussion about modules, and I'll see you in the next. Welcome. Now it's time to create a rock, paper, and scissors game. So I'm going to create a variable called choices. It's going to be equal to a list of rock, paper, and scissors. I'm going to type computer equals to random, so random dot choice, and it imported the random module. I'm gonna pass here choices. Then I'm gonna type player equals to input rock, paper, or scissors, question mark, colon. Now I'll go down here and I'll type a print, and I'll type computer print player. So if I run this, we get rock, paper, scissors. Let's put paper, and we have computer, scissors. So the computer one, we have player, paper. Let's put a colon here, run it again, let's put rock, The computer picked scissors, so we won. Now, if I run this, look what happens if I type here, let's say book. We get computer paper and player book, and I don't want that, because I want to go up here and I'm gonna type while player to make sure that you can pick only elements from this list. So we can pass only elements in this list. So I'm gonna type if it's not in, if the choices of the player is not in choices, I'm gonna put colon. I will take this line of code and I will paste it here. I'm gonna delete it from here, and let's initialize the player here equals to none. Now if I run this and if I type here book, it asks me to introduce again. Now if I put rack, we get computer paper and player rack. Now let's go down here and let's type if. We're gonna check now for the choices. Player equals computer, so if the player pick the same choice as the computer, colon, I'm gonna take those two, paste it here. I'm gonna go down here, I'll do a print which is gonna say tie. Else if I'm gonna type player equals rack, I'm gonna type if computer equals let's say paper, I'm gonna type here print, but let me take those from here, paste it here, and it's gonna say, because I have rock and the computer picked paper, we're gonna lose. So I'm gonna type you lost. I'm gonna put another if here, if computer equals scissors and the player picked rocked. I'm gonna copy this and it's gonna say if the computer picked rocked and if the player picked rocked and the computer scissors, I'm gonna say you won. Alright, now let's go to the next else if. So I'm gonna go here, else if player equals paper, I'm gonna type if computer equals rack, I'm gonna copy this and it's gonna say you lost because the player picked paper and the computer picked rock. So it's gonna say you won, actually, not lost. So you won. Next I'm gonna add another if here, if computer equals scissors colon, I'm gonna copy this and it's gonna say you won. Now if I picked paper and the computer picked scissors, I lost. So I'm gonna type here you lost. Now let's copy this, go down here, not there, so go down here, I'm gonna put this and I'm gonna change this to scissors. And if the computer picks rock, you won. And if the computer picks paper, you won. You won. Alright, so should be you lost here because the player picks scissors. No, not here. So here you won. Here, where is picked a rock. Here is you lost. Right. So this is our little game. Okay, now let's add a feature in which the player could play again, and to do that I'm gonna put all of this code inside the while loop. So I'm gonna type while true colon, and now we need to indent everything to be part of the while loop. So I'm gonna put here this, and down here I will type play again, gonna be equal to input. It's gonna say play again, yes or not. And let's lower this, and I'll type here if play again is not equal to yes, I'm gonna break this loop, and I'm gonna go down here and I'll type print by. Right, so this is our code. Let's run it. So we have rock, paper, scissors. Let's pick rock, and it's asking us, do you want to play again? Let's type yes, and now we can play again. Let's put again rock, so it should be rock, not. And now if I type not, the loop was closed. We have by, process finish with exit code 0. So everything works fine. Alright, this is our little program. This is our little game, and I hope that you enjoyed this, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video I'm gonna show you another solution to the rock, paper, scissors game. I'm gonna import random. I'm gonna define a function here called print instructions. I will add those prints here. Then I'll create another function down here. Def get user choice colon, and I will type while true choice equals to input your choice rock paper scissors, and I'm gonna put lower because maybe it will pass an uppercase rock, so I'm gonna lower it, and I'll type if choice, so I'm gonna check for the choice in, I'm gonna create a list here in rock paper scissors quit. If that is the case, I'm gonna return choice, else I'm gonna print invalid choice. Please choose rock paper or rock paper or, so please choose rock paper comma or scissors. Alright, I'll create another function down here. Def get computer choice, and I'm gonna return random dot choice parenthesis square brackets rock paper scissors, and I will go down. I will create another function def determine underscore winner. This is going to determine the winner, and I'll type here if, but let's define some parameters. Let's type here user choice and computer choice. And I'll type here if user choice equals computer choice, then I'm gonna return it's a tie. It's a tie. Else if I'm gonna put here parenthesis user choice equals rock and computer choice equals scissors. I'm gonna put or. I'll go on the next line and I'll type here parenthesis and I'll put user choice equals scissors and computer choice equals paper. And here I should put this thing to go to the next line. Alright, so we put this thing here because this is a line, which a line continuation characters, and it allows you to split a single line of code into multiple lines of code for better reliability without breaking the code. So this is what that is doing. So I'm gonna put here or backslash, I'll put parentheses, again user choice equals 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 paper and computer choice equals equals rack. I'm gonna put colon. I'm gonna go to the next line. Let's bring this here. Let's push this a little bit. Colon, and I'll type here return u1, and I'm gonna put here else return computer wins. Now let's create another function, def play underscore round, and I'm gonna put colon, and I'll type here user choice equals get user choice, and I'll type if user choice equals quit. I'm gonna return false with uppercase, so false. I'm gonna type here computer choice equals get computer choice. I'll add a print, so print, and it's gonna say computer choose one o. Let's put the placeholder. I'm gonna put that format, so format, and I will insert here computer choice. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'll type print determine winner user choice and computer choice, and I'm gonna return true. Next I'm gonna go down here, I'll type again another function, def play underscore game colon, and I'll type print instructions, print underscore instructions. Then I'll type here while true, if not play round, so if it's not playing the round, I'm gonna break. Else, outside of the while loop, I'm gonna type print thanks for playing. And I'll put here if Actually, I'm gonna delete this. Okay, now let's test the game. So I'm gonna type here to call the play game function. I'm gonna run this, and we have welcome to rock paper scissors instructions. Enter rock paper or scissors to make your choice. Enter quit to exit the game. Let's begin. So your choice is rock paper or scissors. I'm gonna type rock, and the computer choose scissors. I won. I'm gonna type paper. The computer chooses scissors and computer wins. So our program works fine. If I type here quit, as you can see, thanks for playing, process finished with exit code 0, so our program was terminated. Okay, this is another way of solving this, and I'll see you in the next video.
Now it's time to start a discussion about classes and objects, and we're also going to talk about what is object-oriented programming. So what is object-oriented programming? Object-oriented programming is a way of writing code in the way you think about the real world. So in the real world we have objects, and those objects have two major characteristics. The first one is that objects have a state, and let's say that we take for example a car. The state of a car is represented by the color of the car, by the brand name of the car, by the number of gears that car has. And the second one is functionality. Objects in real life have functionality, so objects can do stuff. So if you think about again of a car can move, a car can stop, a car can switch gears, a car can accelerate. So having this in mind, we will try to write code using and creating objects. But let's say that in real life you try to construct an object, and let's say that you want to build a car. The first thing that you need to do is to create a plan, a template, in which you're going to define the generic characteristics that all cars are going to share. And then you're going to use the plan to create actual objects. So let's say that you have a car, and you define the plan for creating a car. So the plan for creating the car is not the car itself, it's just the plan. Then you're going to use the plan to create actual objects. And in code, the plan, the template, is represented by the class. So we're going to create a class in which we're going to define the plan for creating an object, a particular object, and then we're going to use that plan to create actual objects, specific objects with that car. So let's see how we can do that. So I'll go up here and I will create a class, and a class is just a template for creating objects. So I'm going to type here the keyword class. I'm going to call this class car, and the name of the class should start with a capital letter. So I'm going to type here car, then I'm going to put colon, and I will press enter. Now at this level of indentation, you have indented by 4 space, I'm going to type def, and I will type init, and while I type init, you see that IntelliJ is giving us some suggestion, and it's saying, do you mean this init self? And I'm going to press enter. For now, you don't need to bother about what this self is, because I'm going to explain later. Now, I'm going to define some parameters for our class car. And the first one is name. The second one is model, the model of the car, so what kind of car, what model of car this is. The color of the car, and the number of doors, which is going to be called doors. And what we define now here, these are called parameters. And those parameters, their job is only to take whatever value you pass to them and assign to a variable of the class. And the variable of the class are defined as follows. So I'm going to press enter. I'm going to type self again, and I will type self.name. I'm going to put equals to name. I'm going to explain immediately how this works. Self.model equals model. Self.color equals color, and self dot doors equals doors. Now this is called a constructor, and as the name implies, the constructor is used to create actual objects. So when you will create an object, the value that are going to be passed to the name, to the model, and to the color, those are only parameters. Their only job is to take whatever value you pass to them and assign to the variable of the class. And ultimately the variable of the class that is defined here is the one which stores the state of the class. So the variable self, this line of code self.name, this is gonna store the name of the class. This name that we have here is only a parameter which is gonna take a value and it's gonna assign the value to the variable of the class. It's not a variable of the class. And you probably saw that when I type here name, as you can see, we have P for parameter, meaning that that is a parameter, and it's not, as you'll see, the variables that we define on the left here are called fields. I'm gonna show you how. I'm gonna show you that later. So I'll type here name. Now let's see how we can create an actual object with this template, with this car that we have here. And of course that our car class can also have functions, or more correct is they can our car class can have methods, because this is what a function which is part of a class is called the method. So it's basically a function, but it's part of a class, and we call it a method. Now I will go at the start here, and I will type here, let's say Tesla, and I will put equals, and I will type here car, and while I type, you see that we have this car class that we define above. So I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna put parentheses, and now when I put parentheses here, what this is doing is calling the constructor that we define here, and now it's expecting some values for the name, for the model, for the color, and for the doors to be passed here, and then those parameters are going to be assigned to the fields. These are called fields that we define here: self.name, self.model, self.color, and self.doors are fields of the calls. They are the ones which are storing the data. So we pass values to the parameters again, and those values which are passed the parameters are assigned to the fields of the class. So I will pass here the name Tesla, the model, let's say S-Plate. This is a very amazing car. For the color, let's say I'm gonna type red, and for the number of doors I will pass 4. Alright, I'm gonna press Ctrl-Alt-L to format the code, and it's important to have 2 spaces between blocks of code. So here we have a block of code, and we have 2 spaces when we go to the next block of code. Now what we have now here is created here an actual object using the template, using the class that we define here. So now here we have an actual object created, and this is very, very amazing. Now look what happens if I type here Tesla dot, and when I type Tesla dot, we have some suggestions. So we have color, name, model, and doors, and look that on the left hand side here we have F, sorry, and this F stands for field. So it knows that this color, this name, this model, these doors that were defined here, they are fields of the class. So they are storing the actual state of the class, which is the value that you pass here: Tesla, is played, red, and 4. And if you want to get that value output in the console, you can just type here print, and type Tesla dot, and we go inside, and we can choose name. I'm going to press Ctrl D a few times, and I'm going to type here model, I'm going to type here color, and I'm going to type here doors. So now those fields which are storing the data of our car class Tesla that we created here, and this is called the constructor, those parentheses that we have here, because we are constructing the object here. This is why it's called constructor. Now those fields that we have here, that we are calling here on the object Tesla, those fields are gonna have the values that we passed in the constructor. So now if you run this code, you'll get Tesla, S-Played, red, and the doors, the number of doors 4. So this is how you can create a an object using a class. So the class is the template. You define the generic plan of all the characteristics that are going to be shared among all the classes, and then you create an actual object, object with that template. Now let's create another object using our class. So I'm going to go down here. I'm going to type Ford. I'm going to put equals. I'm going to type car, our class. And now I'm going to pass some values to the parameters, to the constructor. So I'm going to type here for the name Ford, model Mustang, the color, let's say green, and doors, let's say that we have 2. I'm going to press enter. Now we created a second object using our class, and we pass for the fields. We pass first for the parameters the value of Ford, Mustang, green, and 2, and those values are going to be assigned to the fields name, model, color, and doors. So now if I output the value of the fields in the console for the second object, Ford, I'm going to copy that code and I'm going to change from Tesla to Ford, because now you are calling the fields of the Ford object that we created. So I'm going to type here Ford, also Ford here, to call the fields on the second object. Now if you run this, let's actually add a space here. So let's add the print and the /n, quotation marks, /n. Now if you run this, now we get Tesla is played red. This is from the first object. And then we get Ford, Mustang, and green. And this is from the second object. Now, we can also add functionality. So we can have functions which are going to be shared among all the objects that we're going to create. And we can go here at this level of indentation, because that level of indentation, that means you are inside the block of the car class. I'm going to type def. I'm going to create a function called move. And we have automatically added this self. And I'm going to go at the end here where we have this column. I'm going to press enter and I'm going to type here print. And we're going to say self dot name, so the name of the car, plus we're going to concatenate some string here, is moving, that. Then I'm going to create another function here. So I'm going to type here def stop, and this function is going to stop the car. We put parentheses and we have the self again added automatically. I'm going to press enter. I'm going to add the print here, and we're going to say self dot name plus the text. I'm going to say has stopped. And this self.name is going to be replaced by the particular value of each object. So let's press now an enter here to have 2 spaces, because you need to have 2 spaces between blocks of code. So I'm going to press enter to have 2 spaces, and now the underline disappeared. Now, if I go here and I type here Tesla dot move and Tesla dot stop, and I will go down here also to call the function now for the second object. On the second object, Ford dot move not model, and Ford dot stop. Now if we run this code, we get first Tesla is played red for, and then we have the function Tesla is moving, Tesla has stopped, because now those functions are called on this particular object that we created here, which has for its fields name has the value Tesla. So when this function is going to be called on this object, it's going to use that value of the field. So it's going to use self.name, it's going to be Tesla is moving. Then we have Tesla.stop, and that is going to again is going to use the particular value passed for this object. Now for the second object is the same. Those functions now are called on a different and on the second object called for that we created here, and the particular values for the name the particular variable for the name is going to be Ford, because now we're calling the function on the Ford object that we created, which has the name Ford, the model Mustang, the color green, and the number of doors too. So this is our discussion about classes and objects, and see you in the next video. Now it's time to start our discussion about inheritance. And inheritance means to create a class using another class. So let's see why you'll need to do that. So I'm going to create first a class called car. I'm going to put colon, and I'm going to type here def init to create the constructor. And I'm going to have here a name parameter, a color parameter, a number of engines parameter, and the number of doors. Now I'm gonna create fields for those parameters. I'm gonna create some fields here. So I'm gonna type self.name equals name, self.color equals color, self.engine equals engines, and self.doors equals doors. So now we created the fields for the class. Let's also create two functions, two methods, more correct to say, because methods are part of a class. So I'm gonna type here def, and the first function is gonna be called move. We press enter, we add here a print, and it's gonna say self.name plus, we're gonna concatenate some string here, is moving, and another function, go at the start, def.stop, and we're gonna say print self.name has stopped. Now let's create another, let's add a space between those two, and let's create now here another class called plane. So I'm gonna go at the start, and I'm gonna type class plane, and I'm gonna put colon, I'm gonna type def init again, and we're gonna basically copy the thing that we did here. So let's actually delete this, let's copy this, and let's also copy those functions, because our plain class is also going to have those two functions. So I'm going to type here, and let's add two spaces between our code, because this is what Python wants, to have two spaces between the code. Now what we have here is now that we have two classes, car and plane, and they both have name, color, engines, doors. They have both the function move and stop. They also have the function move and stop here. And with inheritance, we can make this a little simpler and better, because if you think about all the vehicles that we're gonna create, either a plane, a car or a plane, they're all gonna have in common the name, the color, and all are gonna have a function move and a function stop. So it doesn't make sense to put those fields inside the classes, inside the classes that we have here. A better way is to put those fields and functions inside the parent class, inside the super class, how it's called, and we can inherit from that class all the fields name and color and the functions, and we don't need to create those functions again in our class. So we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna create a class up here called vehicle. So I'm gonna type class vehicle, I'm gonna press enter, and I'm gonna type def also init, and this is gonna have a name and the color. And I'm gonna type here self.name equals name, and self.color equals color. So now we have those fields inside this class. And as I said, those fields are common in both classes that we have here. Now, inheritance means to create a generic class from which you can inherit, but from the classes that are going to inherit have a relationship. So a vehicle is a car. The other way, the car is a vehicle, the plane is a vehicle. So you need to have this kind of relationship in order to use inheritance. Now, so here we define the generic vehicle, that all vehicles that are going to be created. Here we define the generic fields and functions, which all the vehicles that we're going to create are going to have those in common. And in this case, all vehicles are going to have a name and a color, and all vehicles are going to move and stop in some way or another. So let's copy this code that we have here and let's paste it here. So let's paste the code here. Now what we can do now, let's add a space here because we need to have two spaces. We can delete those functions from here, and we can also delete those functions from here. And what we can do now is we can inherit all the functions and the fields that we define here in our own classes car and plane, because car and plane are both vehicles. And to inherit, we put at the end of the name of the class opening and closing parentheses, and we type here vehicle. And we're gonna do the same here. We're gonna type vehicle. But now we have this colored, and if you hover over and if you click on this light bulb, it says add superclass call. So now what is basically saying, hey, I see that you want to inherit from the vehicle class and you want to have access to those functions and the fields that we have here. But in order to do that, we need to pass some values to the name and the color. And this is basically what is saying that we need to do here. So if I click on this light bulb and I add here, I click on this which says add super call, look what happens. It added this line of code which has this function super, and we have init, and we have name and color, and those name and color are initialized for the superclass, that for the constructor of the superclass that is defined here. So the name and color that are going to be passed here are going to be passed to the name and color for the constructor that we have here and for the fields that we define here. Now, because of that, we don't need to create the fields again here. So I can delete this, and I can also delete this. But let's actually add the super call here. So let's click on this light bulb, add super call. So now we can delete those because they are going to be initialized, they're going to be created inside the superclass. So we don't need to create them inside our own classes. So look now how beautiful our code looks. Now, let's say that I go down here and I create, let's see why we have an underline here. It says that you can reformat the file. So let's click on that. And now it's gone. Now let's go down here at the start, and I'm going to create a class called car. So I'm going to type here car. I'm going to put equals to car, and it's going to have a name, let's say Tesla, and it's going to have a color, let's say red. It's going to have a number of engines, 1, and the number of doors, 4. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now, what we done here is that we created the class car, but at the same time also initialized the parent class, which is the class vehicle. So Tesla and red are not defined, they are not defined as fields here, but they are defined in the superclass. So when we pass here Tesla, red, for the name and the color, those values are passed further to the super constructor of the class from which we are inheriting, and they are going to be stored inside the superclass. So this is very important to know. Now if I go down here and I type plane to create also a plane, I'm going to type plane, And let's say I'm gonna type Boeing. And for the color, let's say white and blue. For the number of engines, let's say 4. And for the number of doors, I don't know how many doors, let's say 8. Let's press Ctrl-Alt-L to format the code. So now we have created two objects using our classes, but we created those objects using also the parent class from which we are inheriting. Now look what we can also do, which is very interesting. Now I can go here, I can type car.move, and I can type also car.stop. And now you may be wondering, hey, how can I call the car.move and car.stop, because those functions are not defined inside the car class. Yes, but they are defined inside the parent class, inside the class from which we are inheriting. And because of that, we can use them inside our code. And when they are called, they're going to use the values that is passed here, Tesla. And we can do the same for plane. So I'm going to type here plane.move and plane.stop. So now if you run this code, we get Tesla is moving, Tesla has stopped, and then we get Boeing is moving and Boeing has stopped. And those functions are called from the parent class that we defined above. They are not inside the classes from which we are inheriting. So this is how you can use inheritance. You can create a generic base class in which you can define some fields and functions which are going to be shared among other and many classes. You can inherit all those fields and functionality in another class, and you can use those fields and functions in your own class. And in addition to that, you can also override functions. So we'll see that in a different video, that you can override the functions that are defined here, and you can provide a particular implementation for the functions in your own class. So here we have only this. Here is saying the name of the vehicle and it's moving, but we can override that function inside the car class, and we can provide an implementation particular to a car. So how a car is moving, moving in a particular way which is specific to a car, and we can do the same here. You can override the function move or the function stop, and you can provide an implementation which is particular to the plane, because a plane is moving in a very different way. So we're gonna see how you can do that in the next video. So I'm gonna end the video now and see you in the next video. Back now, it's time to look at class variables, and class variables are declared within the class, and they are shared among all instances of that class. So every class that you're going to create, it's not actually shared because they have their own copy, but they'll have all the instances that you're going to create will have the same default value. So I'm going to type here wheels equals to 4, and this is a class. Let's put a comment, class variable. Let's push this down. Let's give it a reformat. I'm going to keep it as it is. And these variables that are defined here using self.name, those are instance variables. They belong to a specific instance that is created with this class. So if I go down here and I type print and I type Tesla.wheels, if I run this, I get 4. If I go down here, I'll add a print Ford.wheels, I also get 4. Now I can change this value, so I can go here and I can type Tesla.wheels equals to 2, let's say, and we get 2 because they have their own copy. So it's not shared among all the instances, this variable. Like this is similar but not the same with a static variable in Java. In Java, a static variable is shared among all instances, and if one of the instances changes the value is changed for all the instances which are created with that class.
in Python we have similarities with class variables, but they are not the same. Now if you want to change the number of wheels for all the cars, I'm gonna type here car using the class dot wheels, and I'm gonna put here, let's say 6. Now if I run this, now as you can see the value is changed for both instances, because now we're using the class here. So you type class car dot wheels 6, so this will be now changed for all the instances. So they are similar to static variables in Java, but not the same. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about getters and setters. Getters are used to get the value of an attribute, and setters are used to set the value of an attribute. And I'm gonna explain to you why you need getters and setters. And first I'm gonna create a class person. I'm gonna have a define init, and I'm gonna define here a parameter name, and I'll type here self dot, and now I'm gonna name this self dot underscore name equals to name. I will go down here and I'll type def name. So we're gonna create first the getter, and the getter is gonna return the value of the attribute name. So I'm gonna type here return self dot underscore name, and we need to annotate this to add property. This is called the decorator, and basically saying that this is going to return a value. Next we need to define the setter, and the setter is going to be called when you set a value to the name attribute. So I'm going to type here define also name. It's going to take a value, and I'll type here if not is instance, and I'm gonna type value str. So if the value that is passed here as an argument is not a string, then I'm gonna type raise value error, and it's gonna say name must be a string. And let's annotate this. I'm gonna put add name dot setter. So this is a setter decorator, and if this condition doesn't pass, so it's an instance of string, we're gonna type self dot name equals to value. I'm gonna assign the value to our attribute name. Now I'll go down here, I'll create a class called person equals person, and I will pass the value Alex. Okay, next I'm gonna go down here, I'll type person dot, let's add a print person dot name. Let's run this to see what you get. You get Alex. And person dot name, it's calling the getter that is defined here, so it's not calling the value directly. So if I delete this this getter, now I can't call person.name. If you hover over, it's underlined and it says create property. This is because previously it was calling the getter, the value, the getter which was returning the value of the name. If you want to get the name, you can get it directly accessing the attribute, but this violates encapsulation, and encapsulation means to protect your variables from being accessed from outside, because sometimes you have, let's say, a score for a game and you don't want that score to be changed, and to protect your variables, to protect your attributes, use setters and getters to access the values. Never access the values directly like I have it here. So if I run this, it says name is not defined. Let me delete also this to get the correct error. So if I run this, you get Alex. So it's working because it's using the value of the attribute directly. So it's person dot underscore name is the attribute that is defined here. But I don't want that. I want to get it only through the getter, and I want to set a value only through the setter. And to do that, And if you don't do that, look what happens. Let's say that here instead of Alex, I pass 22. Look what happens now. If I run this, I get 22. And I want to only have a string. I want to only have a name, a sequence of characters passed here. And for that, we need to put back the getter and setter. So let's press Ctrl D a few times. Now, let's put that back. Now, here we have person.name. So again, this, and as you can see, it's highlighted. So if I put my click here, this is highlighted here, as you can see, by this transparent border, meaning that, hey, I am using the getter to get the value of self._name. Now, let's see how the setter works, because we talked about the getter. Let's look at the setter. So the setter is used usually to assign a value to your attribute, and as I said, it's important to protect your attributes from being accessed from outside, because in this way you only interact with the attributes of your class only through setter and getters. In this case, let's say that I want to pass 22. Look what happens. If I run this, we get 22. So why the setter wasn't called? So why this setter, which is checking to see a value, so if 22 is a string, didn't throw this name must be a string? This is because when in our constructor we don't call the setter, we assign directly the value of the parameter of the variable. We assign it directly to the attribute of the class. To call the setter, instead of putting here self._name, we put self.name. And now if I go with the cursor down, as you can see, this is highlighted by this transparent border. And now the setter is called. So this value, name, is going to be passed here as a value. It's going to check. It's going to go through this check. It's going to check to see if the value is a string, and if it's not a string, it will erase this value must be a string. If it is a string, this will return false, and it will execute this part. It will go down here, and it will assign to the attribute self._name. It will assign the value. So now if I run this, look what happens. We get value error, name must be a string. So the setter was called and it did our validation, our checking. So this is why you need setters and getters. You need to protect your attributes. You need to get the value of your attributes only through getters and setters, because as I said, you may have a game and you have the score, and you don't want to have that score being changed from outside. Alright, so this is how you can use setters and getters, and I'm gonna see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to look at multi-level inheritance. And first I'm gonna create a class called animal. It's gonna have a def, init, self, and it's gonna have a parameter name. It's gonna have self.name equals to name. I'll go down here and I will define a function of method speak. Then I'm going to type here return double quotation marks placeholder makes a sound. Alright, now let's move to the next class. Why it's underlined? Oh, we should say dot format self dot name. All right, let's go down here. Let's create another class, mammal animal. Is gonna inherit from the animal. I'm gonna define init. It's gonna have a name and a species. Then I'm gonna type here super to call the constructor from the parent class from which you are inheriting, to call the constructor of the animal class. I'm gonna put here name. Then I'm gonna type here self dot species equals species. Then I'll go down here, I'll define a method speak. It's gonna return curly braces is a curly braces and makes a mammal sound. Dot format, I'm gonna type, should be dot format, and I will type here self.name, .name, and self.species. So this is gonna be inserted in those placeholders here. I'm gonna create another class. I'm gonna type class dog is gonna inherit from mammal. It's gonna have a def init. It's gonna have a name and a breed. So it's gonna have name, breed. Then I'm gonna call the super. So I'm gonna type super. I'm gonna pass the name, and for the species, dog. Alright, so this is our class. I'm gonna type here self.breed equals to breed. Should be breed. Then I'll go down here and I'll type def speak print. I'm gonna put curly brace, no, not print, return double quotation marks, curly braces, d curly braces, barks. Dot format self dot name and self dot breed, and those values here are going to be inserted inside the placeholders here. Now I'll go down here and I'll type dog equals to dog, let's call it body, and I'm gonna, for the breed, golden retriever. Let's move this down and I'll type here print dog dot speak. So now if I run this, get body, the golden retriever barks. So you get this output from here. Body, the golden retriever barks. So it's using self.name and self.read. So this is how you can use multi-level inheritance in Python. I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to look at multiple inheritance, and for that I'm gonna create a class called Fleer, and it's gonna have a function, a method, not function, and it's gonna say print I can fly. Now let's create another class, class swimmer. We're gonna have a method swim, and it's gonna say, gonna return I can swim. And here I also should return. So let's type return. Now I'm gonna go down here. I'll create another class called duck, and it's gonna inherit from player. We put a comma and now inherit from swimmer. Colon, and it's gonna have a method quack self, and it's gonna return quack quack. Now I'll go down here and I'll create a class with our duck. So I'm gonna type Donald duck. We have no parameters because we don't have constructors. Then I'll go down here and I'll type print Donald.fly, print Donald.swim, and print Donald.quack. Now if I run this, we get I can fly, I can swim, and quack quack. So this is how you can use multiple inheritance in Python. So we have this class, then we have this class, and inside our duck class we inherit from both flyer and swimmer, because the duck can fly and it also can swim. So this is why we're inheriting from both classes. Right, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video I'm gonna show you another example using multiple inheritance. I'm gonna create a class called view. I'm gonna define init self, and it's gonna have a width. So I'm gonna put here width and height. And I'm gonna type here self dot width equals to width, self dot height equals to height. Then I'll go down here and I will create a method def display, and it's gonna say print displaying a view with and I'm gonna put here curly braces, and height also curly braces. Let's put 2 dots, curly braces, and here I'm gonna type dot format, and I'll type self dot width and self dot height. Right, now I'll go down here and I'll create another class. So down here, class round. You're gonna see immediately why I created those classes. Round. I'm gonna type def init self is gonna have a radius. Gonna have self dot radius equals to radius. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'll create def, another method, make round self, and I'll type here return making the shape width radius curly braces dot format self, so it should be radius here, self dot radius, and here also it should return, not print. So let me go here, return, let's move this, then I'll go down here, I'll create another class, and this class is gonna be a button, and the button is gonna be round, and it's also gonna have some functionalities from the view. So the button is gonna be a view and it's gonna be round, and to make our button to be a view and to make it round, we need to inherit from those classes. So I'm gonna type class button, and it's gonna inherit from view. So our button is a view, it will take all the functionalities that a view has, and it's gonna be round. And on top of that, we're gonna add some new functionality specific to the button, which is gonna be a view and a round. And I'll type here def init, and I will type here width, height, radius, and label. Then I'll type here view dot, I'm gonna use the init, and it's gonna have self, width, and height. Then I'm gonna initialize the round class dot init also self radius. Then I'm gonna type self dot label equals to label. I'll go down here, and I will create def click of method self, and I'm gonna return button curly braces in quotation single quotation marks clicked. Let's push this down. Okay, and we have an underline here. Okay, let's create another method def display button self, and it's gonna return curly braces again curly braces, and I'm gonna type here label also curly braces. I'm gonna type dot format to insert some values there. So I'm gonna type self dot display self dot make round, and self dot label. Alright, let's go down here. Now let's create a button. Let's call it button equals to button, and here we need to pass a width of 100, a height of 50, a radius of 25, and the label submit. Then I'll go down here. Let's push this down. I'll type print button dot display button, and another print button dot click. So now if you run this, we get displaying a view with width 100 and height 50, making the shape with the radius 25, and label submit, and we have button and have button clicked, but it seems like that I missed something there. Let me see. Okay, I should put here dot format self dot label. Let's run it again. We are displaying a view with the width 100 and height 50, making the shape with the radius 25, label submit, and have button submit was clicked. And in a real app, here inside display button, we have some UI components which is going to display the button, and you'll use, let's say that the view and the round that are going to be provided for you, and it's going to help you to make the button round and also to display it as a view. And instead of typing that yourself from zero, creating a view and creating something round, which will take a lot of time and a lot of code, you can take those two, you can inherit in your button, you can inherit their functionality and states, and you can add on top of that new functionality and states. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. In this video, I'm gonna talk about method overriding, and for that I'm gonna create a class called animal. It's gonna have a method def eat, and it's gonna say print the animal is eating. I'm gonna push this down a little bit, and I will go down here. I'll create another class called rabbit, and it's gonna inherit from animal colon, and I'm gonna put here pass, and I'll go down here. I'll type rabbit equals to rabbit. I'm gonna type rabbit dot eat. So now if let's push this, let's run this, and we get the animal is eating, but I want a specific implementation to a rabbit, so I want to have the eat method defined inside the rabbit class, and I want to make the eat method to make it specific to the way in which a rabbit is eating. So instead of pass, I'm gonna type here def also eat. This is how you override a method. You give the same name as the method that you want to override, and I'm gonna type here super dot eat. This is gonna call the method from the parent class, and if in addition to that, I'm gonna add a print which is gonna say this rabbit is eating grass. Now if I run this, you get the animal is eating and this rabbit is eating grass. So now it's using our own implementation of the eat method. We call the functionality from the parent, and on top of that we add some new functionality which is specific to a rabbit. So this is method overriding. I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next. Welcome everybody. In this video I'm gonna see how we can use method chaining, and for that I'm gonna create a class car. I'm gonna create an object with the class car, and I'll type car.turn on and car.drive. Now if I run this, you start the engine, you drive the car. Now we can achieve the same thing using method chaining, so you don't have to type car.car.car. again and again. I can go at the end here where you have car.turn on .drive parentheses. So now if I run this, we get a problem. And the problem is that if you don't specify a return type, the method is gonna return none. And to solve this, we need to return here self in all of them. So return self. Here return self. Here also return self. Now, if I run this, now we have you start the engine, you drive the car. Because this, when this method is called, because it's returning self is gonna be car, so it's gonna be again car, and it's gonna call the drive. Then if you chain another method here, that method also return self, which is the car. So this is why that works. This is why we return self there. So I can put here dot and drive dot brake dot turn off. So we can have all of those here. Let's reformat this. Let's run it. And you get to start the engine, you drive the car, you step on the brakes, you stop the car. So this is how you can use method chaining in Python. I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're gonna start our discussion about abstract classes. In Python, an abstract class is a class that cannot be instantiated and typically includes one or more abstract methods. An abstract method is a method that is declared but contains no implementation. Abstract classes are useful when you want to define a common interface for a group of subclasses. To create an abstract class in Python, you use the ABC module, which stands for abstract base classes. Here is an example. I'm going to type here from ABC import ABC and abstract method. Then I'll go down here and I'll type class database is gonna inherit from ABC to make it an abstract class, and I'm gonna type here add abstract method. So we annotate our method with abstract method. I'm gonna type define connect, and it's not gonna have any implementation. I'm gonna type here pass. Then I'm gonna type here abstract method define disconnect self, also pass, so not gonna provide an implementation. And another one, define execute query self and query here, and also pass. Now we're gonna create an actual implementation for this abstract class. So I'm gonna go down here and I'll type class my SQL database is gonna inherit from the database, so it will have to override the abstract methods colon, and I'll type here def connect, and I'll put here print. It's gonna say connecting to my SQL database. I'm gonna go down here, I'll create another one, define disconnect self, and it's gonna say print disconnecting from my SQL database. Then I will go down here, another method def, I'm gonna override the execute query, and I'll add here a print which is gonna say executing query. I'm gonna put this dot format, I'm gonna pass the query. Alright, let's move this down. Let's go down here. Let's create another implementation of the database abstract class. So I'm going to type class SQLite database is going to inherit from the database abstract class, and it's going to have, let's copy those, let's paste it here. It's gonna say connecting to SQLite database, disconnected from SQLite database, and it's gonna say execute query. Now we have our two classes which are inheriting from the abstract class that is defined here. Let's go down, and I'll type here db equals my SQL database. I'm gonna type db.connect. I'm gonna type db.execute query. I'm gonna put a query here, select. You don't need to know what this is doing. I'm just gonna type something to have there. Then I will go down here and I'll type db2 equals SQLite database, and I'm gonna type db2.connect db2.execute query, and it's gonna say select all from employees. Then I'm gonna type db2.disconnect. Alright, so what do we have? We have our abstract class, we have our abstract methods. This cannot be instantiated, but we can inherit from it, and when you inherit from an abstract class, you must override the abstract methods. Let me see, execute queries, an abstract method. Let me see. Yes, this should also be an abstract method. All right, and with this ghost class, we inherit in our MySQL database class, and we provide a specific implementation for the MySQL database class on top of this ghost class. So you have here the code, and in a real app you'll have the code which creates this database here. So you're using for both classes the same, if you want, the same contract. So they're gonna have the same contract but different implementations for the abstract methods, because they are different databases. You have a MySQL database and you have a SQLite database. Alright, let's run this. And we have connecting to MySQL database, executing query, connecting to SQLite database, executing query, disconnected from SQLite database, and let me see, I should also put here db.disconnect. Run again. Alright, this is our discussion about abstract classes. They are very powerful, and I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna see how we can pass objects as arguments to a function. And first, I'm gonna create a class car. It's gonna have a class variable color. It's gonna be equal to none. And then I'm gonna go down here, and I will define a change color function, and it's going to take a parameter car, and this can have whatever name you want, and color. colon, and then I'm gonna type car dot color is gonna be equal to color. Let's push this. Alright. Now let's go down here. I'm gonna type car underscore 1 equals to car underscore 2 equals to car, and car underscore 3 equals to car. Now I'm gonna go down here and I'll type change color, and I'll pass car1 color, let's say red, change color again, car2 color blue, change color again, car3 color white. Then down here I'll type print car1 dot color and car2 and car3 dot color. Now if you run this, you get red, blue and white, so you get the output, the values for our color, and they were changed using this function. Now I can go up here and I can create another class called motorcycle. So I'm gonna type motorcycle, and it's also gonna have a class variable color, and it's gonna be equal to none. But let's push this a little bit, this also, let's push this down. Alright, and I can go here and I can type, let me first create an instance, so I'm gonna type motorcycle equals with motorcycle. Then I'm gonna type change color, motorcycle, let's put green. And if I go down here, I'll type print motorcycle dot color. So now if I run this, get red, blue, white and green for the motorcycle. So this is how you can pass objects as arguments to functions. Alright, welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about duck typing. Duck typing is a concept in Python and other dynamically typed languages that focuses on what an object can do rather than what it is. The idea is derived from the saying, if it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it's probably a duck. In programming terms, this means that you don't check an object's type to determine if it can perform a given operation. Instead, you just try to perform the operation, assuming that if the object can do it, is the right type. Let's say you have a function that makes an object quack. You don't care whether the object is specifically a duck object, you only care if it has a quack method. So I'll go down here and I'll type class duck. I'm gonna define a method quack, and it's gonna return quack. So let me see, okay. Then I'm gonna go down here. I'm gonna create another class dog. I'm gonna define quack, and it's gonna return oof. but I can pretend to quack. And I'll go down here. I will create a function def make it quack, and it's gonna have a duck colon print duck dot quack. Let's put this down. Now I'll go down here and I'll create a duck equals duck and dog equals dog. Then I'll go down here and I'll type make it quack, and I will pass duck. Now let's run this to see what we get. We get quack. Now let's type make it quack, and now I'm gonna pass the dog. So I'm gonna type pass dog. Now if I run this, get quack and we get oof, but I can pretend to quack. So what happened? The duck class has a quack method that returns quack. The dog class has a quack method, even though it's not a real duck, it still provides the quack method that returns a different string. Make it quack function takes any object and calls quack method. Here, the function make it quack doesn't care whether the object is an instance of duck, dog, or any other class. It only cares that the object has a quack method. If the object can quack, the function will work as intended. This is the essence of duck typing. The specific type of the object doesn't matter as long as it can perform the required operation. This allows for greater flexibility and polymorphism in your code. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to look at Walrus Operator, and the Walrus Operator was introduced in Python 3.8 and is an assignment expression. So let me show you. I'm going to type here online equals true, and I'll type here print online, and the Walrus Operator is a colon and an equal sign. Now if I run this, we get true in the console, and it will be cool to combine those two into one single expression, and that is going to do here. So I'm going to put online there. I'm going to put the Walrus Operator, so I'm going to put colon equals true. So now if I run this, we get true. Now let me show you a more practical example. Let's say that I have a list of foods. It's going to be equal to list. Then I'm going to type here while true. I'm going to type food equals input what food do you like, and I will put a colon here, and I'll go down here and I'll type if food equals quit, then we're gonna break the loop. Alright, then I'm gonna go here and I'll type foods dot append food. Now if I run this, it's asking what food do you like. Let's type pizza, ice cream, and let's say borscht, which is a Romanian food. I'll press enter, and it's keep asking us what food do you like. Let's type quit, and we get process finished with x equals 0. So everything works fine. Now let's see how we can achieve the same thing using the Walrus operator. So let's comment this. So comment, 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 and comment. I'll go down here and I'll type foods equals to a list. So I'm gonna create a list. Then I'll type while food, the Walrus operator, colon equals input what food do you like. So this is the assignment expression, so it will assign whatever we type to the food. Now let's make it into a assignment expression. So let's put here not equal to quit, colon. I'll press enter and I'll type foods dot append food. So now if I run this, what food do you like? Pizza. What food do you like? Ice cream. What food do you like? Borscht. Quit. And it says process finished, exit equals 0. So this is more concise using the Walrus operator. So this is our discussion about the Walrus operator. I'm gonna see you in the next. Welcome. In this video, I'm gonna see how we can assign functions to variables. And first, I'm gonna create a function called hello, and it's gonna say hello. Now, if I go down here and I call hello, as expected, we're gonna get hello in the console. Now, what I can do is I can type here print, and I can call hello without parentheses, and now look what happens. We get function hello and have the memory address. This is like a street address where the function is located in my computer, because in Python treats everything as objects. So we have an address here for this function hello. Now I can go down here and I can type hi, and I can put equals to hello. And if I go down here, if I type print hi, they're gonna have the same address. As you can see, we have the same address because we're assigning hello to hi. What I can also do, I can delete this. Let me close this, and I can type here hi parentheses, and this because this has the same address as hello. So let's put also hello up here. Hello. I'm gonna have hello 2 times. So we have hello, and this print which is up here. Next, let's delete this, and let's type here say, and let's assign the print function to say without parentheses. Now I can print something using print hello, or I can type here say parentheses, and I can put here hello, and this will work, and we get hello. Alright, this is our discussion about this. I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about higher order functions. Higher order functions are a powerful feature in Python where functions can accept other functions as arguments or return a function as a result. This concept allows for more flexible, concise, and readable code. I'll explain both aspects of higher order functions with intuitive examples. First, you have functions that accept other functions as arguments. A function that takes another function as an argument is a higher order function. This is particularly useful when you want to apply a certain operation to a set of data or perform a common action in different scenarios. Example, applying a function to each element on a list. Imagine you have a list of numbers and you want to apply a specific transformation to each number in the list. Instead of writing separate loops for each transformation, you can write a function that accepts another function as an argument and applies it to each element in the list. So I can type here def apply function to list. It's gonna take a function func and my underscore list should be func, and here should be my list. Then I'm gonna type here return. Now I'm gonna use something which I didn't explain yet, but I'm gonna explain at the end of the video what this is doing. I'm gonna put square brackets. I'm gonna type func parenthesis x, and I'll type for x in my list. Then I'm gonna go down here. I'll type def square it's gonna have a parameter x, and it's gonna return x times 2. I'm gonna create another function def double, also it's gonna have a parameter x, and it's gonna return x times 2. Let's push this down, I'll go down here. I'll create numbers, a list of numbers equals to it 1 2 3 4 5. Next I'm gonna push this down, and I'll go down here and I'll type squared numbers equals to apply function to list. I'm gonna pass the square function without parentheses and the numbers that I define above, and I'll go down here. I'll type print square numbers. Let's run this, and we have 1 4 9 16 and 25. So all of our numbers were squared, because this is what this is doing here. Next I'm gonna type doubled numbers equals to apply function double without parentheses and numbers. Then I'm gonna go down here. I'll type print double square numbers. Now if I run this, you get 2 4 6 8 and 10. So this is what this is doing. So we are passing a function, which is in this case the square function. So the square function that is defined here is going to be passed here, and it's going to receive the parameter, is going to receive the variable x. So this loop will loop in the list, and x will be 1, x will be 2, and every time this number is passed to this function here, it will be squared. Let's put here this, and now I didn't explain what is this, because we didn't talk about this. We have square brackets, function x, and we have 4x in my list. So what is this? The expression square brackets func x for x in my list is an example of a list comprehension. We're gonna talk about list comprehensions later in the course, but I use this in this video because I wanted to show you the example of higher order function. List comprehensions provide a concise way to create a list by applying an expression to each item in an existing list or any iterable and collecting the results into a new list. Here is a breakdown of the components. we have my list, and this is the original list or iterable that you are iterating over. X. This represents each individual element in my list as the list comprehension iterates through it. Then we have func x. This is the expression that is applied to each element x. Func is a function that takes x as an argument and returns a result. The result of func x for each x is stored in the new list. So this is what this is doing. Okay, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about lambda functions. Lambda functions in Python are small, anonymous functions defined using the lambda keyword. Unlike regular functions that are defined using the def keyword, lambda functions are typically used for short operations where defining a full function might be overkill. And the syntax is, you have lambda, you have the arguments, and you have the expression. The arguments are the inputs to the function, and the expression is the operation that the function will perform and return. Let's suppose that you want to create a function that adds 10 to a number. Using a lambda function, you can do this in a single line. So I can type here add 10, and then I can put here equals, now lambda, the lambda keyword, x colon, now the expression, x plus 10. Now I'm going to add here a print, add, parenthesis, let's put 5. Now if I run this, we get 15. So this is what this is doing. So the lambda function, lambda x colon x plus 10, takes the input x and returns x plus 10. It's like a quick one-time use function. Now let's see how we can sort with a custom key. Suppose you have a list of tuples representing items and their prices, and you want to sort this list by the second item in each tuple. And for that I'm going to create this tuple. So I'm going to copy this, I will put here. Now I'm going to type here sorted list equals to, now I'm going to use a function sorted. I'm going to talk later about those functions in more detail later. Items, I'm going to put key equals lambda item colon item at position 1. So the lambda function lambda items square brackets 1 tells the sorted function to use the second element of each tuple as the key for sorting. So if I go down here, if I type print sorted list, should be sorted items, but it's okay, list. Let's run this, and we have banana 2, apple 5, cherry 7. So now they are sorted using the sorted function. Let's close this. Next, let's suppose that you want to filter out all the even numbers from a list of integers. So let's say that I have this list and I want to filter all the even numbers. So I'm going to type here odd numbers equals to list. I'm going to use another function filter to filter. This is used to filter a list. I'm going to type lambda x colon x modulus 2 is not equal to 0. So if it's not equal to 0, then I'm going to put colon, comma, and numbers. And this is going to filter all the even numbers. So if I go down here, if I type print odd numbers, if I run this, we have 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So the lambda is checking here to see if x%2 is not equal to 0. That means that it's an even number. It's an odd number. And now, okay. So the lambda function lambda x colon x per modulus 2 is not equal to 0 checks to see if the number is odd. If not, so if it's not divisible by 2. The filter function is used to create a list of only odd numbers. Now, let's suppose you have a list of strings and you want to convert all of them to uppercase. To do that, I'm going to copy this. I will paste it here. And I will create a lambda. I'm going to go down here. I will type uppercase cased equals to list. Now we use another function map. Again, we're going to talk in more detail about those later. Lambda s dot so it should be s dot. Okay, I'm gonna put s dot upper, and then I'm gonna pass the strings. Then I'm gonna type print uppercase. Now if I run this, we get hello world Python uppercase. So the lambda function s colon s upper converts the string to uppercase. The map function applies this operation to every element in the list. Now let's see how you can combine lambda with reduce. Suppose you want to find the product of all numbers in a list, and we need to import something. I'm gonna go up here, and I will import this because we're gonna use the reduce function. Then I'm gonna create a list of numbers. So let's go down here, and we have this list of numbers. And I'll go down here and I'll type product equals reduce lambda x y, and it's gonna have x times y, and we need to pass the numbers. And I'll type print product. Now if you run this, we have 120, so we have the product of all those numbers. So the lambda function lambda x comma I colon x times I multiplies two numbers. The reduce function applies this function cumulatively to the items of the list, resulting in a single output, the product of all the numbers. So lambda functions are used when you need a small function for a short period, usually in situations like sorting, filtering, or mapping. They are limited to a single expression, so they are less powerful than normal functions, but more concise. They are often used as arguments to higher order functions like sorted, filter, map, and reduce. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to see what are dictionary comprehension. In Python, dictionary comprehension is a concise way to create dictionaries by transforming an iterable, such as a list, a tuple, or another dictionary, into a dictionary using a single line of code. It's similar to list comprehensions, but is used for creating dictionaries. And the general syntax is, let me put a comment here, is this. This is the general syntax key, and here it should say not value expression. So this is the general form. Now, suppose you have a list of fruits and you want to create a dictionary where the fruit is the key and its length is the value. For that, I'm gonna go down here. I'll type fruits equals to, I'm gonna create a list, apple, banana, and cherry. Now, to create a dictionary using dictionary comprehension, we type here fruit length equals curly braces the key fruit colon, here we're gonna put our expression, but first I'm gonna type here for fruit in fruits. Now let's put the expression which is gonna generate the value here. So I'm gonna type len fruit, so the length of the fruit should be fruit, not fruits. Okay, let's go down here. Let's go down here. I'll type print fruit lengths, and if you run this, now we have a dictionary: apple 5, banana 6, cherry 6. So this is how you can use dictionary comprehensions with lists. Next, let's see how you can convert this dictionary using dictionary comprehensions to convert those values to Celsius. So I'm going to type here cities in C, and it's going to be equal to curly braces key colon. I'm going to put here parentheses. I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to type here for key value in cities Fahrenheit dot items. Now let's take care of the expression which is going to convert this. So I'm going to type here value minus 32 times parentheses 5 divided by 9, and let's surround both of those in parentheses. So parentheses here and parentheses here. Now if I type here print cities in Fahrenheit and print cities in Celsius. Now if I run this, we get apple, banana, I have Boston, and we have this decimal part. So let me get rid of that. To get rid of that, I'm gonna put here round. Now if I run this, we get 75 in Celsius, we have 24 for Boston. For Los Angeles we have 100 in Fahrenheit, we have 38 in Celsius, and so on. So this is what this dictionary comprehension is doing, and it's very nice. Next, what I can do, I can delete this. Let's delete the round, and I can type here the string warm, and I'm gonna check to see if, so I'm gonna type if value is greater than equal to 40, else I'm gonna put cold. So now if I run this, get Boston warm, Los Angeles warm, Texas warm, New York cold. So this is what it's doing. You can put an if and an else here, because this is an expression, so we can put whatever expression you want here. Okay, now let's change this to desk underscore cities, and let's call it here. Let's delete this. Now let's add a function here. So I'm gonna delete this. Let's delete this, and I'll go up. Let's comment those lines. Let's comment these two, and I'll type here def check temp is gonna receive a value, and I'll type here if value greater than equal to 17, return hot. Else if value, let's say, is between 69 okay, so I'm gonna put here if, else if 69 greater than equal to value, so if 69 is greater than equal to value or greater than equal to 40, then we're gonna say return 1, else return cold. Now here where you have the expression, I'm gonna type check temp and I'm gonna pass the value. Alright, if you run this, you have a problem. ctcnf is not defined. Okay, I should uncomment this. Now if I run this, get Boston hot, Los Angeles hot, Texas warm, New York cold. So our code works fine. Okay, let's rename this to, this is the end of the video, but let's rename this to CTS. And this is our discussion about dictionary comprehensions. I hope that you got a lot from this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to see what are list comprehensions. List comprehension in Python is a concise way to create lists. It combines loops and conditional logic into a single line, making the code more readable and often more efficient. And the basic structure is the expression. So you have the expression, then you have the for, you have the item, and the iterable. The expression is the value to put in the new list. The item is a variable representing each element in the iterable, like a list or a range. And the iterable is any collection or sequence you can loop over, such as a list, tuple, or a range. Now, let's say that you want to create a list of square of numbers from 0 to 4. You can do this with a list comprehension, but first let me show you how you will do it in the traditional way. You'll have squares equal to a list, then I'm gonna loop for x in a range 5 squares dot append x times 2. Now if I let me go down here, let's print squares. So now if I run this, get 0, 1, 4, 9, and 6. But we have, as you can see, multiple lines of code. Let's see how we can achieve the same thing using a list comprehension. So let's comment this. And I will type squares equals to square brackets, the expression x times 2 for x in range 5, and I can type here print squares. So if I run this, we get 0, 1, 4, 9, and 16. And you can put this, I think, yeah, let me see, I can put this directly here, I think, I'm not sure. Let me run. So we have the same output using this list comprehension. Now you can include an if statement to filter items. For instance, if you want to if you only want the squares of even numbers, I can type here, let's hide the console, even squares equals to square brackets x times 2 for x in range 5 if x modulus 2 equals 0, so it's an even number. Let's print even squares. So if I run this, we have 0, 4 and 16. Alright, now, and this is equivalent to this. So if I'm gonna copy this, if I put this here, this line of code that you have here, actually can make it even shorter. You can delete this, you can copy all of this because this is an expression, it will return a value, you can put it directly here. So up here we did this with only one single line of code. So if I run this, you get 0, 4 and 16, which comes from this line of code. So let's delete this, let's delete this, let's also delete this. Now list comprehensions can also be nested if you're dealing with multiple loops. For example, you can create a list of pairs, tuples from two ranges. So I'm gonna type here pairs equals to square brackets parentheses x comma y, and I'll type here for x in range 2 and another for I in range 3. Now if I print this, print pairs, we get 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. So this is how we can create a list of pairs, tuples from two ranges. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about the zip function. The zip function in Python is used to combine multiple iterables like list or tuples. It essentially zips them together into pairs or tuples of corresponding elements from each iterable. How zip works? The zip function takes two or more iterables as arguments and returns an iterator of tuples, where the ith tuple contains the ith element from each of the input iterables. Now, let's suppose I have a list of names and a corresponding list of scores, and you want to combine them so that each name is paired with corresponding score. So let me bring this here. Now, to do that, we need to go here. I'm gonna type zipped equals to zip, the zip function, names, scores. Names should be here. Now I'm gonna type here for name, for let's say I in zipped print I. Let's run this and we get the tuples Alice 85, Bob 90, Charlie 95. And you can also unzip a list. So I can go down here, I can type names scores equals to, now I'm gonna unzip this zipped list. So I'm gonna put parentheses and I'll put an asterisk, the zipped list. Okay, should put zip here, zip. Now I'm gonna type here for name in names, print name. Then I'm gonna type for scores, for score in scores, print score. Now if I run this, we get a problem. Okay, I get this problem because I need to convert this to a list. So I'm gonna type here list. Now if I run this, now everything is fine. Alright, this is our discussion about the zip function, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're gonna see what the if double underscore name double underscore equals double underscore main double underscore. We're gonna see what this is doing, and also I'm gonna explain why we have display button now here, because we didn't have display button in our previous projects. Now, if name equals main, it's a common Python idiom that you'll encounter frequently in Python scripts. It serves a very specific purpose related to how Python files are used and executed. So let's break it down in a detailed and simple way. In Python, every module or Python file has a special built-in variable called name. The value of name depends on how the script is executed. When you run Python file directly, for example by typing python myscript.py in the command line, the name variable is automatically set to the string main. This indicates that the script is being run as the main program. When a Python file is imported as a module into another script, for example using the import keyword myscript, the name variable is set to the name of the file module, not main. The purpose of if name equals main, the if name equals main statement is used to determine whether a Python file is being run as the main program or being imported as a module into another program. When the script is executed directly, the condition if name equals main evaluates to true, so the code inside this block will run. When the script is imported into another script as a module, as you will see, the condition name equals main evaluates to false, so the code inside the block will not run. And why is this useful? This construct is particularly useful because it allows a Python file to serve two purposes. As a standalone script, it can be executed directly to perform some task like running a program, generating outputs, or testing functions. And as a module, it can be imported into other scripts without executing the main code that would run if it were executed directly. This allows you to reuse function, classes, and variables defined in the module without executing any top-level code. And we have this code here. And if you run this script, run main, we get my module being run directly. This is a function in my module. And in the first case, when where this module is called main, so in the first case when main is run directly, the code under the if name equals main runs, and you see the corresponding output. In the second case, let's create another module. So let's create a new module. Let's call it script. Let's import main. And here I'm gonna type my main. So main dot my function. So this imported. Now we import the main module inside our script module. Again, in the first case, when the main module is run directly, the code under the if name equals main runs, and you see the corresponding output. In the second case, so if I run this script, we get my module has been imported. This is a function in my module. So this is the output in the second module. In the second case, I'm gonna repeat, when script.py is when the main.py is imported into the script, only the function my function is used, and the code block under the if name equals main does not run. This is because the name variable is set to script to the to the name script. So it will use the name of the second module, the name of the file. Summary. The if name equals main idiom is a way to make your Python files more versatile. It allows you to write a script that can be both run as a standalone program and imported as a module without unwanted code execution. This practice is key for writing clean, modular, and reusable Python code. And it's correct to say that if __name equals main in Python serves the purpose similar to the main function in Java, but there are some key similarities. In Java, the main function, the main method, is the entry point of any standalone Java application. So this is why you have here the play button, because this is the entry point. From here we're gonna run all of our code, or we should run all of our code. But before I end this video, let me show you a comment from YouTube which summarizes what if name equals main does. So let me bring this. And short answer, this setup gives you the option to run or not run a chunk of code when imported from another Python file. So this is what this if check is doing. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to look at some useful methods from the time module. The time module in Python provides various functions that help you work with time related tasks. First we have time.time. So what it does, this function returns the current time in seconds since the epoch, which is January 1970. This value is a floating point number and is commonly used to measure the time taken by a piece of code to execute. So let's import here time. And I will go down here, I'll type start time equals to time dot time. Then I'm going to type here for I in range, let's put here 1,000,000, and colon pass. Then I'm going to type here end time equals to time dot time. Then I'm going to print, and the print is gonna say, now if you run this, we get execution time 0. Let's make this bigger. We wait a little bit. I think now it will take too much time, but okay, we're still waiting. I'm gonna stop this. Now let's delete this. Next, let's look at time.sleep. This function pauses the execution of your program for a given number of seconds, and you can use it to introduce delays in your program. It's often used to pause between retries in a loop to slow down the process or to synchronize events. So I'm gonna have this start, I'm gonna sleep for 2 seconds, and then it's gonna print end. So start 2 seconds, and then we have end. So this is the sleep. So I'm gonna delete this. Now next we have time, and we have strf time. This function formats a time or a date into a readable string according to a specified format. The optional t, so you have the format and t parameter represents, let me show you actually what I'm talking about. So this looks like this. So the optional t parameter represents the time to format, but if you don't provide it, the current local time is used. And this is useful when you need to display the date and time in a specific format, like in logs or user interfaces. So let's copy this code. So I'm going to paste it here. So this is this. Now if I run this, we get formatted time and get 2024 08 24, and we have 10 and 43 and 10 seconds. Now let me show you what all of those values, I don't know how to call them, mean. So I'm gonna paste it here to see it, and you can pause the video and can look at each of them if you want. So I'm gonna put it here. So this is what all of those are doing. You have %i, you have year with century as a decimal number, you have %, I think it's m, month as a 0 decimal number. So just take a pause and look at all of those options that you can use. I'm gonna delete this, I'm gonna delete this, and I'm gonna move to time.local time, and we need to pass seconds for the parameter. So it looks like this, and here we need to pass seconds. This function converts the time expressed in seconds since the epoch, like from time.time into a struct time object representing local time. If you don't pass any argument, it returns the current local time. It's useful for breaking down a timestamp into its components, like here, month, day, etc. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna show you how this works. We have this current time, time.local time, and we have current time. So it will break it down into components to break down this time. So if I run this, get this. So this is what this is doing. And those are the attributes that you can use. So let me paste them. I'm gonna go here. And again, pause the video and look at all the options that we have here. So you can use all of them here. I'm gonna delete this. Next we have time dot make time. You have m kappa time t. Let me bring it to show you. So we have this, should be time here. So what this is doing, this function converts a struct time or a tuple representing a time to seconds since the epoch. Essentially, it is the inverse of time.local time. It is useful when you have a date and a time and you need to convert it to a timestamp. So if I copy this, we have the tuple, and it's going to be converted into seconds since the epoch. So if I run this, we get 1.7 billion seconds. All right. Let's delete this. So this is what it's doing. Next we have time GM time. So let me copy to show you. So we have this. It's similar to time.local time, but it converts seconds since the epoch to UTC time. So coordinated universal time rather than local time. It's useful when you need to work with or display the time in UTC. So if I copy this, paste it here, I'm gonna run it. We have the year 2024. I'm gonna delete this. Next we have time.perform counter, and this function returns a high resolution time counter as a floating point number, which includes time spent during sleep. It is typically used for benchmarking. Its use case is best used when you need very precise timing for performance measurements, like profiling code. Example, I'm gonna copy this. So we have here, now if I run this, we get execution time 0.00 seconds, 0.03 seconds. So this is what this perform counter is doing. This is useful in situations when you want to see the time performance. So I'm gonna delete this. Then we have time ASC time, which takes as an argument a t, which converts a struct time or a tuple to a string representing the local time. If you don't provide an argument, it uses the current time. And the use case is it quickly converts a time structure into a readable string format. So let me show you. So this is what this method is doing. So let's delete this. Next we have time.cTime, and we have seconds. And let me show you how it looks. So it looks like this. And this converts the time expressed in seconds since the epoch into a string representing the local time. If you don't provide an argument, it uses the current time. It's similar to time.asc time, but it works directly with the timestamp. So this is what this is doing. run, and we have, I think I did the same example. Next we have time.time ns, and this is similar to time.time, but it returns the time in nanoseconds since the epoch. So let me show you. This is to return the time in nanoseconds since the epoch, current time in nanoseconds, and we have this. Alright, this is our discussion about the time module. Those are some useful functions, some useful methods that you can use with the time module. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about threads. In Python, a thread is a separate flow of execution within a program. This means that a Python program can run multiple operations concurrently rather than sequentially by using threads. Imagine you are cooking dinner. You need to boil water, chop vegetables, and stir a sauce. If you were to do this task one after the other, it will take a lot of time. First you will boil the water, then chop the vegetables, and finally stir the sauce. However, if you use threads, you multitask. You can start boiling the water, then while the water is heating up, you can chop vegetables, and while the vegetables are cooking, you can stir the sauce. In this way, you are doing multiple tasks at the same time, reducing the overall time it takes to prepare the dinner. In Python, each task, boiling water, chopping vegetables, stirring sauce, could be handled by a separate thread. These threads will run concurrently, so the program can handle multiple tasks at once. Example 2. Imagine you are working on a computer. You need to download a large file from the internet, but you also want to check your emails. Without threads, you might have to wait until the file finishes downloading before you can check your emails. However, if your email client and the file downloader uses threads, the file can be downloaded in one thread while the emails are checked in another thread. This way you can check your emails without waiting for the file to finish downloading. Both tasks happen concurrently, so at the same time, improving efficiency. In Python, threads are implemented using the threading module, so we need to import here, import threading, and we're going to import time because we're going to use this module also. Now let's create a function, def task. It's going to have a name and the duration, and I will print starting task, and I'm going to put dot format name. Then I'm going to type time dot sleep duration. Then I'm going to type print task completed dot format, so dot format name. Now if I go down here, let's push this a little bit, and if I type here task, let's call it thread 1, duration let's say 3 seconds, task, I'm gonna call the function thread 2, duration let's say also let's put 4. Now if I run this, we have starting task thread 1, tasks thread 1 completed, starting task thread 2, tasks thread 2 completed. So they are executed sequentially, one after another. To solve this, to have them executed concurrently, we simply type here thread equals to threading dot thread, and here I'm going to pass a target, which is going to call a function task, and we're going to pass here thread 1 and the duration, let's say 2 seconds. Then I'm gonna type again thread equals threading dot thread, so threading dot thread target, again task, and I'm gonna pass here thread 2 and 3 seconds. Alright, so we have target and we have our function here called task, and I'm gonna put a comma and I'll type args, and now I'm gonna define the values for the parameters of the function task. Parenthesis, I'm gonna call it thread 1 and it's gonna have a value of 2 for the time. Then I'm gonna go down here, I'll put comma args parenthesis thread 2 comma, let's put 3 seconds. Now if I run this, and I also added here to start the threads, you type thread dot start and thread dot start. Ignore this here. Now if I run this, alright, so if you run this, you get starting task thread 1, starting task thread 2, thread 1 completed, thread 2 completed, and this took less time than what we have what we had previously. So if I comment this and I'm gonna call task, let's put also let's say thread 1 2 seconds, task name thread 2, duration 3. So we have in total 5 seconds. Now if I run this, we have first thread completed, then we have starting task 2, thread 2, and we have task thread 2 completed. So it took more time. But if I delete this and if I uncomment this, now if I run this, let me push this down a little bit. If I run this, we get both threads starting at the same time, so 1 and 2, and we have them completed, 1 and 2. So they are executed now concurrently at the same time. This is why we have 1 and 2 are starting together, and they are completed together. Right, this is our discussion about threads and Python, and I'm gonna see you in the next video. Come back. Now it's time to start a discussion about Daemon or Daemon threads. But before we do that, let me first explain something that I forgot to explain in the last video. And that is that every program that you're gonna create is gonna have at least one thread. And that thread is called the main thread. And the main thread is where all the code is gonna be executed. Besides our threads that we can create to do concurrent work, there is also this main thread. And if you want to see that this main thread actually is and it's working, just print threading.enumerate, and that's going to print the name of the thread. As you see, you have main thread, and you have thread 1, thread 2, then the main thread finishes, and you have task thread 1, thread 2 completed. Now, what we can do is we can make the main thread to wait for the thread 1 and thread 2 to finish the work. And to do that, to type here thread 1 dot join and thread 2 dot join, and that is gonna say, hey, wait for those threads to finish their work, and after that you can finish the main thread. So if I run this, we have both threads starting at the same time concurrently, both finish at the same time, and only after that the main thread also finishes its work. So this is how we can do that. Now let's close this. Now, what are daemon threads? In Python, a daemon thread is a type of thread that runs in the background and is designed to perform tasks without blocking the main program from exiting. The key characteristics of a daemon thread is that it's automatically killed when the main program exits. This means that daemon threads are not essential for the program to complete. They are more like background helpers. Daemon thread. It's a thread that runs in the background and doesn't prevent the program from closing. If all the non-daemon threads, the main work, are done, the program will exit, even if the daemon threads are still running. Non-daemon thread. It's a thread that if is still running will keep the program alive until it finishes its work. And real world example. Imagine you have a program that processes some data and saves the results to a file. While this is happening, you might want to log some information like progress or errors to a file or display it on the screen. However, logging isn't critical to the main task, processing data. You can use a daemon thread for logging. So you have the main task, non-daemon thread, processing and saving the data. This is the critical part of the program. Then we have the login, which is a daemon thread, writing the progress updates and or errors to a log file. This runs in the background. Here is how this looks. And I'm gonna import threading. I'm gonna import time. And I will define here a function, log status. I'm gonna type while true print login status. Logging. And I will put here I will type time dot sleep 2 seconds. I'm gonna put a comment. Simulate logging. Alright, I'll go down here. I'll create another function def process data. And I'll type here for I in range 5 print processing data square brackets dot format, and I'm gonna insert I. And I'll put here time dot sleep 1. So I'm gonna put a comment, simulate data processing. I don't like this underline because of my OCD. So I'm gonna go down here and I'll type log thread equals to threading dot thread target log status. Then I'm gonna type log thread dot daemon. I'm gonna set this to true because I want this thread to be a daemon thread or a daemon thread. Now type log thread dot start. And let's go down here and let's type process data, and I'm gonna add a print main program has finished. Now if you run this, let's move this down. If you run this, you get login status, processing data 0, processing data 1, login status, processing data 2, login status. Processing data 4, and then we have main program has finished. Now, what happens here? First, let me go up here. First, the log status functions runs in a loop and keeps the login status updates every 2 seconds. Since it's a daemon thread, it doesn't need to finish for the program to exit. The process data function is the main task and it's run in the main non-daemon thread. It processes some data and then finishes. Once the process data finishes, the main program exits. Since log thread is a daemon thread, it's automatically killed and the program ends immediately after the main task is done. So when to use daemon threads? Daemon threads are useful when you have a background tasks that are not critical to the program's completion. Some real-world examples include login, as in the example above, where login can continue in the background and it doesn't need to complete if the main program finishes. Another example is auto-saving. Let's say that in a text editor you might have a daemon thread that auto-saves your work every few seconds. If the user quits the editor, it doesn't matter if the last autosave finishes or not. It will. So next, another example is monitoring. Monitoring system resources are other non-critical tasks that should stop once the main program completes. In summary, daemon threads are perfect for background tasks that doesn't need to be completed before the program exits. Alright, so this is our discussion about daemon threads. I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, I thought to explain the code in more detail because it may be confusing. So what we have here again. In this Python script, you're using the threading module to run 2 functions concurrently, log status and process data. Log status, this function is intended to run indefinitely, logging status every 2 seconds. It runs in an infinite loop, continuously printing login status and then pausing for 2 seconds. Process data, this function processes data in a loop 5 times. It prints processing data x for each iteration where x is the loop index and pauses for 1 second each time to simulate some processing time. Threading. Log thread equals threading, so this one. This creates a new thread that targets the log status function. Log thread.daemon. This is setting the thread as a daemon thread and ensures that it will not block the program from exiting. If the main program, which runs process data function, finishes, the daemon thread will automatically terminate. Log thread.start, this starts the daemon thread, so this one. The log status function runs in the background due to the daemon thread, continuously logging the status. Meanwhile, the process data function runs on the main thread, processing the data in a loop, and the output behavior. When you run this script, you will see the login status message being printed every 2 seconds, while the processing data x messages are printing every 1 second. Since log status runs indefinitely, it continues to print login status even after the process data finishes. However, because the thread is a daemon thread, it will terminate once the main thread completes after processing the data. After processing the data 4, the main program finishes and the daemon thread, log_thread, will automatically stop, ending the login status messages. Considerations. Daemon threads are useful for background tasks that should not prevent the program from exiting. If you want to ensure that the log status function finishes certain tasks before the program ends, you would not set the thread as a daemon thread and instead manage the thread lifecycle explicitly using join on the thread. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about multiprocessing, but first let's talk about concurrency versus parallelism. In Python, threads can run concurrently but not in parallel due to a mechanism called the global interpreter lock. Concurrency means that multiple tasks can make progress and run during overlapping periods, but not necessarily at the same exact time. Concurrency can be achieved even on a single CPU by time slicing, where the CPU switches between tasks, given the illusion that they are running simultaneously. Parallelism means that multiple tasks are literally running at the same time on different CPU cores and processors. The global interpreter lock. The GIL is a mutter, a type of a lock that protects access to Python objects, preventing multiple native threads from executing Python bytecode simultaneously in a single process. The main reason for GIL existence is to ensure that Python memory management, which isn't thread safe, works correctly without causing data corruption. Impact of GIL on threads. Due to the GIL, even if you create multiple threads in a Python program, only one thread can execute Python bytecode at a time. That means that threads are not truly running in parallel on multiple CPU cores. Instead, the GIL is constantly switching between threads, given the appearance of concurrency but not true parallelism. This limits the ability of threads to fully utilize multiple cores for CPU-bound tasks that require significant CPU processing. However, threads can still be useful for I/O-bound tasks that spend a lot of time waiting for input-output operations like reading, writing, network requests, etc., where the GIL is released during the waiting period, allowing other threads to run. Alternatives to parallelism. And we come to our discussion, multiprocessing. To achieve true parallelism in Python, the multiprocessing module can be used. This module bypasses the GIL by using separate process instead of threads, with each process having its own Python interpreter and memory space. This allows multiple processes to run in parallel on different CPU cores. Asynchronous programming. For I/O-bound tasks, asynchronous programming with async can be an alternative, so with async-o can be an alternative. It uses an event loop to manage I/O operations, allowing for concurrent execution without requiring multiple threads. Summary. Python threads can run concurrently, meaning they can progress in overlapping time periods. However, due to the GIL, they do not run in parallel on multiple CPU cores, as only one thread can execute at a time. For true parallel execution, process via multiprocessing or alternative paradigms like async-o are needed. The GIL behavior is specific to the standard implementation of Python. Other Python implementations like JPython or IronPython do not have a GIL and can potentially allow parallel thread execution. When I say that Python threads can progress in overlapping time periods, I'm referring to the concept of concurrency and how the operating system schedules and manages the execution of threads. Single CPU cores and time slicing. On a single CPU core, the operating system can switch between different threads, giving each one a small slice of CPU time. This is known as time slicing. Even though only one thread is running at a given moment, the OS switches between threads so quickly that it appears as though multiple threads are running simultaneously. This gives the illusion of concurrent execution. For example, if you have two threads, A and B, the CPU might run thread A for a short amount of time, then switch to thread B, then back to A, and so on. Although A and B are not running at the exact same time, their execution overlaps in the sense that they are both making progress during the same overall period. On multiple CPU cores. On a machine with multiple CPU cores, threads from different processes or even different threads within the same process, if not restricted by GIL, can run on different cores. However, because of the GIL in Python, only one thread can execute Python bytecode at a time within a single process. Even with the GIL, other threads in the process can be making progress, such as when a thread is waiting for I/O, like reading from a file or waiting for a network response. During this waiting time, the GIL can be released, allowing another thread to execute. This is another form of concurrency, where one thread might be waiting, not using the CPU, while another is executing. Overlapping time. The key idea of overlapping time periods is that multiple threads are making progress and moving forward on the execution within the same broader time frame. They might not be running at the exact same millisecond, but they are moving towards completion in parallel from the user's perspective, as opposed to running sequentially, where one thread must finish completely before another can start. Examples to illustrate the overlapping time periods. Imagine two people, threads, writing different parts of a report. Person A starts writing at 9 a.m. and person B starts writing at 9 and 5 a.m. Even though person A and person B are not writing at the same exact second, there is an overlapping time period between 9 and 5 minutes AM, and whenever they finish their tasks, where both are working on the report concurrently. Similarly, in Python, thread A starts its execution, then pauses, maybe due to I/O. Thread B starts and does some work while thread A is paused. Thread A resumes and continues its work while thread B might be paused or waiting. Both threads are making progress in the overall period, creating an overlap, even though only one is actively using the CPU at a given millisecond. The overlapping of active periods is what is meant by overlapping time periods in the context of concurrency. Now, let's talk about multiprocessing. Multiprocessing in Python allows you to create multiple processes, each with its own Python interpreter and memory space. This enables true parallelism because this process can run on different CPU cores simultaneously, bypassing the global interpreter lock, GIL, that limits threads in Python. Process. A process is an independent execution unit that contains its own state, memory, and data. Unlike threads, processes do not share memory space, which makes them more suitable for CPU-bound tasks where you want to fully utilize multiple cores. Multiprocessing module. Python multiprocessing module allows you to create and manage processes easily. It provides similar interfaces to the threading module, making it relatively easy to switch from multi-thread to a multi-process application. Now, let's import here. Import multiprocessing. And let's import time. I'm gonna create a function, define worker function. I'm gonna have a parameter number. And it's gonna have a print, which is gonna say worker starting dot format number. Then I'm going to type here time dot sleep 2 seconds. Then I'm going to add another print worker finished dot format number. Now I'm gonna push this down. Now we need to add our code inside the if name equals main, and to not type if underscore name equals main, we can simply type m, and we have a suggestion, and you can fill this for you, if name equals main. So if I press enter, I have that generated for me. I'm going to explain immediately why we need to put our code here. Alright, so we're going to put all of our code, the processes that are going to run inside this if. And we do this because when you run a Python script, the code at the top level outside of functions and classes is executed immediately. This includes the creation of processes. However, when a new process is started using the multiprocessing module, Python actually imports your script as a module in the new process. This means that the top level code will run again in each process, potentially leading to an infinite loop of process creation. The if name equals main block ensures that certain parts of your code, like creating and starting new processes, where you're gonna type our code, will only run when the script is executed as the main program and not when it's imported as a module in a new process. So this is why we put our code inside this if. Alright, I'm gonna put a comment here. So let's put a comment. I'm gonna create a list, processes. It's gonna be an empty list. I'm gonna put another comment. Create and start multiple processes and I'll type here for I in range 5 colon, I'll type process equals to, so the variable process, multiprocessing dot process. So this is how we create a process. It's similar to the creation of threads. I'm gonna type target, I'm gonna type worker function, comma, args, and I'm gonna put parentheses, I, comma. So this is what we do here. Wait, I forgot to put the colon here. Alright, then I'm gonna type processes dot append process. Then I'm gonna type process dot start. I'll go down here, I'll put another comment, wait for all processes to finish, and I'll type for process in processes. So I'm gonna loop through all of our processes. So I'm gonna type process dot join. So I'm gonna wait for the main thread is gonna wait for those processes to finish. And down here outside of the for loop, I'll type print all processes are complete. Now if I run this, let me push this down. So we have our code. We have worker 1 started, worker 2 started, and worker 4 finished, worker. So we have again worker 0 starting, then they finished, and we have all processes are complete. So this is how you start processes, and this is how you create processes in Python. And processes can run in parallel, unlike threads where you have only one thread at a time, but the CPU switches between them so fast that it appears to us that they are running in parallel, which is not true. Okay, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, I thought to talk a little bit more about this code to see how this code works, how it works. In the for loop, we create multiple processes objects, each targeting the worker function. The arg parameter is used to pass arguments to the function. Each process object represents an independent process that will run the worker function in parallel. The start method is called on each process object to begin execution. This will create a new process separate from the main process and execute the target function. Joining processes. After starting all processes, the join method is called on each process object. This method ensures that the main process waits for each child process to complete before proceeding. Without join, the main process might finish execution and exit before child processes are done. Each worker function sleeps for 2 seconds to simulate some work and then prints a message when it starts and finishes. Since the process run in parallel, you'll see that the start messages appear almost simultaneously, indicating that multiple processes are running at the same time. Key points. True parallelism. Unlike threading, multiprocessing allows true parallelism, which is particularly beneficial for CPU-bound tasks, complex calculation, data processing that can be distributed across multiple cores. Separate memory space. Each process runs its own memory space, so variables in one process are not accessible in another. This isolation helps avoid many of the issues related to data sharing and synchronization in multi-threaded programs and in other programming languages like Java, where you have to use the synchronized keyword. Anyway, overhead. Because each process has its own memory space, inter-process communication requires more overhead compared to threads, which can share data directly in the same memory space. However, the CPU-bound tasks, the performance gains from parallel execution usually usually outweigh this overhead. Summary. Multiprocessing in Python is a powerful tool for running tasks in parallel, leveraging multiple CPU cores. The multiprocessing module provides a simple and effective way to create and manage processes, making it easier to build concurrent and parallel applications. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about graphical user interface or GUI. And to display something graphically, we need to import something. So I'm going to type from tk import everything. Then I'm going to go down here. I'll type window. I'm going to create a window and it's going to instantiate tk. So here we instantiate an instance of a window. This is what this line of code is doing. So if I run this, we get nothing displayed because we didn't say to display the little window. We need to go down here and type window dot main loop. Now if I run this, now I have this little window being displayed. Now let's see how we can change the text here, because here it says tk. And to do that, we need to type here window dot title parenthesis, and I'm gonna type Alex first GUI program. And now that is gonna change the title. If I run this, we have Alex, and if I increase this, it says Alex first GUI program. And also have a little image here. Let's see how we can change that image. And to do that, I'm gonna go down here. I'll type icon equals to photo image parenthesis file, and now I need to point to the file where this image is. And I'm gonna go to downloads and make sure that the image is a PNG file, because if it's not a PNG, the photo image is not gonna support it and it's not gonna work. So if I paste it here, I'm gonna type here Python PNG. Then I'll go down here, I'll type window, because I need to add this icon to our window. Icon photo. First we pass true for the first argument, and then we pass our icon. Also, let's change the size of our window, because as you saw previously, it is small. And to do that, we type here window dot geometry, and we pass here the width and height. It's gonna be 500 to 500. So lowercase x 500. Now, if I run this, as you can see here, very small, we have the icon and have Alex first GUI program. And you can also change the background. Instead of this white background, we can go down here and you can type window dot config background, and here we can pass a hex value or a named color, and I'm gonna type here black. Now if I run this, now as you see the window is black, but I like it white, so I'm gonna delete this. But this is how you do it. And again, here you can also pass a hex value. Let me search for a hex color to show you. So if I put here a hex color, if I run this, now it's green, because that hex color is green. But I'm gonna delete this because I like this white background. So this is our first graphical user interface program. It's very simple. It does nothing, but as we progress, we'll learn more about more things. We'll learn about widgets, and we'll create more powerful programs. Okay, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Back. Now it's time to start a discussion about labels. And labels are widgets that can display text. And let's add our import. I'm gonna type from tk inter import everything. And I'm gonna type window. I'm gonna create a window, which is the container of the widgets. It's gonna be equal to tk parentheses. Then I'm gonna type window dot main loop. Now if I run this, we have our little window here. Now let's make it bigger. So I'm going to type window dot geometry 500 pixel per 500 pixel. Let's run it. Okay, now it's bigger. Now to create a label, we type label, put equals, and type label, and the first parameter is window. So I need to pass here where this label is going to be displayed. It's going to be displayed on our window. So I'm going to pass here window. Next, let's add some text to our label. Let's put a comma and let's go to the next line. And I'm going to type here text, and we use keyword arguments. As you can see here, we have text, the keyword argument, and we can pass a value. Let's say hello world. Now if I run this, we get nothing. We get nothing because we need to tell to the label to show. So we need to type here label, not pass, label dot pack. Now if I run this, now we have hello world, as you can see here. Now the next property that we can use on our labels, let's put a comma here, is the font. So I'm going to type font, again keyword argument, and the font is going to be, put parentheses, and it's going to be Arial. You can choose other font if you want. I'm going to specify a size for the font and the style for the font, which is going to be bold. You can choose whatever you want here. Let's put a comma. Let's move to the next line. Now if I run this, stop and rerun, I have hello world, and now it's bigger. This is 40, I don't know what is this, 40 pixels or so. We have hello world being displayed. Okay, next we can also define a color. So to define a color or foreground color for our label, we type fg equals, and let's say that I'm gonna make it green, and here you can also pass a hex value if you want. So let's run this. Stop and rerun. Have hello world in green. Next, let's define a background color. So I'm gonna type bg equals, let's say blue. Now if I rerun this, we have now the background being blue. And let's also add a border, and to add the border we put a comma, and I'll type here relief, and the type of border that I want is raised. Now if I run this, so run it, and we don't see the border. This is because this background overlaps the border, and the border is smaller. So let's make the border bigger. So let's put a comma here. Let's put bd border size. Let's make it to 10. Let's run this. Now we have the border, as you can see here, being displayed, and it looks kind of nice. Okay, next let's see how we can add some padding to the text that is within this border. And to do that, I'm gonna go down here, put a comma, and we type pad x equals to 20, and pad y also 20. 1 equal here. Now if I stop and rerun this, stop and rerun. Now as you can see, we have some padding to the left, to the right, to the top, and to the bottom. Alright, this is how you add padding. Now let's see how we can add an image. And to add an image, I'm gonna go up here. I'll create a photo variable. It's gonna be equal to photo image. we're gonna have a name argument file, and I'm gonna bring an image here. I'm gonna go to downloads. I'll copy this image. You can put whatever image you want. I'm gonna copy this and paste it here. Then I'm gonna type here python.png, and I will go down here. I'll put a comma, not there. So here I'm gonna put a comma, and I will type image, and I'm gonna put photo. Now let's run this. Stop and rerun. Now we have the image, but the image is too big and it covers the text, as you can see here. Let's put compound to move the image below the text. So let's put compound bottom. The image is too big. So let's run this. Stop and rerun. Now the image is it should be below the, but the image is too big. Okay, so I resized the image, and now the image is below the text. So now we can see that is below because of this property that I said, compound bottom. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. I should say that you can resize the image programmatically using Python, but that is too complicated for us right now. We're gonna cover this maybe later in the course. Back. Now it's time to start a discussion about buttons. But first, let's add our import. So from tkinter import all. Now I'm gonna type window. I'm gonna create a window, and I'll go down here. I'll type window dot main loop. Now to create a button, we simply type here button equals to button parentheses. We need to pass the master, so where this button is going to be displayed. I'm going to put window, comma, and I'll go on the next line. Now let's add the text. It's going to say click me. Now if I run this, we should have a button here, but I don't see it. Yes, I forgot to, in order for the button to show, you need to type here button dot pack parentheses. Now if I run this, we have the button, as you can see here. Let's increase this a little bit. As you can see, we have here the button. Okay, next let's make the button do something, and we're gonna use what is called a callback. So I'm gonna type here command, not compound, command equals to click. So what this command name attribute is gonna do is gonna call this function that we're gonna create, click, every time you click on the button. So let's create that function, define click, and it's gonna say print you clicked on the button. Now if I run this, I'm gonna click on the button and it says you click on the button. So this is also called a callback. So it's calling the function and implicitly it's calling the code inside this function, which is a print which says you clicked on the button. Now let's add the font. So let's put a comma, font equals to parentheses. I'm gonna put double quotation marks, Comic Sans, and the size of 20. Let's run this. Let's run it again. And we have the button. Let's make the window a little bigger. So window dot geometry 500 per 500. Let's stop it. Let's run it again, and now I have the button here being displayed, and every time I click on the button, we have you clicked on the button. And this is beautiful. We make it's just very simple program, but we're doing something, we're making progress. Let's put a comma here. You should congratulate yourself. Let's define a foreground, so FG, and it's gonna be a green color. So I'm gonna put here hashtag 00FF00. Now if I stop this, run it again, now the text is green. Let's change it to 00FF. Let's stop. Let's run it, and now it's blue. Alright, let's also add the background. So I'm gonna go down here, I'll type BG, let's put a comma, BG, and it's gonna be equal to, let's say, black. Now if I stop this, if I run it, now the background is black, as you can see. But I don't like this color, but I'm gonna keep this color because I want to show you something. If I click on the button, as you can see, it changes the color. This is because we have a different active foreground and active background. In order for that not happen, we need to type here active, let's put a comma, active background is gonna be equal to hashtag 0000FF, and active foreground is gonna be equal to black. Now if I run this, okay, let's change this. Let's change this because it's still changing the color, and let's type here black. Stop it, run it again. Now when I click, it's not changing the color, and it says you click the button. Alright, this is what I wanted to show you. I'm gonna keep those properties here because it's good for you to see them. But next we need to add a state, so we can enable or disable the button. So I can type here state active or state disabled. So if I run this, let's stop it, run it again. Now the button is disabled. As you can see, the text is gray out and is not having any kind of movement to show you that you clicked on the button because it's disabled. So let's keep this to active. Let's see how you can add an image. So I'm gonna put colon and I'll type image equals to, let's create a photo. So I'm gonna go up here, and I'll type photo equals to photo image file, and it's gonna be like PNG, and here we're gonna put the photo. Now if I stop this, run it, now we have this image being displayed, and it's beautiful. And if I it will be more beautiful if I remove the background color. So let's remove the background color. Let's remove also this. Let's stop it, run it again, and now it's this button, but you still have this border here, and now it's looking more beautiful. Now a problem is that we don't see the text, and to see the text I'm gonna go here, put a comma, and I'm gonna type compound, and it's gonna be bottom. So we're gonna put our button to the bottom of the text. Let's run it. Now I have click me and I have the button. Okay. Next, let's see how we can add a count. So every time you click on the button, it will display the count. So I'll go up here, I'll type count. Actually, I'm gonna go above the click met function and I'll type count equals to 0. And in order to use our count inside the callback, we need to go here, we need to type global to have access to it, count. Then I'm gonna type count plus equals 1. I'm gonna delete this and I will put here count. Let's push this. Now if I stop this and if I run it, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so it's working. Alright, this is our discussion about buttons and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about Entrybox. An Entrybox is a widget that can accept input. Let's add our imports. I'm gonna type from tkinter import everything. Here I'm gonna type window equals to tk, then down here I'll type window dot main loop. Let's also type here window dot geometry. Let's make it 500 by 500. Now let's create our entry equals to entry parenthesis window. So where it's gonna be shown is gonna be showing our window, and I'm gonna type here entry dot pack parenthesis. Now if I run this, we have our entry box here and we have our little window. Let's close this. Next, let's make this entry bigger. So I'm gonna type here font equals to parenthesis Arial, and for the size let's say 15. Now if I run this, now we have this here and can type something. Let's close this. Now I'll go down here and I'll type submit button equals to button. It's gonna be showing our window. Text is gonna be equal to submit, and command is gonna be equal to submit. I'm gonna create that function. So I'm gonna go up here and I'll type def submit, and it's gonna say, I'm gonna type here input equals to entry dot get, and that is gonna return the input, and I will say print hello plus input, or let's change it to, I'm gonna let it like that. Now if I run this, so let's run it, and I'm gonna type Alex. We need to show the button, so I forgot to pack that, so let me go here, submit button dot pack. Now if I run this, have the submit button, and I'm gonna type here Alex. I'm gonna place submit, and we have in the output hello Alex, so everything works fine. Let's create another button. Let's copy this, let's paste it here 2 times. Let's call it delete button, delete button dot pack. We're gonna have the text delete. The command is gonna be delete. I'll go up here. I will type def delete, and it's gonna say entry dot delete everything starting from 0 to end. Let's push this down. So we have our delete. Next, I'm gonna call this backspace, and it's gonna have a function backspace. So backspace. Alright, let's create this function. So I'm gonna go up here. I will type def delete parentheses, and I will type here entry dot delete, and here I'm gonna type length, and I will type here entry dot get -1 and end, and that is going to take care of deleting the, let's put here -1. Let's push this down. This should be backspace, sorry. So backspace. Alright, we have our, let's call it backspace. Let's type backspace button dot pack. And now if everything is fine, we should have our 3 buttons and they should work. Let's close this. Let's run it again. Now we have our submit button. I'm gonna type Alex. Have hello Alex. Delete. It's gonna delete everything. Alex. Let's put backspace, and it's gonna delete only the last letter. Backspace. Alright, this is our discussion about Entrybox, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about check buttons, or how I often call them checkboxes. And first I'm going to create a window. It's going to be equal to tk. Then I'm going to type window dot main loop, and here I'm going to type window dot geometry parentheses 500 by 500 pixels, the width and height. Let's push this down. Then I'm going to type here check button equals check button parentheses. Now I'm going to pass the window, so where this check button is going to be shown, and some text which is going to be next to the box. Let's say I agree to the terms. Then we type check button dot pack. And also I should tell you that with the check button dot pack and with other widgets, when you use the dot pack, you can define here a side, and you can specify where the check box or where the widget on which you call this is going to be shown. So you can type left, right, bottom. Look, if I run this, as you can see, the check button is at the bottom. Alright, let's close this. Let's delete this. Next, let's associate a variable with this check button, because right now it's not doing anything. And I'll put a comma, and I'll type one value, and this x variable is gonna have only one when you check the checkbox, or when you uncheck the checkbox of value, which is gonna be 0. Now let's define that variable. I'm gonna go up here. I'll type x equals and I'll type int variable parentheses. Alright. Next I'm gonna go here and let's define another argument. Let's type command to put a function called display. Let's go here. Let's type def display. It's gonna say if x.get equals 1, print I agree to the terms, else print I don't agree to the terms. Let's push this down. Let's push this also. Let's run it. Now look, if I check this, get I agree to the terms, I don't agree to the terms. I agree to the terms, I don't agree to the terms. So now it's doing this. Next, we can also define a font. Let's call it Arial and in the size 15. Let's run it. And I agree to the terms. Now it's bigger. Let's close this. Let's also define a foreground. FG equals, I'm gonna put FF 0 0 0 0 and very important the hashtag here, colon, background. We're gonna set a background of named color black. Should be 1 equal here because it's an assignment. And let's also set the active foreground. Let's copy this. And active background, let's set it to black. Let's also add some padding. Padding y equals to 20 and padding x also 20. Now if I run this, now I have I agree to the terms and we have this in red. You can check this, I agree to the terms, I don't agree to the terms. And you can also add an image. So I can type here image equals to, let's create the image. So I'm gonna go up here and I will type photo equals photo image file equals to like png. I go here and I type photo. Now if I run this, you have the like, but it's kind of big. And have I agree to the terms, I don't agree to the terms. Let's actually put this to the left. So let's put here compound left. Let's run it, and now we have the icon. I agree to the terms, I don't agree to the terms. Alright, this is our discussion about checkboxes or check buttons, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about radio buttons. Radio buttons are similar to checkboxes, but with radio buttons you can select only one radio button from a group, and this is useful when you want to have only one option selected from multiple options. And I'll type from to use our graphical user interface, tk inter, import everything. Then I'm gonna create a window. It's gonna be equal to tk. I'll type window dot main loop, and I'll type window dot geometry parenthesis 500 by 500. Now I'm gonna create a radio button, so I'm gonna type here radio button equals to radio button, and it's gonna be displayed in our window. It's gonna have, and now we need to put this inside the for loop because we have multiple radio buttons. So let me push this. So I'm gonna type here for index in range. Now let's create a list of our foods. So I'm gonna type food equals to list, and I'm gonna put here pizza, ice cream, and chocolate. And here we're gonna loop through our length foods. So we're gonna loop to our food list. And here I'm gonna type text equals to food index. So I'm gonna get the index of that food. Should be text here. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'll type radio button dot pack to show this. Now if I run this, now I have our 3 radio buttons and they are all selected. Okay, let's close this and let's move them to the left hand side. And to do that, I'm gonna type here anchor equals to, and you can put here lowercase s in double quotes or uppercase s. So now if I run this, they are all to the left hand side. Okay, next we need to define a variable, because right now all the radio buttons have the same value and they are all selected, and to solve that we need to pass a different value to them. So I'm gonna type here value, and it's gonna be equal to index. Okay, we need to declare this x variable. So before our instance here, I'm gonna type x is gonna be equal to int variable. Okay, let's run this. Now we have pizza, ice cream, and chocolate, and you can select the different ones. Okay, let's close this. I'm gonna put a comma here. Let's add a padding to the x of 25. Let's add the font. It's gonna be Arial. It's gonna be of size 40. Let's run it. Now I have pizza, ice cream, chocolate. It looks beautiful. To make them smaller, let's make them smaller. Let's make them of 30. Let's run it. Alright, so we have our radio buttons. Okay, I'm gonna close this. Next, let's also display our images. I'm gonna type here image equals to, and we need to create our images. So I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna go here and I'll type here. Actually, I'm gonna go here. I'll type, let's add a space, pizza image equals to photo image, should be pizza here, photo image file pizza png. Let's press Ctrl D. Let's change this to ice cream image and chocolate image. Let's change this to ice cream and chocolate. Let's add them in a food images. And let's put here pizza image, ice cream image, and chocolate image. And here I'm going to type food images dot index. Now if I run this, have a problem. Alright, we have an error because we need to take this and put it after our instance of TK. Now if I run this, we have our options. Okay, let's go down here, let's put a comma, let's add a compound because as you can see the text is not showing. Let's put equals to left. Let's run it, stop and run it, and now we have pizza, ice cream, chocolate, and it's beautiful. I like this little app that we made. Next, let's add also a callback, a function. So I'm going to type here command equals to order, and let's create this. I'm going to go up here, I'll type def order, and I'll type here if x.get so if x.get equals 0, then I'm gonna print you ordered pizza. Else if x.get equals 1, print you ordered ice cream. I don't know if it's one word. And another else if x dot get equals 2, print you ordered what? Chocolate. I'm gonna put chocolate. Let's add also an else print there is no such food. Okay, let's run this, and I'm gonna click here, ice cream, you order ice cream, you order chocolate, you order pizza, so everything works fine. Now we can also go here, put a comma, and if you don't like those circles that we have here, we can change this to using the indicator. So I'm gonna type here indicator, and I will put equals to 0 equals, and I'm gonna put a comma, and also gonna set a weight of, let's say, 400. Why is this underlined? This will eliminate the circles. So it says that it's expecting a boolean. Let's put false. Okay, let's run it. And now we have this. Now we have ice cream, chocolate, pizza. Alright, so we have our program. It's beautiful because it's doing something. Pizza, ice cream, chocolate. So everything works fine. I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, now it's time to see how we can build a scale. And first I'm gonna create a window. It's gonna be equal to tk. I'm gonna type window.geometry. I'm gonna set it 500. So 500 by 500. and I'll type window dot main loop. Now to create a scale, we type scale equals to scale parentheses. I'm gonna display this in our window, and it's gonna be from. So we're gonna set the range, and you type front with this underscore here, otherwise it will not work. I'm gonna put here 0 to 100. Alright, I'm gonna go down here and I'll type scale dot pack. Now let's run, and now we have our scale being displayed here, and it's nice. Okay, let's continue. Let's also set the length. So I'm gonna put a comma here. I'll type length. Let's make it to, let's say, 400. Let's run it. Now it's bigger. So we have our scale. You can also set an orientation. We type orient, and can be horizontal or vertical. Let's choose horizontal. Let's run it. Now the scale is horizontal, but I'm gonna keep it vertical. Comma. I'm gonna set the font equals to parentheses, and I'll type here Solas 20. Now if I run this, I have our scale, and we can switch this. We can put here 100 and here 0. So if I run this, now starting from the bottom. Okay, I'm gonna put a comma. Let's type tick interval, and this will add the numeric indicators for value. So I'm gonna type here 10. Now if I run this, let's close this, close it, let's run it again. Now I have the numeric indicator to the left, as you can see here. Alright, the next thing, we have a resolution. This will increment the slider. Let's put 5. Let's stop it. Let's run it. So it increase a little bit the slide. We can also hide the value. So I can put a comma. I can type show value and set this to false. Now if I stop this and I run it again, now the value is not showing. Okay, I'm gonna comment this. Next, we can set the track color. So I'm gonna type track color. I'm gonna put equals to double quotation marks. I'm gonna put the hash sign 69 EAFF. Let's run this. I have this color here. We can set a foreground, a font color with FG, and it's gonna be equal to, again, hashtag. I'm gonna use a hex code FF1C00. Let's stop this. Let's run it. Now as you can see, the text is red. So now how to show the so let me bring this back. How to set the scale to always start at the middle. How to do that? We can type here scale dot set 50. And now if I run this, it starts at 50. But if I increase this to 1000, look what happens. Now it's here. So we need a formula to account for those cases where we have let's say 1000. And to show you what you can do, I'm gonna type here scale square brackets from, in quotation marks, from minus scale square brackets 2, again in quotation marks, 2 divided by 2. Let's put this in parentheses, and here I will add plus scale 2, and this is gonna set the current value of the slider. So set current value of the slider. Let's close this. Alright, let's run it and look now. Now as you can see, it's always in the middle, no matter what value we pass here. Let's put 10,000. Let's run it again, it's in the middle because of this formula that we typed here. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to start a discussion about Listbox. And Listbox is a list of selectable items. I'm gonna create a window. It's gonna be equal to tk. I'm gonna type window.geometry. I'm gonna set it again to 500 by 500. You can set whatever size you want. And I'll type window.main loop. And here I will create a listbox. Listbox equals to listbox parentheses, and I'm gonna show this in our window. I'm gonna go down here and I'll type listbox dot pack. Now if I run this, we have our list, we have our list box here. Now let's add some items to this list box, and to do that I'm gonna go down here and I will type listbox dot insert. I'm gonna put 1 and I'm gonna type pizza. Then I'm gonna put 2. I will put pasta. I'm gonna put 3. It's going to be garlic bread. Control D. 4 is gonna be soup, and 5 is gonna be salad. Now if I run this, now we have our list of selectable items, and let's also change the size of this, because as now the box is bigger than the elements in it. Let's make it as big as the elements, so it will take as much space as it needs. And to do that, I'm gonna go down here and I'll type listbox dot config width. I'm gonna type listbox dot size. Now if I run this, now the list box looks like this. Sorry, it should be height. So height, not width. So let's run it, and now it's looking like this. Now let's change it a little bit. Let's go here and let's type bg equals to f7ffd, comma. I'm gonna set a font. I'm gonna be equal to Constantia 35. Let's set a width of 12. Now let's run this. I have our pizza, pasta, garlic, bread, and salad. Now let's add a button. I'm gonna go here and I'll type submit button equals to button. It's gonna be shown in our window. We're gonna have the text submit, and it's gonna have a command of submit. Let's create that function. I'm gonna go up here and I'll type def submit, and it's gonna say print. So I'm gonna type here listbox dot get, again listbox dot course selection, and that is gonna select it's gonna give us the element that is selected. So course listbox should be dot course. So listbox dot course selection. Now if I run this, okay, let's go down here and let's type submit button dot pack. Now let's run this, and now if I click on pizza, we should see pizza, but let's click on submit and you have salad. Let's click on submit and you have soup, pasta, so everything works fine. Next, let's add an add button to add elements in our list. And I'll go down here and I'll type, I'm gonna copy this, I'll paste it here, and it's gonna be called add. I'm gonna say add, I'm gonna have a function add. I'm gonna go up here and I will type def add, and I'll type listbox dot insert listbox dot size. So we're gonna insert at the end of our list. We also need to add an entry box, so I'm gonna go down here and I'll type Entrybox equals to entry, and it's gonna have a window, and I have OCD, so sometimes I want to have things in a certain way to look. So I'm gonna put window here, entrybox dot pack. Okay, let's underscore this also, and in our add I'm gonna put a comma and I'll type entrybox dot get, and that is gonna add the element. And here I'm gonna type listbox dot config. I'm gonna call our config to change the height, so whenever we add a new element, the height is gonna increase. So I'm gonna type here listbox dot size. Now let's close this, let's run it. Now we have our pizza, pasta, garlic. Can submit, garlic was selected. Now if I type here Alex, and if I type submit, am uitat ceva. Okay, here I should say add button dot pack. Let's run it again, and I'm gonna type here let's say ice cream. Let's click on add. Now we have the ice cream being added here, and we have 3D there. Let's delete one. Let's stop it. Let's run it again, and have a submit. So it works. Pizza, add food, and we have food here added. Alright. Let's also add the delete button. So I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna copy this, and it's gonna say delete. Here is gonna say, I'm gonna call the delete. Here also delete. Let's create this function. I'm gonna go up here. I'll type def delete, and I'll type listbox dot delete listbox dot course selection. Then I'm gonna type listbox dot config to update the height. Listbox should be dot config height listbox dot size. Let's put this. Let me make sure that I call the pack for the delete button dot pack. Alright, if I run this, and let's say that I select pizza and I click on delete, pizza was deleted. If I select pasta, pasta was deleted. If I select garlic bread was deleted. I can add here pizza, add, have pizza. Alright, now let's say that I want to select multiple items from here. To do that, I'm gonna go up here, and I'll put a comma, and I'll type select mode multiple. Now if I close this, run it again, now I can select multiples at the same time. And to do that, we need to change our submit function. So let's comment this, and I'll go down here, and I'll type food. I'm gonna create a list, and I'll type for index in listbox dot current selection colon. I'll type food dot insert index. So at this particular index, we're gonna listbox dot, we're gonna get the element at this index. So index. Then I will go down here. I'll add a print, and it's gonna say you have ordered, and I'll type here for index in food print index. Now if I stop and run this, I select pizza, pasta and garlic bread, and I click on submit. You have pizza, pasta and garlic bread being displayed, so everything works fine. Next, let's see how we can delete multiple items. So I'm going inside delete, and I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna let this hide, and I'll type here for index in listbox dot course selection. Listbox is not that, it's simply called delete index. So we're gonna delete the element at this particular index. Let's stop it. Let's run it. And if I select pizza, pasta and garlic, delete, they are all deleted, but we have this selected. So pasta was is selected and it's not deleted. This is because the indexes are changing after we delete an item. And to solve this, we put here reversed listbox so let me parenthesis now if I stop
and run this, if I select 3, now all of them are deleted. Alright, this is our discussion about Listbox. I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to start a discussion about message boxes, and I'm gonna type from tinker import message box. Then I'm gonna type window equals to tk. I'm gonna type window dot main loop. I'll create a button here, button equals to button. It's gonna be showing our window. It's gonna have a text, click me, and a function, so command click. And let's pack this, so button dot pack. I'll go up here and I'll type def to create a function, click. I'll type message box dot show info. We're gonna have a title, which is gonna say this is an info message box. In the message, are you a person? Okay, let's run this. Click me and have are you a person message box. Okay, next let's comment this. Let's type message box dot show warning. The title is gonna be warning. Message, you have a virus. Let's run it. Click me and you have a virus message box. So let's close this. Let's comment this. Let's go on the next line. So next let's type message box dot show error. Show error is gonna have a title of error. So title error, and the message something went wrong. Now if I run this, click me, it says something went wrong. So this is this message box to show error. Let's comment this. I'll go down. Okay, so the next one is message box. Let's push it down. Message box dot ask okay cancel is gonna have a title. Ask okay cancel, and the message do you want to do the thing? And we can put this in an if statement because this returns true or false. So if message box, let's put colon here, and I'll type here print you did the thing, else print you cancelled a thing. So if I run this, click me and ask us, do you want to do the thing? Okay, you did the thing. Let's run it again. Click me, you want to do the thing, cancel, and it says you cancel the thing. Okay, let's close this. Let's comment this.
Okay, I'm gonna go down, and there are a few others. So let's copy this. Let's go down here. Let's paste it. So let's paste it. Okay, let's uncomment this, and we're gonna use another one. Ask, retry, cancel. Ask, retry, cancel. Do you want to retry the thing you retried the thing you cancelled the thing? And let's indent this, not this, this. Let's reformat the file. Let's run it. Click me. Do you want to retry the thing? Retry. Yes, you retry the thing. Click me again. Cancel. You cancel the thing. Okay, let's comment this. But let's copy it first and let's comment it. Okay, so let's comment this. Okay, I'm gonna go down here. I will paste this. Okay, the next one is ask, yes, no. So ask, yes, no. And for the message, let's put here, do you like coding? Let's change this to I like coding. Why you don't like coding? Let's stop this. Let's run it again. Click me. Do you like coding? Yes, I like coding. Click me again. Don't like coding? No. Why don't like coding? Okay, let's close this. Let's comment this. I'll go down here. I'll paste this again. Okay, the next one doesn't return true or false. Just type. It's gonna return yes or no. So I'm gonna type print. I'm gonna put that in the print function. Message box dot ask question title ask question. Sorry, it should be title. Title ask question message do you like coding? Let's run this. Click me. Let's click on yes. Do you like coding? You have yes. Click me. No. Have no. So this returns yes or no. Let's comment this. Okay, the next one is ask yes, no, cancel. So I'm gonna type here print message box dot ask yes, no, cancel. I'm gonna say the title ask yes, no, yes, no, cancel. Message do you like to code? If I run this, click me, we have yes, we have true, no, we have false, and cancel, we have none. And of course you can put this in an if statements to check for the value, but I'm not gonna do that because I'm lazy. And I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to look at color chooser. And first I'm gonna import the tkinter, import everything. Then I'm gonna type from tkinter import color chooser. Then I'm gonna type window equals tk window dot main loop, and I'm gonna type window dot geometry 500 by 500. I'll create a button equals to button. I'm gonna pass window, so it's gonna be showing that window, a text, click me, and the command click. Then I'm gonna type button dot pack. I'll go up here. I'm gonna type def click parenthesis, and I'll type here color equals to color chooser dot ask color. Now if I run this, click me, and have this color picker. Now let's change the background of our window. I'm gonna type here color hex. Actually, let me show you first something. Print color. Let's run this. Let's choose a color. And we have the RGB red, green, and blue, and then we have the hex value. And we need to get this value to set our background. So I'm gonna type here color hex equals to color at the index 1, because this RGB is at the index 0. Then I'll type window dot config. I'll put parentheses bg equals to color hex. Have an underline. Right, if I run this, click me, choose a color, and the background is changed. And you can do all of this in just one line of code. So I can delete all of this, and I can type here color chooser dot ask color at the index 1. So if I run this, click me, choose a color, okay. Right, this is our discussion about color chooser. I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to start a discussion about text area. And text area is a widget where you can type text. And I'm gonna go down here. I'll create a window. It's gonna be equal to tk. Then I'll type window dot main loop. I'll create a button. Button equals to button. I'm gonna pass window. Text is gonna say submit, and it's gonna have a command. So it's gonna have a function called submit. And I'll go up here and I'll type def submit Now let's go below our window and let's create a text area. So text equals to text is gonna be displayed in our window. It's gonna have a background of light yellow. Now let's run this. So we should put here pass. I'm gonna take care of that later. So we have our text area. Oh, I forgot to pack this. So button.pack and text.pack. Let's run it. Now we have our text area. You can type some text here. Right. Next, let's define a font. So font equals to parentheses. I'm gonna choose C go print, and I'm gonna choose, let's say, 60. And the text size will be also the size of the window for whatever reason, and this is big, so we need to change this. So it's too big, and to change that I'm gonna put a comma, and I'm gonna type height for width 10, pad X 20, pad Y 20, and font color, so FG, gonna be equal to red. Now if I run this, now it's much smaller. Now if I type here hello, just type hello world. Alright, so this is our text area, and in the submit we can type print text dot get. I'm gonna pass the index 1.0 and end. Let's run it. Let's say hello world. Let's click on submit, and we have hello world. Alright, this is our discussion about text area. I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time to look at the file dialog to see how you can open a file. And first I'm gonna type here from tk inter import file dialog. Then I'm gonna down here I'll type window equals tk. Then I'm gonna type window dot main loop, and I will create a button here. Button equals to button window, so it's gonna be showing this window. We're gonna have a text open, and it's gonna have a command, so we're gonna have a function or callback called open file. Let's remove this. Okay, up here I will type def open file, and I will type file path equals to file dialog dot ask to ask open file name. I'll add a print, and it's gonna say file path to see what to get. So if I run this, I forgot to pack the button. I always forgot this, so I'm gonna type here button dot pack. Let's run it again. Open. Now it's opening this. Let's go to desktop, text, and we have the address. You have the URL address text. Alright, let's delete this. Now I'm gonna type here. We need to get the content of that file. So I'm gonna type here file. I'm gonna go down, file equals to open file path R for reading, and I'm gonna add a print file dot read, and I'll type file dot, very important to close this. Let's refactor this to snake case. So refactor, it's not working. I'm gonna leave it like that. Okay, let's run this. Open text, and have my name is Alex, I like math, so everything works fine. Now let's bring that file in our project. So I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna open PyCharm, I will paste it here. We have our file, and I'm gonna go here, it should say, let me see, copy path, but I don't see copy path. Copy path reference, copy absolute path. And I will go here, and I'm gonna set the initial directory. So initial directory is gonna be equal to quotation marks this, but I need to put double slashes, here also. Let's go to the next line, and I will type title. I should put a comma there, comma, title. Let's open this file. Now I'm going to specify what file types I can open. So I'm going to put parentheses, and I'll type text files. So this is going to be the name, comma, parentheses, asterisk, dot txt, comma, another set of parentheses, and I'll put all files, comma, and I'll put asterisk, dot asterisk. But we have some problems here. Okay, now let's run this. Click on open, and now we have text files. So this comes from here, and we also have all files, and also have the main here now. So this is what this code is doing. We have a problem here, but I'm not gonna try to solve this now. Okay, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, now it's time to see how we can save a file using the file dialog. And I'm gonna add this import here. I'll create a window. It's gonna be equal to tk. Then I'm gonna type window dot main loop. I'll create a button equals to button. It's gonna be displayed in our window. It's gonna have a text of save. and it's gonna have a command. I should put a comma here. Command save underscore file. Then I'm gonna go down here. I'll type button dot pack, and also we're gonna need a text, gonna be equal to text, and we're gonna pass window. Now let's define our function. I'm gonna type def save file, and here I'm gonna type file dialog dot ask save as file, and gonna store the contents into a file variable. Let's push this down. Let's reformat this, and let's print this. Print file. Now if I run this, I forgot again to put here button dot pack. I always forget this. No, we have button dot pack. We don't have text dot pack. Let's take this. Let's put it here. Let's stop it. Let's run it again, but you don't see our button. Alright, let's run it again. I forgot to put the parentheses, dummy me. So let's run it. Have save. We have the text area. Let's type something. I am a human. Let's save this. Let's choose text. Let's save, and we have this being displayed. Alright, so this is on desktop. So let's go to desktop and let's open this. Open with. Let's choose Notepad. Wait. And it's empty. And it's empty because we need to write some text to this file. Okay, let's close this. This also. Let's open PyCharm. Now let's save. So I'm gonna type here file text. Let's get our text from the text widget. So I'm gonna type here text dot get 1.0. so get everything starting from 1 to end, and we need to convert this to a string. Str parentheses, then I'm gonna type file dot write file text, then I'm gonna type file dot close. Now if I run this, let's type something. Let's type I like coding and math. Let's click save. We have our text. Let's call it text2. Actually, let me delete this. Let's call it text. And here we don't have options for the save type, but we're gonna add this. We're gonna add those options immediately. So let's save. Yes. Now let's look on desktop. We have text. Let's open with. Not WordPad, Notepad. But anyway, you get I like coding and math. So the text was saved. Okay, let's open PyCharm. Now let's list some available file extensions that we can have the user save this file as. And let's list the default extension, which is going to be .txt. I'm going to put a comma, then I'm going to define the file types. So I'm going to type here file types, square brackets. I'm going to press enter, and I'm going to put parentheses. First is going to be text file, comma, .txt, comma, parentheses, HTML file, comma, .html, comma, parenthesis again, all files, comma, .asterisk. Alright, let's run this. Let's type something. I am Alex and I like to code in Python. Let's save it. Now we have text file, HTML file, all files. Let's choose HTML file. Let's call it text, and let's save it on desktop. So let's save. Let's close this. Let's go on desktop. Now we have text, and it's a HTML file denoted by the Chrome image. So if I open this, let me show you. We have I am Alex and I like to code in Python. So it was saved as an HTML file. So everything works fine. Okay, now let's change the initial directory. So I'm gonna push this down, and I'll type initial directory, and it's gonna be equal to this. I'm gonna save this, so copy path, absolute path, and I'm gonna paste it there. Backslash, 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 and the comma here. Now if I run this, now it's gonna be saved in our project. So if I type here I am, so let's say the sine of 30 degree is 1/2. Save. Let's call it text. Let's call it math. Text file, save, and we have text.txt now there. Now if I open this, the sine of 30 degrees is 1/2, so everything works fine. And you also have my name is Alex, I like math. Alright, and we can also get text from a prompt. So I can go here, and instead of this I can type here input, enter some text. Now if I run this, I'm going to type here I am Alex, save, text, save. Now it says enter some text. Let's say that I'm going to enter here, this is from the keyboard, but it's not working. Okay, it's working. So this now is here inside our text.txt. This is from keyboard. Alright, this is our discussion about how to save files using the file dialog. I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about menu bars. I'm going to create a menu bar that is going to be not too different to this that you see here. And we're going to add menus to the menu bar. So when you hover over or when you click on the menu bar, it's going to show a drop down. Alright, I'm going to type here window equals tk. And I'll type window dot main loop. I'll type here menu bar equals to menu. Gonna add this to our window, and I'll type here window dot config menu bar. Next, let's create a file menu. So I'm gonna go here. I'll type file menu equals menu. But now not gonna add to the window, I'm gonna add this to the menu bar. Then I'm gonna type menu bar dot add cascade. That is gonna add a drop down. I'm gonna type label file and menu. I'm gonna pass our file menu. Let's run this to see how it looks. So if I run this, have our file and have our little drop down here. Alright, let's close this. Now let's add some drop down options to our file menu. So I'm gonna type here file menu dot add command. It's gonna have a label. So label export and this is gonna be called, let's say, save and open. Now if I run this, have our file. If I click here, we have export, save and open, and we have this line here, and there is a way to get rid of this. So let's close this. Okay, to get rid of that line, I go here and I type tear off, set to false. If I run this now we don't have that annoying line. We have export, save and open. Okay, let's close this. Okay, if you want to add the line between your options, you can type here file menu dot add separator, and let's add another menu called exit, and let's make our menus do something. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna type command export. So I'm gonna create this function for save. I'm gonna say command save. For open, I'm gonna type open file, and for exit you can actually put here quit, and this will quit the have an underline. Oh sorry, it should be command. So command quit, and that is gonna quit our menu, our drop down menu. So if I run this, have a problem. We have a problem because we need to define those functions. So I'm gonna go up here and I'll type def export. I'm gonna say print exporting the file. Another def save print saving the file. Another def open file, open file, print opening the file. Another, actually for the open file. Okay, it should be command here. So command open file. Now if I run this, so let's run this. Okay, let's not put parentheses, just quit, because if I put parentheses here, it says that this code is unreachable. So let's delete this, let's run it. File, and have export, save, open, and if I click on exit, it exits the, so because this quit is working. Okay, let's create another menu. I'm gonna go here, I'll type edit menu equals to menu. It's gonna be out to our menu bar. I'm gonna type tier of false, and I'll type menu bar dot add cascade label edit menu. I'm gonna pass edit menu, and I'm gonna copy those, and I will paste them here, and I'm gonna change this to cut copy and paste. So I'm gonna define here cut copy and paste. Now let's define those functions here above. I'm gonna speed now the process a little bit. Alright, I define our three functions for our menus, and this is underlined because you need to have two spaces between lines of code. So two spaces, two spaces, two spaces, two spaces. So now everything is fine. Whoa, should put two spaces here too. Here too. Okay, let's run this. And we have file, export, save, open, exit, cut, copy, paste. So I did a mistake. I did something wrong. Let me close this. Okay, I forgot to change those here. Should be edit menu, edit menu, edit menu, and edit menu. Now if I run this, we have file, we have export, save, open, exit, and we have cut, copy, paste for edit. Alright, and you can also add images. So I can go up here. We can also change the font. So I'm gonna put font here, Arial of size 15. Here also font Arial of size 15. Should be in parentheses. Also here. Let's run it. File, and have export, save, open, exit, and have cut, copy, paste. And you can also add images. Alright, I added the images here. Now I'm gonna go here. We have command save. Let's go here. Let's type image equals to save image, image, open image, and quit image gonna be equal to exit image. Let's close this. Let's run it again. And now if I go to file, I have those images here, but they are too big. Let's add a compound, move it to the left to have the image to the left of the text. Compound, left, compound, left. Now if I stop this, run it again, now we have our save. We don't have for export, but we have save, open, exit, and they look beautiful. Let's remove the export. Now I have save, open, exit. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Come back. Now it's time to start a discussion about frames. A frame is a rectangular container to group and hold widgets. I'll create a button. It's gonna be shown in our window. It's gonna have a text of W, a font, of consolas, a size of 25, a width of 3, dot pack. Let's press Ctrl D 3 times. Let's change it to A, S, and D. Now if I run this, as you can see, they are stacked here. Okay, let's also specify a side. So side equals to top, side equals to left, side again, left, side again, left. Now if I run this, we have them in this way, but if I increase this, they don't stay together. And to stay together, we need to put them inside a frame. So I'll go up here, I'll create a frame, frame equals to frame. It's gonna be shown in our window. Gonna have a background of, I don't know, let's say green. Let's type frame dot pack side equals to top, and now we need to change this to frame. So copy this, frame, frame, frame. Now if I run this, now they are stuck together, and if I increase this, they don't disalign. So if I increase this, they stay together. Now we can set a background or a border. So I'm gonna type BD for border of 5. Let's run this. Alright, so this is our discussion about frames. I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to see how we can create multiple windows. And first I'm gonna create a window here. It's gonna be called old window. It's gonna be equal to TK. And I'm gonna type old window dot old window dot main loop. I'll create a button here. I'll type button. It's gonna be showing our old window. We're gonna have a text, create new window, command, create window dot pack, and I'll create that function. I'll type def create underscore create should be window, and I'll type here new window equals tk. Let's run this. We have our window, but let's make it bigger. So old window dot geometry 500 by 500. Let's run it. Now if I click create new window, we have a new window, and as you can see, they are different entities. They are not linked in any way. Anyways, if you want to create a window on top of the previous window, we type here new window top level should be top level. So now if I run this, it's gonna open the new window. If I close the bottom window, the new window is also closed. Alright, this is our discussion about windows, and I'm gonna see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to see how we can display tabs. So I'm gonna type from tkinter import everything. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'll type from tkinter import ttk. This will have the notebook. So I'm gonna press enter. I'll go down here and I'll type window equals tk window dot main loop. Let's set a actually no, I'm not gonna set a geometry. I'll type here notebook equals ttk dot notebook, and this notebook is gonna be showing our window. Then I'm gonna create tab 1 equals frame, and this is gonna be shown in our notebook. So this is a new frame for tab 1. Tab 2 equals frame notebook, and this will set a new frame for tab 2. Then I'm gonna type notebook dot add tab 1 text, gonna be tab 1 notebook dot add tab 2 text tab 2. Now if I run this, we don't see nothing. Okay, so we need to add notebook. I always forget this dot pack. If I run this, now as you can see, we have two tabs here. Right, let's add some labels. So I'm gonna go up here and I'll type label tab 1 text gonna be equal to hello, this is tab 1, should be tab 1. It's gonna have a width of 50 and the height of 25, and put that pack. I'm gonna press Ctrl D, label 2, hello, this is tab 2, Now if I run this, we have our two tabs, and now if I increase this, the tabs should stay on the left hand side, but they're not staying on the left hand side. So we have hello, this is tab 1, hello, this is tab 2. So everything works fine. Alright, so let's open the... So the problem is that when I increase this, the tabs are moving, and to solve this, I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna go where we have our notebook here, and I'll type notebook, actually where I pack the notebook, notebook.pack, and here I'll type expand equals true, and fill gonna be equal to both. Now if I run this, if I increase this, now the tabs stay on the left hand side no matter how much I change this. So this is tab 2, this is tab 1. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about the grid layout. The grid layout places widgets in a grid where you have columns and rows. So I'm gonna type from tkinter import everything, window equals tk and window dot main loop. Then I'm gonna type here first name label equals to label window text gonna be equal to first name dot pack. Actually I can delete this. Then I'm gonna go out down here and I'll type entry window dot pack. Now if I run this, let's make this, let's type window dot geometry 500 by 500. Let's stop this, let's run it again. Now we have our label and we have our entry underneath. So let's say that I want to have the label here on the left and the entry on the right. To do that we need to use grid. So we type dot instead of pack. I'm gonna dot grid, and we'll type row equals to 0 and column also 0. Here also dot grid row equals to 0, column is gonna be equal to 1. Now if I run this, now you have, as you can see on the left hand side, first name, we have the label, and on the right we have our entry box. Alright, let's close this. Now let's copy this and let's do the same for last name. So I'm gonna go down here, I'm gonna say last name, now if I run this, now it overlaps and you don't see first name. And to see the first name, I'm gonna close this, and we need to change our row to 1 and here also 1. So now if I run this, now we have our first name and last name being displayed beautifully. Now I'm gonna close this. Now let's do the same for an email. So I'm gonna copy this, I'll go down here, I'm gonna say email, but I'm gonna change the row to 2 and also down here also to 2 to be underneath. So if I run this, we have here email now being displayed beautifully. Okay, next let's create a button, a submit button. So I'm gonna type here button, it's gonna be shown our window, I'm gonna have the text submit, I'm gonna put dot grid, it's gonna be on the third row, so the row equals 3 and column equals 0. Now if I run this, have our submit button, but I want this submit button here, so I want to be between email and this entry box. To make this be here, to be in the middle of those two, we can not actually the middle, to be here in this place, we can use column span. So we can span two columns. So I'm gonna type column span, and I'm gonna put equals to 2. So it's gonna span two columns. Let's stop this, let's run it, and now our submit button is here. Alright, now let's also add some fonts to our labels. Actually no, I'm gonna keep it as it is because it looks nice. Alright, this is our discussion about grid. This is how we can do this. You can also set backgrounds for labels, and we can customize this however you want. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next. Welcome back. In this video I'm gonna see how we can display a progress bar, and I'll type from tkinter import everything from tkinter dot ttk import all, and also import time. And I'll create a window, I'll create a button equals, actually let me type button. It's gonna be displaying our window. It's gonna have a text of download and the command start. And actually I need to put here a button because this will return, if I put here dot pack, this will return none, so, and it will generate an error. But if I only return the button without pack, that is gonna return the actual button, and I'm gonna type here button dot pack. Next, let's create the progress bar. So I'm gonna type here bar equals progress bar window orientation horizontal and the length of 300. Now let's define the function def start colon, and I'll type here bar value plus equals 10. Now if I run this, let's increase this. Forgot to start bar dot pack. I always forget this, always. Now I have the progress bar. If I click, as you can see, it's being filled. Now let's go inside start. Let's define some variables here. First it's gonna be tasks. It's gonna be equal to 10. Then x is gonna be equal to 0. And I'm gonna type while x is less than task and I'll type here, let's push this up. I'm gonna type here x plus equals 1. Let's push this, let's push this, let's run it, and if I click on download we have this instantly. So this is because we need to use time. So I'm gonna put time dot sleep 1 second. Let's stop it, let's run it again, download, and now we don't see the progress being made step by step easily. It says not responding, and this happens because the window is waiting for the progress bar to complete before it's actually displaying being filled. And to solve that we need to go down here, and I'll type here window dot update. So I'm gonna update underscore idle tasks. Now if I stop this, if I run this again, look what happens. Now we have the progress in real time being displayed beautifully here. We still get not responding. I wonder why. Maybe it is because we are doing this on the main thread and we should do this in a separate thread, but I'm gonna leave that to you to test. So try to execute this this start function, try to execute it in a thread to see if it still says not responding. Alright, this is our discussion about progress bar. I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. But before you do that, let me first make a more practical example with the start function. Let's go down here. Let's type %label equals to label window text variable %. So the reason we're using this % variable because we want to update this % label with some text. And I will go up here and I will type % equals to string var. And let's also add dot pack here. Right, let's go up here in our start function, and inside our start function I'm gonna type here %.set, and I'm gonna put parenthesis x divided by task multiplied by 100, and we need to convert all of this into a string str. So let's put parenthesis here. Now let's run it. Let's increase this. So download, and we have 20, and we have this decimal part. So let me change that. Let me stop it. And let's put before the string int parenthesis. Now let's run it again. Run it. That is very annoying. So let's type window dot geometry 500 by 500. If I stop this, run it again, download, you have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Again, we have not responding, and 100. All right, and you can also put here let me see str. So I can put here plus %. I don't think it should be here, so let me put it here, plus %. Now if I run this, download, you have 10%, 20%, and now we don't have that decimal part, 40%, 50%. Again, it is not responding. I'm gonna close this, so everything now works fine. But again, let's do a more practical example. Next, let's go down here and let's create a task label. You're gonna see immediately why. Gonna be equal to label, gonna be displaying our window, gonna have a text variable, text, and we're gonna call dot pack. And text is also a string, so I'm gonna type here text equals string var parentheses. Let's add some spaces between those. Then I'm gonna go down in our start function, and I'm gonna type here text dot set x plus // plus tasks, and let's convert this to a string, so str and this also str. Alright, let's run this, download, and we have the task, and we have also the percent being displayed here. Again, it's not responding. Okay, everything works fine. Let's also add here plus tasks completed. So if I run this, download, we have 3 out of 10 tasks completed. Let's put a space here, stop it, run it again, download. Now we have 1 out of 10 tasks completed. We have the percentage 40%, 50%. Again, it's not responding. I'm gonna close this. Right, let's make this a more practical example. Let's change this to gigabytes. It's gonna be equal to 100. Let's change this to download. It's gonna be equal to 0, and speed is gonna be equal to 1. Then I'm gonna type here while download it's less than gigabytes, time that sleep for 0.04 seconds. Here I'm gonna delete this, and I'll put parentheses, speed divided by gigabytes times 100. We can delete this. Actually, we can change this to download plus equals speed. And here we have x divided by tasks. I'm gonna change to download divided by gigabytes times 100. And here we have text, and here we're gonna put download, and here GB. Alright, let's run this, download, and now it's doing this, and it's very beautiful. Right, this is our discussion about, but okay, let's run this again. And if I click on download, now everything works fine, but you still have a problem that when this is completed, if I click on download, it will start again, but this is already filled. And I'm gonna leave this as a challenge for you to find a way to reset this progress bar and start again. Right, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you then. Welcome. Now it's time to start a discussion about canvas. And a canvas is a widget that is used to draw graphs plus images, lines in a window. And I'll type from tkinter import all. Now let's create here a canvas equals to canvas window. So it's going to be displaying our window. It's going to have a height of 500 and the width also of 500. And I'm going to type canvas.pack. Now let's run this and have our canvas. Alright, Okay, I will go here and I will type canvas dot create line, and let me run this. Actually, let's comment this first. Let's run it, and our position is on the top left hand corner. Here we have 0 0, and on the bottom right corner we have 500 by 500. So when you type canvas dot create line, you need to pass those values here. So I'm gonna put here 0 0 0 0 and 500 by 500. Now if I run this, we have a line which goes from 0 0 to 500 by 500. Let's close this, and we can also change the color of this line. So I'm going to type here fill equals to blue. If I run this, now the line is blue. And you can also set the thickness. So I'm going to type here, I can see what is that T. And we can change the width. So I'm going to type width, let's say 10. Let's run this. Now as you can see, it's bigger. Alright, let's create another line. Control D. And now I want this line to start here and end on the top here. And to do that, we need to put here 0, 500, then 500 and 0. And let's make this red. Let's run this, and now we have this being displayed. Next, let's type canvas dot create rectangle, and I'm gonna put the starting position 50, 50, 50, and then I'm gonna put 250 and 250. Let's see what we get, and have this being displayed here. Alright, let's close this, and we can also give a color to this. So I'm gonna type here fill, let's say red. Now if I run this, we have this red. But let's comment those two. So let's comment this line and this line. Let's stop it, run it again, and we have our rectangle here. Next, let's create a polygon, a triangle. So I'm gonna go down here, I'll type canvas dot create polygon 250, 0, 500, 0, 500. Now if I run this, I have a problem. Okay, I should put here 500. Now if I run this, now I have this triangle. I think I can change the color. Let me try fill. Let's make it blue, or let's make it green. Let's run it, and now we have this triangle green, and it's beautiful. Okay, let's comment this.
Outline around this graphic.
But let's first also add a border. So I'm gonna go here, and I'll type outline equals black. Now if I run this, we have the outline. It's not that big. Let's comment this, and you can also change the thickness of this with width, let's say 10. If I run this, now I have this border. Right, I'm gonna close this, comment this, and with those options that we have here, let me copy. We can also pass a list, so let's copy this. Let's create a list points equals to those ones. Let me delete this and let's put points. Now if I run this, we have the same output, so everything works fine. Okay, let's comment this. And I'll go down here. I'll type canvas dot create arc, and here we need to pass the size of this arc. So 0, 0, 500 by 500. So we don't pass the position here. So if I run this, we have this here being displayed. Let's also set a fill color here. So fill, let's put green. Let's run this, and this will start at 0, 0 here because this is an entire circle, but we only have this semicircle here. So let's close this, and we can also have styles, so I can put a comma here. Styles equals to chord. So now if I run this, we have a chord, and there is also arc. So if I run this, we have an arc. Okay, let's change this to PySlice. Let's add here a start for the degrees. So start equals 90 degrees. Let's run this, and now we have this 90 degrees here, but it's inversed. Let's close this, and we can put here equals 180 degrees. So let's run this, and we have this now here. And we can also set an extent, and the default is 90 degrees, but let's put here extent equals to 180 degrees. And if I run this, now you have 180 degrees here. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. And with all of this code that we talked about, try to create something like a Pokeball using the knowledge that I explained here. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you. Welcome back. Now it's time to start a discussion about key events, and we can bind a key event to a function, to a widget. So when we press a key, a certain key, we can trigger a function. And I'm gonna type here window equals tk window dot main loop, and I'll go up here and I'll type window dot bind, and I'm going to parentheses key and let's trigger this do something function. Let's create a label equals to label window font Helvetica 100, and we can put here whatever key you want. You can put a W. So if I run this, but let's define the function. So def do something. Print you pressed colon plus event dot, let's put here event dot key sim.
The pressure who actually game we do the big call and we everyone and enjoy the show. Great key events, buddy. It's you bro here. Hope you're doing well. And in this video, I'm going to teach you guys how we can create key events in Python. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Key events in Python. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Now if I run this, I can type anything here. So let's run it again. Just you press W, so you get you press W. If I put here S, stop it, let's stop this, run it again. If I press S, you get to press S. So it's listening for those characters. Now, to listen for all characters, we put here key. So now if I stop this and run this, and if I press anything, as you can see, we have you pressed all those keys, because this will listen for all the keys and it's going to execute this function whenever key is pressed. Alright, let's comment this. And I'll go down here and I'll type label dot config text equals to event dot key sim, and that is gonna display whatever key we press. So stop this, run it, let's type something, and I have this being displayed here in our label. So whatever we type here. Right, this is our discussion about keyboard events. I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to listen to mouse events, and for that I'm gonna put this here and I'll create window dot bind, and here I'm gonna put button slash 1, and it's gonna trigger the function do something, and this will listen for left mouse events. So if I go up here, if I define do something, I'm gonna print mouse coordinates plus str. We need to define a parameter here, event str event dot x plus a space plus event dot y. Let's put this in a str to convert it to a string. Now if I run this, I have a problem. Okay, Okay, so I should put here this. Let's run it. Now if I click here, as you can see, it's listening for the mouse clicks from the left hand side of the click, and it's displaying the position. So if I click here, we have 6 and 2. If I go right to the corner here, it's not working, but we get smaller numbers. If I go here, we have bigger numbers. Right, let's comment this. And I'll go down here, I'll type window dot bind parentheses double quotation marks, and I'll type button slash, not slash, line 2, and it's gonna call do something. And this, let's put a comment. This will listen for scroll wheels. So if I run this, again we have a problem. I forgot to put here this. Let's run it. Now if I scroll, we don't get nothing. Right, so let's change this from button 2 to mouse wheel. Now if I stop this, run it again, we have a problem. I have 2 here. Let's run it again. Now if I scroll, as you can see, we have the coordinates being displayed. Okay, let's close this. Let's comment this. Next, I'm gonna type window dot bind, and I will put here button 2 I'm gonna put a comment, and it's gonna say also already have for the button 2, so here should be button 3, and it should say right mouse click. So I'm gonna put right mouse click. If I run this, if I click here, again it's not working. Okay, dummy me, I should put here do something. This is why that didn't work. So let's stop this, let's run it. Now if I click right mouse click, now we have the coordinates. So let's close this, let's comment this. Now I'm gonna type here window dot bind and I will put here question marks, so double question marks, and I will type button release. Let's call the do something. Now if I run this, we have a problem. Okay, I should put this here. I don't know why I make so many mistakes in this video, but let's run this. Let's hold click. Now if you leave this, it has mouse coordinates 171. So this is what this is doing. Let's comment this. Then I'm gonna type window dot bind, and I'm gonna put enter, do something. So if we enter the window, it will display the coordinates of the cursor. So this is what this is doing. So let's comment this. Let's move to the next one. Window dot bind quotation marks. I'm gonna type leave to something. I'm gonna put a comment, leave the window. So this is gonna be triggered when we leave the window. So let's stop this, let's run it. So if I'm here, now if I leave the window, we have mouse coordinates. Now if I leave the window here, we have 2020 and 277. So this is what this is doing. Let's comment. Let's move to the next one, window dot bind I'm gonna type motion, do something. Let's put a comment where the mouse moved. So if I run this and if I move the mouse, as you can see, the callback is called and the code inside here is executed. So this is why we have that. So let me bring this here. So if I move this, we have the mouse coordinates changing. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next. Welcome back. Now it's time to see how we can drag and drop widgets. So I'm gonna create a window. I will put here label equals to label window. We're gonna have a BG of red, a width of 10 and a height of 5. Now we need to type here label dot bind and I'm gonna put this here and I'll type button -1 and that is gonna call the drag start function. So if you were to click on the label using the left mouse, it will trigger the drag start function. So I'm gonna go up here, I'll type def drag start parentheses. Let's put a pass for now. So what we actually want to do is to get the coordinates where we click on this label. So I'm gonna type here. So I'm gonna type here label dot start x equals to event, not reverse, event dot x. We need to define the event here. Then I'm gonna type label dot start y equals to event dot y. So we're going to have some coordinates where we click on this label here. Next, let's bind our second label. So I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, and it's gonna call a different function called drag motion. So this event is gonna occur only if is going to occur only if you were to hold down the left mouse and then drag it. And to do that, I'm gonna change this to B1 dash motion. Now let's define this method or function, def drag motion, and here I'm gonna type x is gonna be equal to label dot win info x minus label dot start x plus event dot x, and I'm gonna set a y variable. It's gonna be equal to label dot win for y minus label dot start y plus event dot y. Alright, let's explain this code because it may be confusing. So this function is called when you have the mouse while holding down the left button on the label. Label.info_x gives the current x coordinate of the label top left corner relative to the window. Label.winfo_i gives the current I coordinate of the label top left corner relative to the window. Label.startX and label.startY are the coordinates where you first click on the label. Event X and event I are the current coordinates of the mouse relative to the label during the drag. The new position of the label is calculated by subtracting the initial click position start X, start I from the current mouse position and adding it to the label current position. The label is then placed at this new position using label.place X equals to X and Y equals to Y. So this is what this is doing. Right, so let's add some code here. Let's type label dot place. Let's place it at X equals 0 and Y equals 0. So it's gonna be on the top left corner. Now let's copy this and let's create another label. I'm gonna go down here. Actually, not here. I'm gonna go down here. I'll create another label. Let's make it blue. And let's place this where X is 100 and Y 100. Okay, let's copy those two. Let's go down here. Let's paste them. But here it should be label 2, label 2, label 2, label 2 here. And in your drag motion function, for this to work, add this line of code widget equals to event.widget, and wherever we have the label, change it with widget. So now if you run this, we can move those here and can also move this. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to see how we can move an image using the keys WASD or the arrow keys. I'm gonna type from Tinker import everything, and I'll type here window equals tk window dot main loop, and I'll type here window dot geometry 500 by 500, and I'll type window dot bind, and I will put quotation marks W, and this is gonna call the move up function. Let's press Ctrl D, W S A and D. S is gonna move down, A is gonna move left, and D is gonna move right. Let's also add for the up, down, and left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we put here up, down, left, and right. Let me see if I have the correct function. So we have up, this should be move up, down, this should move down, left, this should be move left, and right, this is so let's define those functions above here, and I will go down here and I will type my let's call it car image equals to photo image file sports car. Then I'm going to create a label equals to label. It's going to be shown our window, and it's going to have an image of car image. Then I'm going to type label dot place x equals 0 and y equals 0. Let's run this to see how it looks, but it will generate an error because we didn't define those functions. So let's go up here, let's define those. I'm gonna define move up. We're gonna have an event, and we're gonna say label dot place x equals to label dot win for x, and y is gonna be, so y is going to be label dot win for y minus 10. Alright, let's define another one. So that is the move up. Define move down, again label dot place x equals to label dot win for x, and here y is gonna be equal to label dot win for y plus 10. Let's define another one. So define move left, and it's gonna be label dot place x is gonna be equal to window label dot window x minus 10, and y is gonna be equal to label dot win for y. I'm gonna define another one, move right, and I'll type label dot place x equals to label dot win for x plus 10, and here I'm gonna type y equals to label dot win for y plus 10. Alright, let's run this, and now if I move the keyword, it's not working. Okay, we should define here event and event. So if I run this, now I can move left, down, up, everything works fine. But when I go to the right, it's going down, so let me fix that. Alright, so here y should stay the same, should not be moving. So right, down, left, upward. Alright, so everything works fine. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, now it's time to see how you can move the image using a canvas. So I'm gonna add this, not this. And I'll go down here, I'll type canvas equals to canvas. It's gonna be showing our window. We're gonna have a width of 500 and a height of 500. And I'll type canvas dot back. Then I'll create a photo image. Let's call it car image equals photo image file. So file equals car sport car.png. Then I'm gonna type here image equals to canvas. We need to create this canvas.create image. I'm gonna set it to 0, 0, so on the top left corner. Put image equals to car. So image equals to car image. Let's run this to see what we have. We have it here, but it's not visible. To solve that, I'm gonna put a comma here, and I'll type anchor equals northwest. Now if I run this, now the image is showing here, as you can see. Now let's define some keys that are gonna be pressed. So window.bind W, and I'm gonna call move up, Control D, and here is gonna be S A D. This is gonna move down, left, and right. Alright, let's define the functions. I'm gonna type def move up event, and I'm gonna type canvas. So canvas dot move, and this takes 3 arguments. First is the image, so image. Next is the x-axis, so it's gonna be 0, not gonna move on the x-axis. And next is the, I don't like that they don't show you here that this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis, this is an image. So I don't know why PyCharm is not doing this, why it's not showing you what arguments you need to pass. And here I'm gonna put -10. I'm gonna define another one, define move down canvas dot move image, and it's gonna be 0. Now we're gonna pass 10. Then define move left and it's gonna be canvas dot move. It's gonna move the image, and now we're gonna pass a value for the x-axis because it's gonna move to the left of the x-axis. So I'm gonna put 10, and in the I direction, we're gonna put 0 because we're not gonna move in that direction. Next, I'm gonna create another one, define move right, and I'm gonna type canvas dot move. What we're gonna move? We're gonna move the image, and we're gonna move it by 10, by -10, and in the y-axis 0. Now let's run this. Now if I press, we have problems. Okay, I forgot to pass event again. Event. let's stop it. Let's run it again. Now let's move it up, down, left. So left is not working and right is not working. We need to switch the values for the left. So for the left, I'm gonna put -10, and for the right 10. Now if I run this, now it's moving right, left, down, up. So everything works fine. Right, this is how you can achieve the same thing using Canvas. And you can also define the arrow keys here, and we can call those functions for the arrow keys. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to see how we can add some animations, and I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna go here, I'll create a canvas equals to canvas. We're gonna be in our window, and we need to create some constants, and a naming convention along about constants is to have the constants in uppercase letters. So I'm gonna type here width equals to 500 and height equals to also 500. Now here for the width, I'm gonna pass our width, and for the height, I'm gonna pass our height. Then I'm gonna type canvas dot pack, and I have this image. You can choose whatever image you want for the animation. Next, let's create a photo image. So I'm gonna go down here, and I'll type plain image equals photo image file plain airplane. Then I'll type here my plane equals to canvas dot create image, and we're gonna pass a position 0, 0 is gonna be on the top left corner. Image equals to plane image, and anchor equals to northwest. So if we run this, we have our plane on the northwest here. Okay, let's close this. Next, I'm gonna create a while loop here. So while true, I'll type a variable here coordinates equals to canvas dot coordinates my image. So that is gonna give us the coordinates of my plane. And I'm gonna print coordinates. So if I run this, as you can see, we have those coordinates being displayed here over and over. So let's stop this. And here I'm gonna type window dot update and time dot sleep for 0.02 seconds. So if I run this, we have our image and have our coordinates changing, but we have the same coordinates because we are staying at the same place all the time. So let's close this. Next, I'm gonna give y and x velocity. So I'm gonna type x velocity equals to 1 and y velocity equals to 1. And those numbers that we have here, those are the x coordinates and those are the y coordinates. So we have the we have one for the left x-axis, one for the right x-axis, and here we have one for the up y-axis and one for the down y-axis. This is why we have 4 numbers here. So let's close this. Next, I'm gonna go down here and I will type canvas dot move. Now we need to pass what we want to move. We want to move the plane image, and I'm gonna move it only in the x direction, in the x axis, and for the y axis I'm gonna pass now 0. So now if I run this should move, but it's not moving. Sorry, it should be here my plane. This why it's not working. So if I run this, now the plane is moving to the right, as you can see here, and the x coordinates are updating. Alright, I'm gonna close this. Now if I change now the x velocity to 0 and the y velocity to 1, now if I run this, now it's moving in the y direction, and now this is updating, as you can see. So let's close this, and if you combine those two together, x velocity is gonna move diagonally, as you can see here. It's gonna move in the x direction and in the y direction. Next, let's run this and let's make this bounce, but let's make it first in the x direction. So when it's gonna hit the walls, it's gonna bounce. And to do that, I'm gonna go here, I'll add an if, and I'll type if coordinates at 0 is greater than or equal to width. So if we hit the width, so if our coordinates is equal to the width, or for the left side, if coordinates at 0 is less than 0, then I'm gonna type here x velocity equals to, I'm gonna switch the velocity to minus x velocity. So now if I run this, now that it's moving, we wait, and now it's bouncing. Now let's wait for this part, which is this part here. So if I, now it's bouncing there. Alright, as you saw in the example, when this reaches the wall here, it will go over the wall. So we need a way to take into account the size of this. And to do that, I'm gonna go here and I'll type image underscore width equals to plane image dot width, and image underscore height equals to plane image dot height height. Now what we need to do here is to put width minus image width, and let's put this in parentheses. Let's put this also. Right, let's run this. Now it's going to the right, we wait. And now it's bouncing back, as you can see, and it's not going over the wall. And this is fine, this is working, we don't need to do anything there. I'm gonna close this. Right, let's do the same thing for the I axis. So I'm gonna copy this if, go down here, I'll paste it here, and now I'm gonna put height image height, and here is gonna be y velocity, and it's gonna be index 1 here, and here also 1, and let's put here x velocity and y velocity. So now if I run this, the plane is moving and we have the x and y. We wait, now it's hitting that and it's bouncing back. So everything works fine. Alright. Let's close this. So let's close that. Okay, now let's change the speeds to 4 and 2 to have it bouncing in multiple directions, like you see here now. So everything works fine. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Right, now it's time to see how we can do multiple animations, and for that I'm gonna add a TK and I will put here width equals to 500, height equals to 500, canvas equals to canvas, window width height. Then I'm gonna type canvas dot pack. Now I'm gonna create a ball, a class ball, because we're gonna create multiple balls in our canvas. So I'm gonna go right click here, go to new Python file, let's call it ball. Let's type class ball. Let's type def init, and here we're gonna define some parameters. And here I'm gonna type canvas, because we're gonna show this on a canvas, x position, y position, diameter, x velocity, y velocity, and color. Then I'm gonna go down here, I'll type self dot canvas equals canvas, self dot image equals canvas. I'm gonna create the oval, so create underscore oval parenthesis, add the position x, y, diameter, and fill is gonna be equal to color. Then I'm gonna type self dot x velocity equals x velocity, and self dot y velocity equals y velocity. I'm gonna define a function here, so define move self, and it's gonna say coordinates equals to self dot canvas dot coordinates self dot image. So I'm gonna get the coordinates of this image, and I'm gonna print coordinates. Now I'm gonna go here, I will go down here. Now I'm gonna create here a soccer ball equals to ball, and I will pass canvas, so similar to how we do with widgets. Here we have canvas and we display in our window, here we have the ball and we display in our canvas. Then I'm gonna put 0 for the x, 0 for the y, 1 for the x velocity, 1 for the y velocity, and color red. I need to import that, so from ball import everything, and now we have those names here. Yeah, we have x, y, diameter, velocity, so everything works fine. Now I'm gonna go down here and I'll type while true soccer ball dot move window dot update time dot sleep, let's put 0.02, so 200 milliseconds. So if I run this, we have a problem. Okay, here it should be 100, here should be 1, and color should be red. So if I run now this again, we still have a problem. Alright, so the problem was that instead of chord, here we should put chords. It's something about PyCharm that is not giving you hints about the name of the variables when you type them. So you need to type them all the word yourself. Anyway, I'm gonna go here. If I run this, now we have our red ball, and now we have this being displayed here, the X and Y. Let's close this. And this time we have 4 coordinates, the top left corner and the bottom right corner. This is why I have 4 numbers here. Next, let's move our ball, and I'm gonna go here. I will delete this, and I'll type self.canvas.move self.image. So we're gonna move our image, and we're gonna move us to self.x velocity and self.y velocity. Now if I go here, if I run this, now the ball, as you can see, it's moving. Let's go inside ball, and let's add that print coordinates, because we're going to take a look at those coordinates. So let's run this, and we have our coordinates. Let me close. Alright, now I'm going to add an if here. I'm going to type if coordinates at index 2, so this is the bottom left corner, is greater than or equal to parentheses self dot canvas dot winfo underscore width or coordinates at index 0 is less than 0. Then we're going to type self dot x velocity is going to be equal to minus self dot x velocity. So now if I run this, now it's moving. Let's see if it bounces. Alright, so it's bouncing, but only bouncing on the x direction. We need to add another if. So I'm gonna copy this if, because now we're gonna check the bottom and the top. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put the index 3. Here I'm gonna put the index 1. And self.canvas should be height, and here it will be I velocity and I velocity. Now if I run this, look what happens. We have this bouncing, and now it's bouncing also from the bottom and the top. Let's wait to see. Alright, so everything works fine. Alright, let's create another ball. So let's create here soccer ball. Let's change the velocity to 2, 5 or 4. Let's duplicate this. Let's change it to black blue, yellow, let's call it soccer ball 1, soccer ball 2, soccer ball 3, soccer ball 4. Diameter, let's change the diameter to 150. Let's change this to 120, and let's change this to 200. And let's change the speed to 2. Let's put a 1. Let's put a 6 here. Let's put a 2 here. And now I have soccer ball.move. I'm gonna replace this with soccer ball 1.move, and I'm gonna replace with 2, 3, and 4. Now if I run this, now we have our balls being displayed here. So look how beautiful they are. And we make our program and it's working, and I'm very happy. Alright, I'll end this video here, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now it's time to see how we can display some time. And first I'm gonna import the tkinter, import everything, and from time import also everything. I'm gonna paste this here, the window followed by window.main loop, and I'll type time underscore label equals to label. It's gonna be displayed in our window. It's gonna have a font of Arial of 50. We're gonna have a font color. It's gonna be equal to 00 FF00, and this should be in quotes. So quotes, and also background BG. Let's choose black, also in quotes, black. Then I'm gonna type here time label dot pack, and we're gonna call here an update function. I'll go up here and I'll type def update, and I'll type here time string equals to string format time codes. I'm gonna put %i. This means that you have a 12-hour format, colon %m for minutes, colon %seconds, and let's add a PM or AM after this. So I'm gonna put %p. Then I'm gonna type here time label dot config text equals to time string. Now I'm gonna type time. Let me actually show you this before I do that. So let's run this. Now we have 11:41:31 AM. So this is what we have here. Let's make it tick. So let's type time label dot after. So this is gonna call after 1 milliseconds, 1000 milliseconds. So after 1 second, I'm gonna call the update. So this is gonna be a recursive call. It's gonna call the update after 1 milliseconds again and again and again. So if I run this, now you can see this is changing because this is calling that. Okay, now let's create another label. So I'm gonna copy this. I'll go up down here and I'll type label. I'm gonna get rid of this, and for the font I'm gonna choose ink 3, let's say 25. I will go up here, I will copy this, I'm gonna paste it, I'm gonna delete this, and to display the day of the week we use %a. And I should change this to day label, and up here also time string. Let's change it to day string. And it's gonna say day label dot config text day string. So now if I run this, now we have Thursday being displayed and we have this beautiful font. Alright, this is our discussion about clocks and how we can display time. I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. In this video we're gonna see how we can send emails, but first I'm gonna add an import here, smt lib, and I'll type sender. So the sender who is sending this email, let's put sender at gmail.com, receiver equals to receiver at gmail.com. Password is gonna be equal to some password. Subject is gonna be equal to Python email test, and body, so the actual message is gonna be hello, I like Python, the programming language. Next, let's create a header. So I'm gonna type here message equals F quotation marks, triple quotation marks, and this is allows us to span multiple lines. And I'll type from Eminem curly braces sender. So sender, we can pass here in curly braces sender because we're using the F string, which is similar to dot format. Next, I'm gonna go on the next line and I'll type to Alex Dobinka, or let's put to Roger. What is 1G Roger Cage. I'm gonna put receiver. I'm gonna press enter. I'll type subject, a backslash n, and the body. Next, I'm gonna go down here and we need to type server. I'm gonna create a server equals to smlib.smtp, and it's gonna have two parameters. First gonna be smtp.gmail.com, and next is gonna be the port number, and the default port number is 589. Then I'm gonna type server.start ttls. That is gonna start the server. Now I'm gonna type server.login. I will pass sender, password, then I'm gonna add the print. I'm gonna say logged in, server.send email, sender, receiver, and message. And let's add a print, email has been sent. Now if I run this, so get nothing in the output. So let's run it again. We wait. Nothing in the output. Okay, so I put the wrong port number. It should be 587. Now if I run this, we wait and we get this error. So let's get this error. Let's copy it. Let's put this in a try and block. So let's put here try. And let's put here except this error, and it's gonna say unable to log in. Now if I run this, it says unable to log in. So if I try again, it said unable to log in. But if you provide real emails here and passwords, the email is going to be sent. Alright, I'll end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. In this video I'm going to show you how you can invoke a Python file using CMD. So I'm going to type here print hello world. I will type here name equals to input. Let's put here what's your name. Then I'm gonna put a print here, print hello plus name. This should be here, and this also. Right, to do that I'm gonna go here. I will save this file, save as. I'm gonna choose a different directory. Let's go to desktop. So let's see where is my desktop. So let's search for desktop, Windows, web projects, searches, desktop. So I'm gonna choose desktop. I'm gonna call it main.py. Let's change it to hello underscore world.py. Let's press OK. Now that file was saved. As you can see, it's here. Now let's open command prompt. We need to navigate to this file, so I'm gonna go to properties here. I'm gonna get this address and I'll type cd Then I'm gonna type Python hello underscore world dot py. And now we have hello world. What's your name? Let's say Dobinka Cristian Alexandru. Hello Dobinka Cristian Alexandru, and the process was finished. Alright, so this is how you can run a Python file using command prompt. Welcome back. Now it's time to see how you can use pip, which is a package manager for packages and modules from Python. So open CMD and type pip. If this is already installed, this is gonna show some options. So if I type pip, I press enter. We have all of those. I can type here pip version, and we have pip 24.0, and we have the location. And if you want to see the packages which are installed, type pip list, and those are the packages that I have installed. And if you want to upgrade pip, you type pip install upgrade pip. So now it's gonna upgrade pip. A new release of pip is available to update, run Python exe m pip install. Let's copy this. Let's paste it here. And now it's gonna install. It says successfully uninstalled the older version and successfully installed the new version 24.2, and previously it was on 24.0. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome everybody. In this video I'm gonna show you how you can convert a Python file into an executable. But before we start, let me tell you that Windows Defender may prevent you from and other defenders may prevent you from running your executable file. So you can temporarily switch off that to make your Python file to be executed. And also make sure that pip and PyInstaller are installed. So I'm gonna turn this clock program into an executable file. So I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna close this, I'm gonna create a folder. Let's call it executable. So executable, and paste here any Python files or images that we have. And in this executable file we can also put an image. So let's go to downloads. I'm gonna take this image, I'm gonna paste it here. Now I'm gonna open command prompt, command let's increase this, and we need to get the location of this file. So let's go to properties, let's get this, let's type cd, and we're gonna navigate to this. Next, type PyInstaller dash capital F to turn all of this into a single file. Then I'm gonna put dash W to remove the terminal window, because I don't need that lowercase, it's gonna be. And if you have an icon that you want to set, you put dash I icon, and it should be an ICO icon. Now to convert that file into an ICO file, so to do that, we're gonna choose a file here, desktop, executable. I'm gonna choose this clock, and down here we're gonna choose convert to ICO. It says cannot convert to a mirror, PNG to ICO, let's say. Let's wait. It's not working. Let's try again. Cannot convert your image. Let's go up here. Let's click on upload. Successfully uploaded. Now let's convert to ICO. Let's download icons. Now we have that. Let's go to downloads. And we have our ICO. Let's copy. Let's go here. Let's delete this. And let's paste it here. Let's call it clock dot icon. Let's rename it to simply clock. Let's close this. Let's close this, and I'm gonna type here clock.ico. Okay, let's rename that to icon.ico because I think that it will not work. So let's change this to clock.ico. I close this, I have clock.ico, let's press enter. And we have an error. It says pip installer error. The following arguments are required script name. Okay, let's click clear. And let's type again pip installer. It should be p installer, so p installer. And we need to take, let's see how this is called, pip installer main dot pi dash f dash w dash I clock dot ico. Let's run this. And it says icon input file say user script desktop executable clock.ico not found. So we have a problem with that. But if I open this executable, if I go on this, now I have main, and if I click on this, it's not working. So let me go and build main. No, it's not working. Let me try again. Okay, after some minutes I found finally a solution to make this work. So let's open command prompt, go in our executable file, we copy this address, property, let's copy this, and it's very important to name this icon after you convert it to ICO simply icon. Don't put ICO because it implicitly has ICO already. So if you put ICO, it will have ICO.ico, and that will generate errors. That was the problem that was generating me errors. So I'm gonna close this, I'm gonna type cd, I'm gonna paste this. Now I'm gonna copy this command, so type exactly like what I type. So type this command pip install f minus minus e, and you have directly the location. Or let me actually try to, let's delete this, let's put icon dot ico and clock dot pi. Let me check to see if that is the case. Yes. Now if I press enter, so it's working. We wait. Alright, to get building Excel from Excel completed successfully. Now let's open this. and you're gonna have your executable file in dist. So I'm gonna go here, and if I double click here, now it's opening our file. And let me close the command. If I take this and I move it here, it has this icon that we added. So if I close this, I'm gonna delete this, I'm gonna put this here. Now if I click on this, we have the time being displayed. So this is how you convert a Python file into an executable file, and this can be very useful when you have a program that you want to, I don't know, share it to somebody else or whatever you want to do. Alright, I'll end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time to build a snake game using Python. And to build a snake game and to have it run it, you need to go in command. You could open command prompt, and you need to install pygame. So you type pip install pygame, and in my case it's already installed. Right, after that just import pygame, import time, and import random. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'll type pygame.init, and this is gonna initialize all the pygame modules. Next I'm gonna define some colors here. I'm gonna use RGB to define the colors, and I'll go down here, I'll type this width equals to 800, this, so this is gonna be the display width and height equals to also 800. I'll go down here and I'll type this equals to pygame dot display dot set mode, and I'm gonna put in parentheses, so in parentheses this width and this height. This is gonna create the game window. Then I'll go down here, I'll type pygame dot display dot set caption, and it's gonna say snake game by Alex. I'll go down here and I will type here, we need to set a clock to control the frame rate. So I'm gonna go down here, I'll type clock equals to pygame dot time dot clock parentheses, and this pygame clock object helps to manage how fast the game updates. Next we need to define the size of each block of the snake and its speed. So I'll go down here, I'll type snake block equals to 40 and snake speed equals to 7. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'll type font style, font underscore style equals to pygame dot font dot sys font. I'm gonna pass none for the first argument and 50. This is the font for the game over message. Now I'm gonna go down here and I'll type font, so or score underscore font equals to pygame dot font dot sys font, put none and 35 for the size. I will go down here and I will define a function, define your underscore score. We're gonna have a parameter score, and we're gonna have a value. It's gonna be equal to score underscore font dot render, and it's gonna say your score. Let's put the big capital S, your score, and I'm gonna put here colon your score plus str score. I'm gonna pass true and yellow, and this is gonna render the score text. Now I'm gonna go down here and I'll type this dot bleed value, then I'm gonna put square brackets 0, 0, and this bleed or draw will draw the score on the screen at the top left corner. Now let's create another function. Let's go down here. Let's type df our snake. This is the function to draw the snake on the screen. It's gonna have a snake underscore block and the snake underscore list. Then I'll go down here, I'll type for x in snake list. So I'm gonna loop through each block of the snake body. I'm gonna type pygame dot draw dot rect. So I'm gonna draw a rectangle. I'm gonna pass this black square brackets, another pair of square brackets, 0. No, it should be x 0, comma x square brackets 1. We're gonna pass snake block and snake block again, and this will draw each block. We need to put another square bracket here. Now, okay, let's go down here. Let's define another function called message. Def message is gonna have a parameter msg, a color msg is gonna be equal to font style dot render msg. I'm gonna pass through color. This is gonna render the message text. Then I'm gonna type this dot bleed msg. Then I'm gonna put square brackets this width, so this width divided by 6, comma this height divided by 3, and this will draw the message at a specific location. Next, we're gonna create the game loop method. So def game underscore, actually let's call it game loop. It's not gonna have any parameters, and I'll type here game over, game underscore over equals to false. This is the flag to determine if the game is over, and game close is gonna be equal to also to false, and this is the flag to manage the end of the game condition. Now let's set the initial position of the snake. So I'm going to type x1 equals to this width divided by 2. x2 is going to be equal to this height divided by 2. So this is going to be the initial x position, center of the screen, and the initial y position, which is also going to be the center of the screen. Now let's define the variables for the change in position. Initially set to 0, so no movement. So I'm going to go down here, I'll type x1 underscore change equals 0 and y1 underscore change equals to 0. Then I'm going to create a list to keep track of the snake's body. Initially it's empty, so I'm going to type snake underscore list equals, and it's going to be an empty list for the starting. Then I'm going to type length of snake, and I'm going to set it initially to 1. Now we need to draw the food at a random position, and the position should not overlap the position of the snake. So I'm going to type here food x equals to round. I'm going to type random dot rand range. I'm going to put parentheses and I will put 0. Then I'm going to put this width minus snake block divided by 10.0 and multiplied by 10.0. Why it's underlined? Let me see. Sorry, format the file. Now let's press Ctrl D and let's put here food y, this height, so this height, and it's also going to be minus snake block divided by 10 and multiplied by 10. Now we need to define the main game loop. So I'm going to type while, so while not game over, let's put a comment, loop continuous until the game is over. And I'll put here a comment again, loop, I'm gonna create another loop to handle game over state. And I'll type here while game close. So this loop while game close will loop to show the game over message and wait for player input. Next I'm gonna type here this dot fill. I'm gonna pass blue, so I'm gonna fill the screen with the blue color. Message, we're gonna have a message, let's say you lost, press C, play again, or Q to quit. And I'm gonna pass the color red. Now I'm gonna call your score, and it's gonna have length of snake -1, and this is gonna display the player's final score. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'll type pygame dot display dot update. And this will update the display to show the changes. Now I'm gonna add a comment here. I'm gonna type event handling loop for game over state, and I'll type here for event in pygame dot event dot get, and I'll type here if not parentheses, if event type equals pygame dot key down. If that is the case, I'm gonna put colon, I'll press enter, and now I'm gonna check to see if so first we check to see if the key is pressed, then I'm gonna check to see if Q is pressed, then quit the game. So I'm gonna type if event dot key equals pygame dot kq, what is k underscore q. If that is pressed, I'm gonna type game over set to true, so I'm gonna end the game, and game close, I'm gonna set it to false. Then I'm gonna go down here, and here I'll type if event dot key equals pygame dot k underscore c, so if the c is pressed, then restart the game. So I'm gonna put game loop, so I'm gonna call game loop again. Now outside of this for loop, but inside the game or inside the while not game over loop, so at this level of indentation. So let me go here, let me see, while not game over, so here. So be very careful to this. Here I'm gonna put a comment, event handling loop during gameplay, and I'll type for event in pygame dot event dot get. I'm gonna type here if event dot type equals pygame dot quit. So here we're checking to see if the player has clicked the close button. If that is the case, I'm gonna type game over equals to true, and it's gonna exit the loop. Next, I'm gonna put another if event type event.type equals let me pull this down a little bit. So event.type equals pygame dot key down, so key down, check to see if the key is pressed. Then I'm gonna type if event dot key so event.key equals pygame dot k underscore left. So if the left arrow is pressed, I'm gonna put colon and I'll type here x1 change. So we're gonna move left by decreasing the x position. So x1 change equals to minus snake block. Else if event dot key equals pygame dot k right. So if the right arrow is pressed, we're gonna move right by increasing the x position. And here I should put x1 change equals to minus snake block, and y1 change is gonna be equal to 0, because we're gonna stop the vertical movement. Now, if the right arrow is pressed, I'm gonna pass x1 change equals to snake block. So snake block, and y change is gonna be equal to 0. Okay, another else if. So else if event dot key, so key, why I keep messing the code, equals to pygame dot k underscore up. So if the up arrow is pressed, I'm gonna type I1 change equals to minus snake block, and x1 change is gonna be equal to 0. Next, I'm gonna add another else if. So else if event.key equals pygame dot key down. I'm gonna type here y change equals snake block, and x change is gonna be equal to 0. So this is gonna stop horizontal movement. Next, we need to check for collisions, but again, it should be inside this while loop. So here, I'll go down here. I'm gonna put a comment here, and I will type if x1 is greater than or equal to this width, or x1 is less than 0, or y1 is greater than or equal to this height, or I1 is less than 0. Okay, so we have a problem. It says that y1 is undefined, and this is because if I hold control and I go at the declaration of this variable, instead of calling this y1, I call it, actually let me refactor it to have it change in every error is called. So I refactor to y1. Now it will be changed in all the places where it's called. So if this is the case, I'm gonna type game close equals true. I will go down here outside of the if, and I'll type x1 plus equals x1 change, y1 plus equals I2 change. This will update the x position and it will update also the I position. Then I'll go down here and I'll type this, not def, this dot fill blue. Then I'm gonna type pygame dot draw dot rect this green square brackets food at x food at y snake block and this will draw the food, this line of code is gonna draw the food on the screen. Okay, I'm gonna go down here and I'll type snake underscore head equals an empty list. We're gonna create a list to store the head's new position. And I'm gonna type snake underscore head dot append x1 snake underscore head dot append y1 and snake list dot append snake head. So we first append the updated x position for the snake head, so that's x1, then we append the I position for the snake head, and then we add the new head position to the snake body list. Next, we're gonna check to see if the snake's body exceeds its length, remove the oldest segment. So I'm gonna go down here, I'm gonna put this comment, and I'll type if len snake list is greater than length of snake. I'm gonna delete snake list at position 0. Outside here, but at this level on the indentation, we're gonna check for collision with itself. So I'm gonna type for x in snake list. I'm gonna put colon -1. So we check every segment except the head. If that is the case, I'm gonna put colon, and I'll type if x equals snake head. If the head collides with any other segment, I'm gonna put game close equals to true. I will go down here at this level of indentation again, and I'll type our snake block. So I call the function to draw the snake, so snake block snake list. Then I'm gonna call your score length length of snake -1. I'm gonna display the current score. Then I'm gonna type down here pygame dot display dot update. So I'm gonna update the display to show the new frame. Next, we're gonna check to see if the snake has eaten the food. So I'm gonna go here. Let's put a comment. Let's put this comment here. And I will type here if, so here, if x1 equals food x and y1 equals food y, then the snake head is the same position as the food. I'm gonna type food x. We need to change the position of the food after it's eaten, equals to round random dot rand range parenthesis 0 this width minus snake block divided by 10 and multiply by 10. Let's put here 10.0 and here also 10.0. Okay, I have an underline, I don't know why. I will go down here and I will type food y equals to, I will type here round random dot rand range 0 this height, so this height minus snake block divided by 10.0 and multiplied by 10.0. And I'll go down here and I'll type length of snake plus equals 1. So we're gonna increase the length of the snake after it's eaten its food. And down here at this level of indentation, I'm gonna type clock dot tick snake speed. This controls the speed of the game. Then I will go down here at this level of indentation. I'll type pygame dot quit and down here I'll type okay, let's move this and this, and here I will type game loop to call the game. Now let's see if it's working. Okay, if I run the game, currently it's not working. So if I close this, you saw the game briefly there. And the problem is that I indented the code wrongly. So go here where it says check for boundary condition. Before that, press tab to all the code, because it's outside of the while loop, and this is why it's not working. So press to, still pressing tab for all of those. here also. Now if I run this, now the game is working. But it's not eating all the time the food. It still needs some correction, still need to do some work. So let me close this. Alright, to make it all, just add this line of code. If x less than food x plus snake block, and x plus snake block is greater than food x, and y, and so on, and everything will work fine. Now if you run this, now everything works fine, as you can see here. Oh, this is actually really nice. Let me overlap myself, and I lost the game. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can convert the game that we created into an executable file. And for that, I'm gonna close this. I'll create a folder. I'm gonna call executable. I will open downloads because I have a image there. It should be an ICO image. So I'm gonna take snake, I'm gonna put it here, only the snake. And I'm gonna open PyCharm. I will copy this main.py and I will paste it here. Now I'm gonna get this address, properties. I'm gonna open command prompt, increase this. I'll type cd, press this, and here I'll type py installer -f -w -i snake.ico and main.py, and I'll press enter. We wait to generate the executable file. Right, it says completed successfully. You can close this. We can go in our dist. I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna put it here. We can delete the executable file. Now let's run this. Let's open this, and now we have our game. And this is beautiful. You can show it to your friends, you can put it on a stick drive, and you can do many things with it. Now let's close it, and this is how we do that. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. Now it's time to build the Tic Tac Toe game. And first, I'm gonna go up here. I'll import tkinter as tk. Then I'm gonna, from tkinter, import message box. First, I'm gonna initialize the main application window. So I'm gonna type here root equals to tk.tk. Then I'm gonna type root.title, and it's gonna have the title Tic Tac Toe. Next, I'm gonna create some variables to track the current player and the game state. So I'm gonna type current player equals to x. Then I'm gonna create a 3x3 grid to represent the game board. Initially it's gonna be empty. So I'm gonna type here, I'm gonna put a game underscore board equals to double square brackets, gonna be an empty list, I'll type for underscore in range 3 and for underscore in range 3. So this is gonna create a 3 by 3 grid. Next, we're gonna define a function. So def check underscore winner, and we're gonna check each row for a winning combination. So I'm gonna type for I in range 3. I'm gonna type if game board at position I and 0 equals game board at position I and 1, and if it's equal to game board at position I and 2, and it's not equal to, so it's not equal to empty, we're gonna return game board I and 0. We're gonna check now the column for a winning combination. So I'm gonna type if game board at position 0 and I equals game board at position 1 and Y, and it's equal to game board at position 2 and I, and it's not equal to, it's not empty. Then we're gonna return, return game board 0 and Y. So it's gonna return either the winner, which is gonna be X or 0. Now let's push this down. I'll go down here, I'll go here. Next, we're gonna check for the main diagonal for a winner. So I'm gonna type if game board 0 and 0 equals game board 1 and 1 and game board equals 2 and 2, and it's not equal to empty. I'm gonna put colon return game board at 0 and 0. So this is going to be the winner, X or O. Next, let's check for the secondary diagonal for a winner. So I'm gonna type if game board at 0 and 2 equals game board at 1 and 1. So we're checking the other diagonal, and it's gonna be equal to game board at 2 and 0, and should not be equal to empty. Then we're gonna return game board 0 and 2, and this is gonna be X or O. Now you need to check for a tie and no empty space left and no winner. So we're gonna type I'm gonna go down here and I'll type for row in game board if empty in row. If there is still an empty cell, the game is ongoing. So I'm gonna return none. Else I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna return tie. So if no empty cells and no inner, that means that there is a tie. Next we are going to define a function. So I'm gonna type def button click. We're gonna have two parameters, row and column. I'm gonna type global current player. I'm gonna use the global variable for the current player, and first we need to check if the cell is empty before allowing a move. So I'm gonna type here if game board row column equals empty. So if it's empty, I'm gonna update the game board to the current player symbol. So I'm gonna type game board row column is gonna be equal to current player. Then I'm gonna update the button text and disable it to prevent further clicks. So I'm gonna type buttons. Alright, so I'm gonna type buttons row column dot config, and I will put text equals to current player, and state is gonna be equal to tk dot disabled. Then I'll go down here and I'll type winner in lowercase letter, winner equals to check winner, and I'll type if winner, so if that is true, I'm gonna type again if winner equals tie. Then I'm gonna type message box dot show info Tic Tac Toe, and I'm gonna put a comma here. It's a tie. So it's gonna show a tie message. Else message box dot show info Tic Tac Toe, comma f, should be f player square curly braces winner wins. Then I'll go down here and outside of the else I'm gonna type reset. I'm gonna create that function game. and here I'm gonna put an else current player equals to O. And I'm gonna put here if current player equals x, else x. I don't know, so it should be a 0 or a O here. Let's put an O. Let's put 0 because it's Tic Tac Toe. Okay. Now let's go here at this level of indentation. So let's go back. Let's define another function. Define reset. So we're gonna create that function game. No parameters. I'll type global current player game board. Use the global variable to reset the game. So I'm gonna put here current player equals to x. Then I'm gonna clear the game board. So I'm gonna type game board. So we're gonna clear the game board equals to double square brackets, an empty string, and I will type for underscore in range 3, and outside of this I'm gonna type again for underscore in range 3. That is gonna reset the game board, and also gonna reset all buttons. So I'm gonna type here for I in range 3, for j in range 3, buttons I j dot config text gonna be equal to empty, state is gonna be equal to tk dot disabled. Then I'll go down here, and outside this function I'm gonna type, so outside the reset game I'm gonna type buttons equals to, and I will put here this, and I'll type none for underscore in range 3, for underscore in range 3, so this is gonna create a 2D list to store the button widgets. We have, let's click reformat file, and I'll go down here, I'll type for I in range 3, gonna loop through the rows, for j in range also 3, gonna loop through columns, so loop through rows and loop. So the first loop is looping through rows, and the second loop with the j is gonna loop through columns. Gonna be range 3 colon, and here I'm gonna create a button for each cell in the grid. So I'm gonna type here buttons ij equals tk dot button. Gonna pass root. Text is gonna be equal to an empty column. Font is gonna be Arial. It's gonna have the size 20. Width of 5 and height of 2. And here I'm going to put a comma. I'll go to the next line. I'll type command. I'm going to use a lambda function. Row is going to be equal to I. Call is going to be equal to j colon button underscore click row column. So this is gonna assign a command for a click event. Next, we have some underlines here. Next, I'm gonna go down here and I'll type here buttons I j dot grid row is gonna be equal to I and column is gonna be equal to j. Should be. Now I'm gonna go here and I'll type root dot main loop, and that is gonna start the main loop and run the application. Alright, so I fixed all the errors. I forgot to put a comma here. I misspelled the column name. Now if I run this, we have our grid. Let's click X. Let's click here, we have 0. Let's click here, we have X. Let's click here, we have 0, X, 0, X, X, and it says player 0 wins, but that is it wins because it's diagonally he wins. Alright, so this is our discussion about this game. You can implement it to make it more, I think you can use some AI to generate the player moves, so it will be more realistic. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'll see you in the next video. I hope that you got a lot from this video. Okay, the problem with this game is that if I click on one of the buttons, I have X, and then I click here, I have 0, but I want to have this generated randomly, like an AI. And to do that, I'm gonna go down here and I'll type if current player equals 0, then I'm gonna type AI underscore move. Then I'll go down here and I'll type a comment function to handle AI random move. I'll type def AI underscore move, not gonna have any parameters, and I'll type global current player, and I'll type empty cells equals to square brackets parentheses I and J, so I and J should be in parentheses, I and J, and I'll type for I in range 3, for J in range also 3, if game board at I and j equals empty. I'm gonna type here if empty cells, so if there are empty cells, I'm gonna type row column equals to random, so random dot choice empty cells. So it's gonna generate, then I'm gonna type game board row and column equals to current player. Then I'm gonna type buttons at row and column dot config text current player state is gonna be equal to tk dot disabled. Then I'll go down here and I'll type winner equals to check winner, and I'll type if so if winner, and I'll type here if winner equals tie. I'm gonna type message box dot show info tic tac toe comma it's a tie. Else I'm gonna type message box dot show info tic tac toe comma, and I will put here f player curly braces winner wins. Then I'll go here and I'll type reset game, and I will add an else for the first if, and I'll type current player, so let's put else current player equals to x. Now if I run this, I have x, and now the player says x wins. Now we have the 0 generated randomly, and if I click on OK, I can play it again. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here, and I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time to create a Pong game, but first let's add some imports. I'm gonna import pygame, I'm gonna import sys, and I'm gonna import random. I'll go down here, I'll type pygame.init. I'm gonna initialize all the imported pygame models. Now I'm gonna set up some constants for the screen size, colors, and the object dimensions. I'm gonna type width height equals to 800 by 600. Then I'm gonna create a color white. It's gonna be equal to 255, 255, and 255. A black color, which is gonna be equal to 0, 0, 0. A ball radius, so ball underscore radius is gonna be equal to 10. Then a paddle width and paddle height, so paddle underscore width and paddle underscore height, and that is gonna be equal to 10 and 100. Then I'm gonna type a paddle speed, so paddle underscore speed is gonna be equal to 5. So this is gonna be the speed of the paddles. Then I'm gonna type ball speed x and ball speed y, and it's gonna be equal to 4 and 4. Next, I'm gonna set up the display window. So I'm gonna go down here, I'll type screen, lowercase letters, screen equals to pygame.display.set mode, parentheses, this is gonna be a tuple, width and height. So this is gonna create the screen. Then I'm gonna type pygame. So pygame dot display dot set caption, it's gonna be Pong game, so it's gonna set the window title. Then I'm gonna go down here, I will type, I'm gonna set up the game object using the pygames rect class. So I'm gonna type ball equals to pygame dot rect parentheses, and here I'm gonna type width divided by 2, height divided by 2, ball radius and ball radius again. So this is gonna create the ball object. Then I'm gonna type here player paddle is gonna be equal to pygame dot rect parentheses, and I'll type width minus 20, comma, height divided by 2 minus paddle height divided by 2. Then I'm gonna put a comma, I'll go down here and I'll type paddle width and paddle height. Now I'm gonna create the opponent paddle. So I'm gonna type opponent, so opponent underscore paddle equals to pygame dot rect 10, height divided by 2 minus paddle height divided by 2, comma, and I'll type here paddle width and paddle height. And I'm gonna set a variable down here, so I'm gonna go here, I'll type I'm gonna type here ball underscore speed x, ball underscore speed y is gonna be equal to ball speed x, ball speed y. So this is gonna set the ball speed in the x and y. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'll type player speed, player underscore speed. I'm gonna set the initial player paddle speed not moving to 0. Then I'm gonna type opponent speed equals to paddle speed. Then I'm gonna go down here and I'll type player underscore score is gonna be 0, opponent score also 0, should be here. Then I'm gonna type font equals to pygame dot font dot font none and 74. This is for the font for displaying the score. Now let's create a function to display the text in the middle of the screen. I'm gonna go down here, I'll type def display message. I'm gonna have a text parameter and I'll type down here message equals to font dot render text true and white. Then I'm gonna type rect equals to message dot get rect center equals to parenthesis width divided by 2 comma height divided by 2. So this is gonna center the text. Then I'm gonna type screen dot bleed message and rect. This is gonna draw the text on the screen. Now next we need to update the display. So I'm gonna type pygame dot display dot flip, and this is gonna update the display. Then I'm gonna type pygame dot time delay let's put 2000 milliseconds, so I'm gonna wait for 2 seconds. Now I'm gonna create a function to reset the ball to the center and restart after scoring. So I'm gonna go down here, I'll type def reset ball and I'll type global ball speed x ball speed y. So I'm gonna use the global variables for ball speed. Then I'm gonna type ball dot center equals to parenthesis width divided by 2 and height divided by 2. So this is gonna reset the ball to the center. Then I'm gonna type ball speed x times equals -1. This is gonna change the ball direction. Now I'm gonna create a loop. I'm gonna go down here, let's push this down, and I'll type here while true. I'm gonna handle events like key pressed and quit. So I'm gonna type for event in pygame dot event dot get. I'm gonna type if event dot type equals pygame dot quit if the user clicks the close button. I'm gonna type pygame dot quit and cease to exit the program, cease dot exit. Next I'm gonna go at this level of indentation and I will type you're gonna check to see if the key down event is gonna check for the key down event for paddle movement. So I'm gonna type if event, let's push this a little bit down to make it clear, if event dot type equals pygame dot key down. So if that is the case, I'm gonna type another if here to check for the up arrow. So I'm gonna type if event dot key equals pygame dot k up. So if the up arrow key is pressed, I'm gonna type player speed equals to minus paddle speed. And here I'm gonna add another if event dot key equals pygame dot key dot k down. And I'm gonna type here player speed. So player speed is gonna be equal to paddle speed. So I'm gonna move the paddle down. So this is gonna move the paddle up, and this is gonna move the paddle down. Next, I'm gonna type if event dot type equals, let's move this to the next line, equals pygame dot key up dot key up colon. I'm gonna add another if here, if event dot key equals pygame dot k underscore up, or event dot key equals pygame dot k underscore down. Then I'm gonna stop the paddle, so I'm gonna type player speed equals to 0. Now, outside of this for loop, so not inside the for loop but outside here, I'm gonna move the player paddle based on the current speed. So I'm gonna type here player paddle dot I equals to plus equals player speed. Then I'm gonna type if player underscore paddle dot top is less than 0, we're gonna prevent the pedal from moving off the top. So I'm gonna put here player paddle top equals to 0. I'll add another if here, if player paddle dot bottom is greater than height, I'm gonna prevent the pedal from moving off bottom. So I'm gonna put here colon, and I'll type player paddle dot bottom equals to height. Then I'm gonna go down here, still at the same level of indentation. I'm gonna add a simple AI for the opponent paddle with randomness. So I'm gonna type here if random dot rand int between 0 and 20. So we're gonna add randomness to the opponent's movement. It's less than 15. I'm gonna type if opponent paddle dot I, no, if opponent paddle dot center is less than ball dot center. So we're gonna check if the ball is below the paddle, if it is below the paddle, I'm gonna type here opponent's paddle I, opponent's paddle dot I plus equals opponent speed. I'll add another if here. If opponent paddle dot center is greater than ball dot center. So if the ball is above the paddle, I'm gonna type opponent paddle dot y minus equals opponent speed. So move the paddle up. Next, I'll go here at this level of indentation. We need to be very careful with the indentation. I'm gonna ensure that opponent paddle stays within the screen boundaries. So I'm gonna type if opponent paddle dot top is less than 0. We're gonna prevent the pedal from moving off top. So I'm gonna type here opponent paddle dot top equals to 0. I'll add another if here. If opponent paddle dot bottom is greater than height, I'm gonna prevent the paddle from moving off bottom. So I'm gonna put here opponent paddle dot bottom is equal to height. Then I will go down here at this level of indentation and I'll type ball dot x equals to ball plus equals plus equals ball speed x. Then ball dot y plus equals ball speed y. Now I'm gonna check for ball collisions with the top and bottom walls. So I'm gonna go down here and I'll type if ball dot top is less than or equal to 0, or ball dot bottom is greater than or equal to height. So if the ball touches the top or the bottom, I'm gonna type ball speed ball underscore speed y gonna be times equals -1. So we're gonna reverse the vertical direction. Now I'm gonna check for ball collision with the paddles. So I'm gonna go down here at this level of indentation. I'll type if ball dot collide rect, so collide rect, I'm gonna pass player paddle, or ball dot collide rect opponent paddle. I'm gonna type ball underscore speed x times equals -1. So I'm gonna reverse the horizontal direction. Next, I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna check for if the ball is out of bounds on the left and on the right. So I'm gonna type if ball dot left is less than or equal to 0. So if the ball goes past the left edge, opponent loses. I'm gonna put colon and I'll type here player score plus equals 1. Display message. So display message. You scored. And I'm gonna reset the ball. I'll add another if here. Let's go down. If ball dot right is greater than or equal to width. So if the ball goes past the right edge, player loses. And I'll type here opponent score plus equals 1. Display message you lost. And I'm gonna reset the ball. Now I'm gonna draw everything on the screen. So I'll go down here at this level of indentation and I'll type screen dot fill black. And I'll type pygame dot draw dot rect screen white and player paddle. So draw the player paddle. I'm gonna draw the player paddle with this line of code. Then I'm gonna type pygame dot draw dot rect screen white opponent paddle. So that is gonna draw the opponent paddle. Then I'm gonna type draw pygame dot draw dot ellipse screen white and the ball. So this is gonna draw the ball. Then I'm gonna type pygame dot draw dot align screen white. Then I'm gonna put a comma and I'll put in parentheses width divided by 2 comma 0. I'll put another comma, another parenthesis here. I'll go down here and I'll type here width divided by 2 and height. Next, I will type here player text, player underscore text equals to font dot render str parenthesis player score. Gonna pass true and white So I'm gonna render the score, then I'm gonna type screen dot bleed player score, player text, comma, parentheses, width divided by 2 plus 20 and 10. So I'm gonna display the player score. Then I'm gonna type opponent text equals to font dot render str parentheses opponent score true and white. Then I'm gonna type screen dot bleed opponent text parentheses width divided by 2 minus 60 and 10. So we're gonna display the opponent score. Now we're gonna update the display with everything drawn. So I'm gonna type pygame dot display dot flip. Then I'm gonna control the frame rate to 60 frame rates per second. So I'm gonna type pygame dot time dot clock dot tick 60, and this is everything. This is our code for the Pong game. Alright, now if I run the game, if I try to move, it's not working, the paddle. So let's go here, and here if we have event.key down, here instead of pygame.key down should be k down. Now if I run this, now I can move this, and now everything works fine. So that was a mistake that was preventing me. So if I now the game is working, as you can see, you scored, we have 1 for the score. Alright, everything works fine. I hope that you get a lot from this video, and I'll see you in the next videos.